What's up, the internet? I'm Kyle. With me to kick off Cadets Con Day 1 is Miss Jen King and Will Holland. What's up, everybody?
Hello.
Welcome into Cadets Con 2020. We're kicking this off right. We see you in the comments. What up, Shelby? What up, Gustavo? What up, Trina or Tina? I see Nick. I see everybody. Shout us out in the comments. We'll try and pop you up. We're here to introduce you to Day 1 of Cadets Con. So let's start at the beginning. Miss Jen, where does Cadets Con come from?
Well, it's kind of an interesting thing. It started, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 years ago. WizKids has this game called HeroClix, and they had this big release event they wanted to do, and they were like, you should have a big event. And we're like, you know what? We should have a big event, but even bigger than what we could possibly imagine. And so Brian McMeans, who's our gaming manager, took off with it and started. Even the first year of Cadets Con was a really in store, and we always wanted to make it free to our customers. We brought in guests on our own dime because we just wanted it to be a love fest of all things nerdy. And it has grown into what you see today. And no lie, I actually teared up at the opening because it was so beautiful.
That's something you guys hadn't really seen before. I'd kind of given you glimpses, but to get it all the way to the end, nobody had ever seen it before. So you put together a team this year to bring you Cadets Con virtually, and that's where this is not Will's first Cadets Con experience, right, Will?
No, I've been blessed to be able to be involved in Cadets Con on, I believe, 2 or 3 separate occasions, and it's been a real honor and a pleasure.
So we got a team together and we started planning this con way back in June, it seems like. Is that right? Am I losing my mind when I say that?
Feels like forever ago.
I think it's right. I think we I put out the all call for, hey, I want to do Cadets Con, but we quite clearly can't do it in person. I need IT help and lots of feet on the ground because it's just me. So I had so much help. It's awesome. As Will stepped up. Kyle, I made the key person to make sure IT happened because I don't know how to do any of those things. And then Richard Chip and Jen Ricano jumped in, and they're responsible for all the scheduling and all the coding for the website. So it is the beauty that it is all these amazing people that love cons as much as I do.
So what we did as a team is we went out and we started booking our guests, talking to our friends, talking to people we knew in the industry, trying to get people who would be willing to show up. That is correct. The answer is Ship. Richard is part of the team. He's a little shy, although if you've met him, you wouldn't know why. And anyhow, so he's part of the team, but he's been helping out. We've all been working really hard, but we started getting our group together. And then about 3 weeks ago, the group started to fill out. And we managed to get some names that I think we can all, I think Jen can speak to this most, could never have come if we were in person.
Yes, it would be infinitely impossible for the budget to fly in Rom V from India and fly Alison Sampson from the UK and fly Declan Shelby from Ireland. It just would not have been a feasible thing.
Right. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, and we've got guys from Saturday AM coming from all over the world as well. Last night on our Ready, Set, Draw, we had a guy named Oscar Fong who is in New Zealand. He had to leave Ready, Set, Draw because it was lunchtime. I'm like, really, bro? It's like midnight. He's like, no, it's lunchtime. So Tina, this really is a worldwide thing. We've got Saturday AM. I think on their panel they're going to have a guest from Japan. Which it's not. It's like 10. It'd be like 11 a.m. Japan time or 11 p.m. Japan time. So that's not too bad. But we've got Declan Shelby from Ireland, Alison Sampson from England, Ram V, who's over. I don't know if he's in India or if he's in England right now because he's only 7 hours behind. But
yeah, maybe
it took him and I about 25 minutes to figure out the time. Because time zones are hard. Which that's been a significant challenge for us getting ready for this. is figuring out the time zones. Will and I are in the Eastern time zone. Jen's in Central time. I did a whole pass on the schedule that was in Newfoundland time because time zones are hard. So, what up, Dan Galuli? And Tina is so cool. Like, Tina was here for our Ready, Set, Draw last night. Nick has a hard time with scheduling with people. Yeah, it's true. It's really hard to schedule people even in the same city, let alone trying to span the globe, which we've done. So why don't we go through our schedule here while we've got a few minutes before Saturday AM joins us, and talk about some of the people we have coming on. So obviously we start with Saturday AM here in about 10 minutes from now. And then guess who has their panel right after Saturday AM?
This guy.
Will Holland. And
So ready.
guys, I'm going to start the hype machine now. Will has Cadets Con exclusives. Like, we're starting you off with the Cadets Con exclusives. So, I mean, be excited for that. Will's got some really cool stuff he's been working on, including a book that I think is just going to make everyone's heart giggle a little, especially if you're a DC fan. So, that's really exciting. But then following him is Tom Hutchison from Big Dog Ink. Onrie Kompan, who, do you have any of his stuff right there behind you, Miss Jen?
I do.
Onrie. Is that Mark's right there next to it, too?
Mm-hmm.
He sent me a copy of Mark's yesterday, and I fell asleep reading it. I'm really excited. But that's Onrie. Mog Park, who was on Ready, Set, Draw last night, did an amazing Princess Peach that will be part of our charity art auction here starting probably this afternoon.
Actually, when you see me disappear at 10 o'clock, that's what I'm going to do is pop those up. So Space Cadets site on eBay will have those up. I'll try to put up links to.
Yeah, so Mog did an amazing Princess Peach last night for that. Then following Mog is Travis and Frank from Source Point Press. Val's here. What's
Val
up,
is
Val?
here.
Trina can attest that Princess Peach was so amazing. But so we have Frank and Travis from Source Point Press, Enrica Jang, who does Crossing, OA, who is our musical guest, that he's going to come on and talk about being an indie musician and that scene, because, so much of what we do here is tied to that concept. So it's, being an independent creator and being an independent musician are the same job, I think. It's being independent means doing it yourself. So,
by the way, he raps faster than any person I've ever heard.
I don't think we were talking yesterday and he goes, I don't know if I'll be prepared to perform. I'm like, warm up, bro. Let's go. I'll beatbox. We'll make it work. All right. Then Tim Jacobus, who, if you're my age, that's like the first art you recognized as art right there. Goosebumps. So that's a huge deal for somebody like me. I've loved his art since I was a little kid, and now I've gotten to know him, and it's super fun. Following him is Declan Shelby, who I see Bog Bodies right there. His newest book. He will be here. David Crown, is it Crown? It's Crownson from Harriet Tubman Slayer. And then Allison Sampson, who she's done runs on Hit Girl, and she did Winnebago Graveyard, and now she's got a book out called Sleeping Beauties, which I have right here and we'll be reading during my break today. Miss Jen's going to disappear and go run her store. I'm going to disappear and read comics. So, so that's super fun. Someone that's not on our schedule that I want to bring up with Henri is going to be okay. I want to pronounce it right. Fuqua Richardson.
Yes.
Who is an independent, who's an amazing artist. Like I did a deep dive into her art, and that's going to be very exciting. They're going to have a lot of fun. They're both really excited to be here. They were talking to me yesterday about it. And then tomorrow, as long as we come back from our disappearances, we're all right.
I promise. I promise.
We will. Amanda's here. Hi, Amanda. All right. So, Sunday schedule. Sunday, we've got a whole nother day that could rival Saturday. We start off the morning with Sean Carney, who is a cover artist on he's done some Lady Death, some Vampirella. He does a lot of the Tigaverse stuff with Merritt Michaels. That you can see a lot of it on the Comic Book Shopping Network. Jamie Premack from Binary Star, who has a Kickstarter kicking off in a couple of days. Ram V, who I found out about through Jen, but realized I'd known for a lot longer than that, known his work for a lot longer than that. But Ram V will be here at noon on Sunday. How does James say his last name? James from Scout.
Oh, your guess is as good as mine. I say Hayek, but I don't know if it's true.
Yeah, Hayek. James from Scout Comics is coming. And they have some really cool stuff they want to talk to you about, including their new subscription box thing that they're doing. That's a really cool concept. Following him is another James. We have James and James back-to-back. James Van House from, excuse me.
Night Owl Society.
Night Owl Society, great book series.
And he's already shared with me. He's got some big announcements.
Is he dropping them on the show?
He is.
Exclusives.
Yeah, he's got some big announcement that he's going to share for Night Owl Society. Julia Hearn, who is the vice president of Greenbrier Games, will be joining us at 3 o'clock on Sunday. Guys, we're going to be demoing games live through Tabletop Simulator here on Cadets Con, including a game that's not even released to the public yet, hasn't been kickstarted. This is the first people are going to get to see of it, unless you were at Gen Con Online last week. So that's pretty exciting. And they have an awesome site that you can get to through the Cadets Con links page on cadetscon.com.
There's a huge discount on there, isn't there?
Huh?
There's a huge discount on there, isn't there?
Yeah, massive discount. So if you like games, get over there, including cute but stabby games, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. Following Julie is Seth the Moose. Jeff Stevenson was supposed to be with us, but he is not able to be here just due to family scheduling things. So, we'll see Jeff soon. But Seth the Moose will be here talking about his work at SourcePoint Press and his time at Image and publishing one of the first web comics that really, kind of launched his career in Brawlhalla with Jeff. And then following him from Hope, Hope, for goodness sakes, Plume, Kaylin Smith. Following Kaylin is the Haunted Highons panel, which everybody should tune in for. It's going to be an exciting panel. And then closing out the show is Jing Jin, who has some big stuff planned, I know, to share with us about his work. So that's super exciting. So that's our schedule. It's a lot.
It's going to be so cool.
If you try to fit all this in at a regular convention, you would either not leave the panel rooms all day, or you would, pass out trying to get to everything.
Tis true.
Well, we're glad you're here.
Saturday AM time, Tina. We're just waiting on those guys to pop into the room. They should be on their way.
I saw one pop up. All right, yep. I'm going to go open up my shop, and I'm going to see you guys in a little bit. I'll be back after the 2 o'clock hour to do all the panels. It'll be fun.
Jen's got to go run a store. Will and I are going to hang out and talk a little bit while we wait for our friends from Saturday AM to pop in. And we'll see everybody very soon. We'll see Miss Jen very soon. Have a good day, Miss Jen.
All right.
Yeah. So we had one of our friends from Saturday AM pop in. We're just waiting on them. They're, we can kind of start plugging them a little bit here. They are all over the place. Saturday AM. They're an international group, right?
Very much so. Very much. Origins were in North Carolina, and that's where it kind of sparked out of, and then kind of grew into a worldwide phenomenon where artists were coming together from all over the place. There were different things happening. And so I believe we got Mr. Frederick Jones.
Fred, here he is.
The man. Our master splitter of the group.
How's it going? How's it going, guys?
Doing well, sir.
Excellent.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. We got some folks who should be here, so I'm hoping.
Yeah, they're popping in.
Okay.
I think the one gentleman popped in and was having problems with his headphones, and he'll be right back.
No worries. Okay. All right.
Here's Rashad.
There we go. Hello.
What's up, man?
Hey, what's happening?
How's it going, man? Good to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you guys too.
Fred, I gotta tell you, I think right now, Jay Oden came last night to our Ready Set Draw event, who is part of Saturday AM.
Yeah.
And as did Oscar. I'm gonna forget his name.
Oscar Fong.
Yeah, Oscar Fong, and those guys just absolutely demolished. They did some amazing work last night.
Yeah,
What's up, Tony?
How's it going?
Hello.
Yep, that's Tony. Tony Dawkins is one of our other artists. It's funny you said that, Kyle. We did a Wizard World thing a while back, and I remember they had a drinking draw, and so we attended the drinking draw, and I was White Manga, and he was like one of our superstar artists, and it was just a couple of artists, and I remember it was no contest, like they just just destroyed the other folks they had in the thing, and so it was interesting. It was interesting to see that.
It's the first prompt we had last night was Princess Peach in a spacesuit. and the dudes are just drawing warm-ups, and it's like this, it's manga style, real intricate art, and it was amazing. So now that y'all are here, let's get started. I'm gonna let Will lead this interview. But I want to know, for me, what is Saturday AM? Give me the rundown on what Saturday AM is for those of us, for those out there who are watching who haven't heard of it yet.
Yeah, so just real quick, we got two people who are trying to join. I don't know why it's not working for them. One is Genji Otori.
Here it is.
Coming in? Okay, so there's Genji. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, then Christina Underbach. Hopefully she can.
Yeah.
Well,
when she pops in, I'll bring her right on screen.
Awesome. All right. Okay.
Sweet.
So Saturday AM is just like Shonen Jump. I grew up a fan of manga in Japan, and as you can tell, I'm a little older than a lot of these folks. So I grew up back in an era where manga and anime was just frankly more diverse than it is today. Mm-hmm. And so for me, I really wanted to create content that felt more of the moment, and that meant finding amazing creators like you see on the screen here. And we've got over 30 creators from all over the world, literally from Nigeria and Mexico and Canada and so on. So for us, we wanted to basically say, look, manga is at this point, it's kind of like hip hop. It's universal. Everybody does it. And so the idea that you would have this amazing medium and art form, but only certain people can do it. I just found that to be just not progressive, not modern. Right. And so I created this new brand to facilitate that and to kind of celebrate and promote these extraordinary creators. And one of the key things about what we do, just like in Japan, is that despite all the work that goes into producing the manga, no matter what we tell the creators, no matter how much we assist the creators, they own their works. It's really important for me that female creators and people of color, that they have a legacy, and that legacy, only exists when you own it, right?
Right.
So that's, that's what Saturday AM is. It's a diverse manga anthology. We have Saturday AM, which is shonen. We have Saturday PM, which is seinen, which is older, male. And then we have a new magazine called Saturday Brunch, which is josei and caters as well to LGBTQ. Okay.
And that's really incredible. And I've had the chance to talk with you and Jay Oden, and it's just awesome to get to continue to meet more of this eclectic crew of people. So the big question I'm going to start out with is this. I know as people are coming in, one of the things that they're looking at is what can they get from you guys? And I know there's the app out there, so I want you to talk about that, but then also any products that any of the artists are working on that are available for sale and things like that. How can people get into the world of Saturday AM? Because I've got a loaded question coming up for you as it relates to Saturday Wars. That's your preview, because there's a war coming.
That's right.
And some great creators are coming together to do something I believe is historic. So First things first, basically, where can people send you money? How can people get money into you guys' hands?
Well, if you see me anywhere at the grocery store, I will take cash. But no. So as you said, we have an app. I'm actually trying to find the app. I love I didn't plan for this. This is great. I didn't plan for it, but we have an app. It's a mobile app called Saturday AM Global Comics. And what I will say just about the app real quickly is that, first of all, we built the app just like everything else we do to be very respectful to our fan base around the world. Again, oftentimes when people create content, they think insular, and we think in a more global context. So the app is available in over 100 countries via Android or iOS. The app takes all sorts of currencies that you can utilize. So if you have different credit cards that obviously are not as Western as like Visa, MasterCard, or even PayPal, what we've heard from a lot of our fans in Africa and the Middle East is that the apps actually enable them to access the content. The app is free, by the way, so you can get the app and start enjoying it today. Like, you don't have to pay anything to read the latest issues of Saturday AM. But if you want to unlock 100+ back issues, and there's some content that we put behind a paywall in terms of just being content that might be a little bit more mature, then you'll need to pay. And even that's only $3.99 a month or $36 a year. Beyond that, we have a store in the app, and you can purchase collected editions. So if you don't want to have to go through the anthology and read, you want to read series very specifically, you can do that. So the app is by far the best way to interact with us. It's www.saturday-am.com/app, as you saw on the screen. Past that, though, obviously, if you go to our website, we have a store section. We have T-shirts. We have the physical graphic novels of a lot of our books. This is coming next year from Jay Oden called Hammer, but this is available right now. This is Apple Black Volume 2. You can get this on our website. You can also find it on websites like Amazon. And then last but not least, we have more things coming. We have a physical magazine coming later this year called Super Saturday, which is a prototype. We even have collectibles. Our brand has gotten so big that companies are licensing our characters. And so we've got collectibles coming. So these are kind of like Funko Pops, but based on our characters. So you can find all the stuff out on our website. Now, all of our creators, again, by them owning their own works, they also have ways you can interact with them. And I'll let all of them talk about that right now. So I'm sure they have other ways that you can support them as well. So we'll start with Rashad and go on through. Rashad, you got anything? Did I freeze? What happened?
Oh, no. I think Rashad might have froze.
Oh. Well, then let's go to Tony then.
So I'm Tony, the creator of Titan King, published and serialized in Saturday AM. Titan King is basically about a boy who gets abducted into this super monster alien tournament, and he has to fight and win it in order to get turned back home. But the twist is that he's fused to a giant monster as well. So him and his giant monster are fighting against other giant monsters. So very sci-fi, very action-packed, very, balls to the wall. I have the volume inside of the app available for readers. There's also a physical version that's on Amazon for readers. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Cool. All right. Well, Genji is one of our newest participants. Genji actually participated this summer in an event we do every year called Summer of Manga, which promotes new creators. They kind of sell people on a general concept or idea that they have. And she did one called Bloodstained Snow. Very, very well received by our fan base. You can read it for free in our app right now. But Genji, how can people interact with you? Do you have anything for sale that they can purchase to support you?
Hi, I'm Kenzie. I'm on social media like Twitter or Instagram, and I don't have something you can buy or you can support me because I'm not actually allowed to work part-time with my new job. So I'm doing this in my spare time. But if you like it, share it with your friends. Tell everybody they should read it. Then I'm really happy.
All right.
Will, we're gonna create some T-shirts called Free Genji. So she
Yeah.
have that crazy idea. That's insane. I can't do work. I can't do part-time work. That's crazy. We're gonna free you, Genji. Christina on the back, this lovely young lady over here in the corner.
Hi.
She has followed us for a while. We've been a big fan of hers. We've seen her grow from just a young woman to this extraordinarily talented creator. She's got this concept called Grimheim, which is going to be in our LGBTQ female-oriented magazine called Brunch. And if you've seen the art for it, it looks really, really badass. It's not. I think people have this concept of women comics, and this is gonna surprise people. Christina, how can people support you? Tell them about Grimheim, and then how can they support you?
For Grimheim, it's basically about a young woman called Wolfhild, and through unfortunate events, she basically loses her family and her home, and is now exiled and persecuted as a witch.
No.
So Grimheim is a historical fantasy comic set in medieval times when witch hunts and purges occurred. And now she basically has to find a way to get to a land called Grimheim in order to find a way to stop the demons that roam the land and eventually stop the witch hunts, which will become her main goal. So yeah. And to support me, I guess, follow me on my Instagram at Grimheim. Maybe on my Twitter. Yeah. I would say that.
I like you can follow me. The name is the same name as my comic. Just,
I mean, it's easy, right? It's
yeah, it is.
I had very difficult names before, like super difficult German words that no one can pronounce. So I was like, let's go with Grimheim. That's easier.
Well, one thing I'll say real quickly, Will, is Genji and Christina are both from Germany. Not that you could tell. I'm sure you thought they were from the southeast of the United States, but they're from Germany. And so that's just again, that just shows you our diversity. Last night you had on a young man from New Zealand, as well as Jay Oden, and then of course today you got 3 Americans and 2 Germans, and we got more we could have brought, but in fact I tried to get someone from Greece in today, and he couldn't do it because of the time difference. But so yeah, Rashad is last. Rashad, your camera's working now.
Yes, it is.
Awesome. Okay, well, tell everybody about Outland, which is a comic he does for us, a sci-fi comic for Saturday PM, and real quickly about that, and then also, how can they support you?
So Outland is pretty much the story of a girl who is set out to become a knight within a future dystopian setting. And so if you're like a huge fan of things like Cowboy Bebop, those old school classic cartoons, Outlaw Star, that type of stuff, then it'll be right up your alley.
Bebop's one of my favorites, man. I can't not hear Bebop.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
I,
no,
I know.
Will, I was laughing just because I was like, I was listening to Rashad, and that was such a energetic upshot of his property. I thought to myself, Rashad is fired from future Comic Cons.
No. Hashtag save
that
Rashad.
was the most like, yeah, it's
But no, it's it. Yeah, let me retake that.
Yes.
Take two. But no, it really is an awesome story though. It's full of jam packed, full of action, and definitely check it out. No, it's awesome. I will say that. But there's so much in it that I'm still having a little bit of difficulty trying to the way I pitch it. So normally I lead in with like the old school classic cartoons because the feeling itself, I know that's pretty much the hook. It brings a lot of people in. So that's why I kind of lean towards the most. And then there's this whole thing where it's kind of like there's a bait and switch that I'm trying to pull with the actual with it, where it leads people in, have them thinking that it's one thing because it plays like a typical shonen does. But then there are heavy elements to the story, which is why it's in PM. But when those heavy situations take place, then they have more merit. And it really makes the readers feel a little bit more anxious, the same way that the actual characters do. So,
Mm-hmm. And the thing that's really cool about it is what I'm hearing is there's a lot of different dynamics going on, but at the end of the day, people are telling the stories that are wanting to tell. And they're telling the stories that are coming from a passionate place. So even if Rashad is kind of like, it's like Bebop, it's like this. You know what? I feel that. I feel the emotion of it because when you say Bebop, it reminds me of the emotions that are there. So I appreciate everybody being willing to come on and really talk about where stuff is coming from and the heart of everything. So to quote somebody from Infinity War, or I'm not for sure who said it, but I believe there's a war coming.
Oh yeah.
Tell us a little about the war.
Oh, so you want to take this one?
Yeah. I mean, so look, again, big. So I think one of the things we try to do with Saturday AM, and it's always interesting because again, I'm much older than a lot of the creators we have, and one of the things that I have to constantly try to realize is that the influences that I have, which and Will, you as well, they are the building blocks for what most of these young people today enjoy, right? And so, but we have to always kind of reframe things that can be more, that they can understand a little bit better because it is so old now. But they were the building blocks of many of the things we have today. And a good example that I use is that, like, when I was a kid, I was talking about crossover. Like I was a kid when Crisis on Infinite Earths and Secret Wars, the original Secret Wars, debuted. And that was such a foreign idea that all these characters would come together in this epic storyline. Like that was such a it was as cool as it is today for young people to see something like Infinity War. That's how it felt for us, right, back in the day, because there was nothing else like that. And the thing now, of course, is that because we live in a postmodern age, we have to constantly kind of rewrite the rules a little bit to kind of explain why these things matter. And I think that with Saturday Wars, what I realized, being a young fan of manga back in the 80s, was that these characters were never going to meet each other, right? No matter how much I thought it was cool that they could, they were never going to meet each other, mainly because the stories were very much like you were saying with Rashad just now. They were driven by the id and the ego of the creator, and therefore it kind of went, the directions and the whims that they had, which is fantastic on a storytelling level, on an intimate storytelling level. But in terms of like epic, like sort of things you can do with it, you can't do that, right? Because you have to play in a sandbox. That's what Marvel and DC kind of teaches us, is that you have to play in a sandbox, just like we in our lives have to exist with other people. So, when I started Saturday AM, the mantra I always use, and some creators frankly accept it and some creators don't. And we've lost very few creators over the years, but sometimes creators don't manage that idea very well, which is the notion that I tell them, like, look, I want you to own your property, but I own the marketing. And immediately, right, that creates this paradigm where it's like, because you own your property, I want what's best for you, but at the same time, what I want that's best for you may include us doing some really cool things that can help your series reach a wider audience. So when you start looking at it from that perspective, you realize that Saturday Wars is really profound on a couple of levels, because in manga, that's never going to happen. You know, like Goku and Naruto, these characters have existed in ways from the creators that allow them to do things that are really amazing for their worlds. But the minute you have to interject another character into it, it makes no sense. How could Naruto and Goku ever coexist without destroying the world? You know, how could you ever have that? With us, right? Like you know, I have no problem telling our creators, your character is too powerful. You know, like we need to rethink the way your character is existing, because it doesn't make any sense. The story, like, I get what you're trying to do, but that story won't work in other contexts, right? So let's really look at your story and try to find the best way to reach the audience. Tell what you want to tell, but also recognize that there are ways and things you can do with this property over time if you put in certain, you know, aspects of your story. So from the very beginning, this has always been part of the plan. We talked about Saturday Wars in 2014. So the fact that we're finally getting a chance to do it is really special. We've got a partnership with Japanese company Celsius, which makes a program called Clip Studio Paint, who's actually helping us make it. So that's how big this thing is. It's going to have creators from all over the world. And the general idea is that there is a threat that's coming that's destroying universes all over the place. We you know, you could certainly read into it that they've conquered universes that I just mentioned, big universes. And the way that they kind of, these big celestial beings, the way they go through time is that to them, it's very lateral, right? Like there's no real construct of time the way we see it. It's kind of like days, right? Like for us, it's going to be 10 million light years to get to some planet. For them, it's like, I'll be there by Tuesday. You know, I'll be in 5 different dimensions by Tuesday. And so they're on a plan. One of these beings named Killian Vane is on a plan to conquer every universe that's ever existed, every comic book universe that's ever occurred, and he's basically doing something that allows him to supercharge that effort. And the last sort of day to stop him is Saturday. And so all of our universes exist in that reality of Saturday, even though they're all separate universes. They all exist in this reality of Saturday. And so they have to basically try to band together to stop them. And what you see, again, unlike a lot of independent comics and web comics, is that, you know, you're going to see a lot of real emotion with our characters. You're going to see a lot of real stakes. There'll be some deaths. There'll be characters who don't get along. There'll be characters who you'll probably see in a different context than you would have seen before. So it's very different. It's very different. It's going to be very epic, like Crisis on Infinite Earths. You're going to see other people's characters pop up in the story. It's going to be really big.
All right. I greatly appreciate it. You guys really rock. I love the idea of the world coming together and the people coming together for the common goal. You know, there's something so big that they can't defend against it themselves.
No.
So now I know I'm going to kind of lead out with this. I'm going to have to tag out for a little bit and let Kyle take it over. So, but I'm going to lead out with this. So you mentioned some of the individual work. Now, I know one of the creators that I've had a chance to kind of follow beyond J. Holden was White Manga, and you mentioned Apple Black. And you talked about the physical volumes of that being available through Saturday AM website as well. Can you guys kind of delve into that and kind of talk about how that kind of, you know, that, because I know it's part of the Saturday AM world, but kind of how that influences what you guys do. Well,
I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, Apple Black is by far our most popular series, by far, followed up by Clock Striker, which is behind me, Shonen Manga's first black female lead character. Apple Black was created by a young Nigerian named Odunze Gogol. He's one of the most talented young men I've ever had the pleasure of meeting. I met him when he was like maybe 19. Since we started Saturday AM, I made him a co-owner in the company. He has his master's degree now. When I first met him, he was just getting started with college. Now he's got his master's degree. He's teaching now. He's easily one of the most impressive young people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. And I've met a lot of people. I've got a signed Dragon Ball Z thing up there. You guys can probably see it up there, featuring voice actors and Toriyama and everyone else up there. So, I've had a long career in the video game industry. I've met a lot of celebrities, and like I said, White is easily one of the most impressive people. I knew at the minute I met him, this kid was going to be amazing, and he hasn't failed to live up to the hype that I thought he deserved. Apple Black is really important. It showcases, I think, everything that Saturday AM is about, in the sense that it is a manga that looks like any traditional manga you would see. If you saw Apple Black and you bought Japanese manga, if I told you, and we've done this several times, that this is not from Japan, you'd never believe it. And if I told you it's from Nigeria, you wouldn't believe it. So the fact that Apple Black is so incredibly popular, so incredibly influential, and the fact that it's Saturday AM property, I think is just incredibly influential around the world. There are folks on Instagram who have more followers than White, but who've got less accomplishments. You know, White is a YouTube celebrity. He's got 2 graphic novels, a third one on the way. We have a toy coming out featuring his character. I mean, there are folks who don't come close to what White's been able to accomplish, and we couldn't be more proud of him.
Well, maybe the next question, and Kyle, I'm gonna tag out after this. But what inspired your characters? I got my other creatives on here. I don't want to hear what inspired you guys to create the people that you created, the stories that you're telling.
Yeah, well, let's go around the horn. Let's start back up with Christina. Christina, what inspired you to create Wolfen? I know I'm screwed up. I know.
Starting good. I mean, what inspired Wolfield? I mean, she just naturally, I don't know. I created her when I thought about strong female characters, strong protagonist types in manga, anime, and like historical series. I looked up historical fantasy works, and then I tried to figure out what makes these women exceptional and impressive and strong. And then it just kind of came together. I guess that's how I created her. And Grimheim in general, I guess, was inspired by my love for medieval fantasy stories again, in general. I actually got inspired after watching Attack on Titan, even though Attack on Titan is not per se medieval, but I guess it's just the atmosphere and the architecture that they have, that it looks very medieval at least. So I was like, yeah, that looks cool. And so I guess after that, maybe Berserk or Vinland Saga. I guess it would be my main inspirations for the story.
Two great ones. Vinland Saga, but you.
Yeah,
you know
I love Vinland Saga.
Yeah,
this is why I gave her access, because I was like, okay, Tokyo is pretty cool. So let's give her an X.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Okay, all right. Well, Genji, what about you? What helped create the main character? Is it Rika or Riku?
Her name is Rika.
Okay, got it.
Rika. So, the story actually is really, or her character is really old. I think I created her 10 years ago on a rainy weekend when I was quite lonely, and I had this idea in my head, and I thought about how it would be to actually live in a Japanese village and train kendo and bushido and make friends with the villagers, and so the character was born.
That's cool. Yeah, it's amazing. It's also kind of about 10 years, and when you look at the characters you guys have, some of you guys, obviously, your characters have been with you for so long. When you see the characters, why they feel so substantive, because they you can tell you've already invested so much into them, that little nuances in the way that they move and the way they carry themselves, even their costumes, reflect that this is a character that has a story. Even though you may have just met them, they have a story already to them. So yeah, go ahead.
There are different levels of storytelling. So
yes,
there's like the one you can't express in words, and the one you express in behavior and stuff. So
Absolutely.
Totally agree. All right, so Tony Dawkins, tell them about Titan King. I know you're gonna tell me Titan King came about because you were like Pokemon.
Partially. I mean, Titan King, I mean, that it kind of started off as like a passing idea. Like, I mean, ever since I was a kid, I was always stapling papers together and like making comic books and stuff like that. So I remember vividly there was this concept from the 8th grade I stapled together called Anivores, which was literally about people who were transforming into like these superpowered like animal human hybrid things. It was kind of like Digimon, but like less armory and guns and stuff, just more natural. But I kind of took that idea and then just like all the different things that kind of inspired me from my childhood. So like Dragon Ball Z, the Power Rangers, those are the two big ones, the Dragon Ball Z and Power Rangers, just like the giant monsters and just like the balls of the wall action. But, you know, Pokemon and Digimon and stuff like that, and just kind of putting it together in a mix where I think that people could enjoy those things in, I guess, kind of like the same way I did. Not the same way, but just like to the same level that I did, you know, just having fun, which was just kind of like the main thing I was doing, just trying to just have fun.
Yeah,
So,
I think with Titan King, one of the things that I love the most about it, the color, which I know is stupid. Well, it's not stupid actually. It's actually quite stupid. But the color, because it's so vibrant, it feels like a 1980s cartoon, and I think that's what, when I see young people in particular get excited about Titan King, that's what always gives me joy, is because it does just strike you as kind of like these fun, kind of absurd, you know, fantasies. And then you got big monsters on top of it. It's like, how do you beat that? You know, so
yeah. I mean, the big thing for me was I just wanted to have a kind of setup to where the story would go, and you would have, you know, a smaller character and like somebody who's, you know, huge, that, you know, that you could actually see there'd be a matchup there, and you wouldn't be like, oh, well, that's obviously not going to happen because that wouldn't make sense. You're looking at like, oh, is it going to go down? Like, is it going to actually go down next chapter? So that's kind of like, you know, what I wanted to go for. So,
well, awesome. All right.
So Mr. Jones, you're a few years older than I am. I think Tony and Rashad are about the same age as me, if I had to guess. When I was coming up, manga and anime was a lot harder to get than it is today.
Yeah.
We had to work for it. I remember I had to beg my parents to drive me across town to the media play because they might have a new volume of Bleach. And you never knew if they would because their employees didn't know what you were talking about if you called them.
Right.
So I want to hear from all of you. How did you find your first anime or manga? What was it? And what did you connect to that led you to work in that medium?
That's a good question. Tony, you want to go first since you went last?
So it kind of like snowballed. So it started off with like the Dragon Ball Z Budokai games. Like I didn't know that was anime and manga, but it kind of transitioned from when I found out that there was like clips in like the games. There was like little clips that they would do, like, you know, advertisements for the anime. So I found out like, oh, this game is based on a show, and I found out the show isn't American, it's Japanese, because I saw that there was this phone book that when I was going to church, there was one of the ladies that I was babysitting their kids, and she knew I was into like, you know, Dragon Ball Z and stuff. So she saw one of these phone books, which was a Shonen Jump volume, and she was like, you know, my son doesn't read these anymore, so you can go ahead and check it out. And I remember seeing vividly, like, there was the Killer Bee and the Kisame fight, and like Ichigo versus Grimmjow, and like it was in the middle of like Impel Down and whatnot. Like I'm looking at this stuff, like I see all of these shows, and I had no idea they were based on comics. So I think that I just kind of like set my mind into like overdrive, like, whoa, you can do this by yourself, like you can just make the whole like book like in your room or something like that. Like that's crazy. I always thought you needed like a giant setup with like multiple screens and laptops and whatnot, which I mean I have part of those now, but still, I mean, it was very inspiring as a kid.
So the video game culture, okay. So
Yeah.
What about you, Genji? Genji and Christina both being from Germany. How was that? How did you guys locate manga and anime? Was it easy or was it harder?
Do you want to go first, Genji, or shall I?
You can go first.
Okay.
Christina, it couldn't have been too easy. Genji said, "I'm going to Japan."
I mean, in Germany, I think manga here is very big. I mean, as far as I know, it's like huge here.
It is.
And not only in terms of where you can get your manga, but also in terms of who creates manga. So as far as I know, we have a lot of German mangakas who are also published like here in publishing houses.
Yeah.
So the question was how I got into manga.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess I watched Miyazaki movies back when I was very young, which I didn't quite understand back then, and they were just too creepy for me. So I was a bit turned off by them. I didn't watch Pokemon or any like Digimon or whatever. I have no idea how. I don't understand them, so I passed. But I guess my true first manga was Naruto. I got into the anime with the Chunin exams, and I was like, oh wow, this fight goes over like 3 episodes. Before that, I only watched Avatar, and in Avatar, a fight only lasts like 1 episode, except for the last fight. So that was quite the new experience. And I guess after that, I went into my fangirl phase and wanted to create my own Naruto. And we all have this phase, so it's okay.
Absolutely.
And after that, I guess I just matured and really tried to understand what real storytelling is, what storytelling actually means. And now I'm basically studying creative writing, among other things. And I experienced that it's way harder than you actually think to tell a story. It's not easy. There's a lot more to go into that. So that's something I learned. I know that wasn't the question, but that's for information.
Great answer.
Thank you.
What about you, Genji? Because again, you did escape to Japan to find manga. So how was that?
Well, the manga in Germany wasn't enough for me, so I went to Japan. But yeah, I think I started like really young with drawing. Like I couldn't write, but I already drew like little comics. Like that time, it was those blue little guys who are haunted by this big guy.
Smurfs?
Yeah. Smurfs.
Smurfs. Oh, damn, Kyle. You're good, Kyle. You're good.
I'm trying to think. Blue little guys, and it's either the Smurfs or the Blue Abadi Abadai music video. So I'm gonna go with Smurfs, Kyle, just for my own sanity.
Kyle, I thought I had truly gotten old. I was like, I don't know what the hell she just said. Maybe that's something new that happened. Wow.
So I drew a lot of them. Like I drew little stories, and but then as I went to school, I matured. I wanted to try new stuff, but in Germany at that time there was no manga, so there was a dead time. Like I didn't read comic and I barely drew, and then there was this Sailor Moon and Pokemon, and this engaged my heart like in a way that I could express my feelings. So we started drawing comics and storytelling, and this didn't stop like until today.
I think it's important to mention because I know this. I'm not sure if Christina does, but Christina, Genji's older than you, so that's why the two of you have different experiences. Because it's funny because I went to Germany. I went to Munich in the late '90s for video games. I was there to promote some video games, and I remember seeing the anime boom and the manga boom that was happening at the time. It was still very much in its infancy. Pokemon is what brought it to Europe, and it's funny because I listened to Genji and like Genji, she's referencing that. I'm like, exactly. Pokemon was what started it. Before that, you guys didn't have much manga, and so when I listen to you, I'm like, oh, you came much later. Because you're talking about, oh yeah, there's all this manga, which is true. For people who are watching this real quickly, we're gonna go to you next, Rashad, but just people who don't know this, if you look at the scale of manga sales in the world, Japan is at the top, France is behind it, Germany is behind that, and America comes in fourth. People don't know that, but America is after Germany. And so that is a really telling statistic about just how popular manga is in Europe, or certain parts of Europe. But to Christina's point, they have a lot of German mangaka today, but Genji being a little older, she does not remember that because that wasn't the case when I was going to Germany. That was not the case. So, Rashad, what about you, man? What got you in manga? I know Naruto. You can go and say you agree with Christina.
Oh yeah, definitely. But no, it's crazy. I had because I had already been drawing like crappy comics since I don't know how old I was. I think I sent like 3 submissions to like Image Comics, maybe 1 to DC, but it would always get rejected. And so I was like, well, there has to be something I'm doing wrong. And so then that's when I, started brushing up on my writing, all that good stuff. And I was already watching anime, but I didn't know that it was based off of mangas at the time.
Right.
So when I was in high school, I had a friend, I guess his dad would send him like Naruto books, like the actual Naruto books, and he would read them in Japanese. And he would like we would take like, I forgot what class it was together, but every time we got in that class, he would tell me what was happening ahead of the anime before it ever actually happened. And I was so excited and giddy about it until one of the days he gave me one of his books. And when he gave me that book, that was it for me. I was like, you know what? Instead of trying to do a Western-based comic, I kind of want to do a manga.
So just as a reminder to everybody, head over to Saturday-am.com. Make sure you download the app, get the app, because that's really the key to unlocking the whole Saturday AM universe, the Saturday universe. Correct?
Yes. Yeah, it is. So if
you're
the app right there. Whoops, crap! I can't.
It's right there. We see it. There you go. If you're struggling to find it, head over to cadetscon.com. Click on Cadets Con links, and it's right there. You'll see the Saturday AM logo. You click on that, and it'll take you right to the website. That way, like I said, if you're having trouble finding it because you're watching this on your phone and you can't do both things at once, just head over there as soon as we're done and download the app. So, I guess the next question I have is I was into manga when I was young, when I was in middle school and early in high school, and then I dove real deep into comics. And now I'm coming back to manga. If someone were to come to you and say, hey, I saw your work through the Saturday AM app, what else could I be reading? I guess the question I have is, what other brands in the Saturday AM universe would you be most excited to have your creations cross over with? Because we're talking about Saturday Wars, so it's coming. Everybody's going to get thrown into one big tussle. Who are you most excited about collaborating with from the Saturday AM universe?
Well, I'm writing it, so I have a different answer on that. We'll go around the horn. Christina, who would you like for your characters to? Who would you like for your Wolf to be?
I think I would like her to meet the main girl from No to Heaven. I forgot her name. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Serenity or something, because she also fights, and it's like a girl group who's fighting. So I want her to team up with her to slay demons or whatever. So that's my answer.
That's a throwback.
She appears in Saturday Wars, by the way. That's actually really interesting. That you've given me a scene, Christina.
Yay.
Okay. All right. What about Rashad? You really can't answer this either because you're drawing it. What about you, Tony Dawkins? Your character appears there too, but
yeah, I mean, only because like I've talked to this creator, so I'd say Paradise Down, because I mean the world is very fun, very like, and I think that we've kind of like paralleled a lot of times, so I think it'd just be like a nice like dichotomy that would be going on with that.
Yeah.
So I'd say Jamie Molina.
Okay, yeah, Jamie Molina, Paradise Down, one of our series. Genji, obviously your stuff is new, but who would you put in this boat?
I haven't read every story yet, but I think Saigami looks very interesting, and I think the characters would do a good Kanke human relationship.
Yeah. That would be that would be cool. So Saigami is one of our series. She has a very big role in the Saturday Wars. Her character, as does Apple Black and Bully Eater, Clock Striker, Massive Multiplayer World of Ghosts, Soul Beat, Hammer, and a host of other series. What I can say is that these two characters are not going to get along, and I think it's going to surprise some people. Cast and Soulbeat are going to be Clockstriker and Soulbeat are going to end up having a close relationship because of just culturally. There's going to be a number of meetings for characters, and some of them are going to be very funny for people, I think, when they see them. The goal with it, though, Kyle, just to be blunt, was that we wanted to give all the characters a sense that, just like an Avengers movie, the characters have to fit the story. So we do try to give the characters a different type of agency for the crossover so that they have a different sense of how they interact with each other. There'll be characterizations that you'll see in some of the characters that make sense in the story that you may not have seen prior to that. But it all comes together. Every character gets a big moment. So it's very cool.
So let's talk about those guys you just held up.
Yeah.
You sent me this beautiful picture of them. Tell me about these figures.
So there's a company called Jabberwocky Toys. They're a brand new toy company. In fact, some of the principles behind it were connected to the toys that came out a couple of years ago called Skylanders, if you guys remember those toys. And so they created a new company, and the first toys they have coming out the gate are going to be these sort of collectibles. And basically, they're called blown up punches, or like the kind of punch figures we used to have just back in the day, where you kind of knock them down, they kind of come back up. Except
like a Weeble.
Yeah. Except these, you can move the arms and stuff, and they do have some molded parts, and they're very cool. They're very fun. These are not meant to obviously be action figures. They're meant to be collectibles that you can just enjoy on your desk. These are early prototypes, so there's still some changes. There's some several changes to Sano here, which is the biggest character in the Saturday M arsenal. The few characters coming to Sal from Bully Eater. And then we have a third figure, which is Mastery Multiplayer Where It Goes, Daedalus Bond, which is a big, giant, monster character. They'll be doing more toys from this line next year, but pre-orders for these collectibles will be coming up in the next maybe 2 weeks. We got some cool add-ons with it as well if you pre-order them, so you'll be able to get some exclusive items. Past that, we've also got some statues coming next year. So the same company, Jabberwocky's got some gorgeous statues coming. A really beautiful one with Clockstriker, or another really cool one with Saigami and Imwog and other characters. So some great stuff coming. Eventually, we hope to see all of our characters from Saturday PM, Saturday Brunch, licensed out in different ways. In fact, we have a big apparel announcement we'll be making very soon. So we're really excited. These characters coming out in different medium.
You sent me a bunch of really cool images.
Yeah.
Do you wanna work through those, or we did have one question from Val. Just please clarify: are your books and merch available only at your site and on Amazon? She would like to order it through her local comic book shop. Do you do that? Do you partner with local comic shops and manga shops?
So let me say up front. So we've been working on. First of all, I'm a big supporter of local comic book stores. I'm an American guy. I grew up in the 1980s. I support and cherish the local comic book stores. We were at Comics Pro a couple of years ago, or 2 years ago, and my favorite all-time line. I want to say this for all of your people watching this, because I know the Comic Shop Network is on this as well. Mm-hmm. The best line came from Brian Hibbs in a speech he gave early one morning. And I know Brian Hibbs, some people like Brian Hibbs, some people don't. He's very opinionated, but he had this amazing line where he said, let's be very clear about something. Before the Marvel superhero movies came out, before the Netflix and streaming services came out, the American comic book store was what kept those superheroes in the discussion. Without those comic book stores, you would not have a Marvel comic movie, and he is right. He is 1,000% correct. The American comic book store is what has given the world these superheroes in the last couple of years, and there's a debt of gratitude that any comic book creator owes to the hardworking men and women who sat there and busted their butt slugging through, floppy comics month in and month out, week in and week out, in stores that typically didn't always have the best infrastructure and the best support. So a big shout out to comic book stores. We went to Comics Pro. We had a wonderful meeting with over 100 comic book stores. We were told that they absolutely love what Saturday M stands for. They want to support us. We've been trying to get with Diamond, and Diamond's had a lot of difficulties, obviously, since COVID. So we're still trying to work our way through that. If someone can tell us another method, we've tried the independent distributors that popped up after DC left Diamond. We've had some difficulty with them as well. I think everybody's kind of skittish right now because they don't know what's going to happen with retail. But folks, if there's a way for us to get product into your stores, please reach out to us. You can contact me directly at publisher@saturday-am.com. We speak to 15 million impressions per month on average, 500,000 followers on social media weekly. So let us know how we can help get those people into your stores.
And just, Fred, if it doesn't happen today, remind me on Monday and I can put you in touch with a bunch of people. Just, I know I'll forget because I got a lot going on this weekend, but hit me up Monday and we'll put you in. Jen King put together something that's fabulous that'll actually, I'm sure people will be excited to see you in.
We'll
So, all right,
you
sent me these beautiful images, and we got a few minutes left. So let's kind of work through what you sent me here. This is Saturday AM issue 121.
Yeah, that's by Genji, and
There you go.
Yep, that's Bloodstained Snow. So that's her series.
Wait.
It's beautiful.
And then we've got
that is Clock Striker, one of the most popular series we have in the magazine. She's Shonen Manga's first Black female lead character. We got some collectibles coming for her next year, some apparel coming for her this year. She's a star of Saturday Wars. She's a really big character. In fact, the series has been on hiatus for a little while. It returns this fall, this in Q4 this year in the magazine, drawn by a new artist out of France named Asaka. So we're really excited about this. Hammer, one of our most popular series, is by Jay Oden. Jay Oden is one of our most accomplished comic creators. Jay Oden has a comic book coming out, a graphic novel coming out next year by Onrie Press. He's done work with Antarctic Press. He's done work with USA Today, the newspaper. So Jay is hands down one of our most accomplished creators, one of the nicest people to ever meet, and one of the most talented people I've ever had a chance to meet.
I agree.
Matthew Multiplayer World of Ghosts. This is the first series I created. I created Clock Striker in this. This was the first series to kick off Saturday AM. It's illustrated by one of the most talented, I know I say that a lot, young people I've ever met from New Zealand. He sounds like Taika Waititi, so you gotta love him. His name is Oscar Fong. And it is basically Yu-Gi-Oh, which I was part of the group to help make Yu-Gi-Oh popular in the U.S. I brought it into Blockbuster stores across the country and helped Yu-Gi-Oh become this gigantic multi-billion-dollar franchise. But it's a very similar concept, except this kid can summon video game type characters called ghosts, and he is an Indian American lead character. I grew up with a best friend who was Indian. I live in a neighborhood with a lot of Indian people. I've worked with a lot of Indian people. And it just struck me as bizarre and sad that we don't have more great depictions of Indian Americans beyond like Apu from The Simpsons. I mean, it's ridiculous. So I'm proud and honored to be producing Imlog. That's another
panel art.
Yeah, that's another piece from Imlog there. That's a beautiful piece from
This struck me.
Snow. Yep, by Genji. One thing I want to say, too, about that, you all obviously have met Genji. She's extraordinarily talented, and we hope that she'll keep working with us. We're working hard to see if she'll join us regularly. But what I will say on this is that Genji, this debuted during Summer of Manga, which is running through all of our issues of summer. And Summer of Manga, folks, is the way that we discover new creators. So if you are a new creator who wants to reach out to us from anywhere, from India, from Pakistan, from South Africa, from anywhere around the world, please download our app. Please follow us regularly. You don't have to be a subscriber. And we notify the people who use our app every year when we do Summer of Manga. You can submit your content to us. And if we approve it, then it'll get to run the magazine just like Genji. And then who knows what happens from there. But this is a beautiful piece of work from a fantastic creator. This is Outland by the one and only Rashad Milhouse. This is this is Saturday PM, which is our magazine devoted to seinen manga. So this is more mature series. Outland's a sci-fi epic, as we talked about earlier. The thing about Outland that I want to highlight, aside from the fact that the artwork is absolutely gorgeous, Rashad is going to be doing the artwork for Saturday Wars as well, which is our gigantic crossover. By the way, there's a video coming up with Rashad's takes on Apple Black and Clock Striker stuff coming up next week. It's going to be on White Manga's channel, so please look for it. But that said, the thing about this issue of Saturday PM, which is issue number 5, you can find it in our app, is that this was really, along with issue number 4 and issue number 6, the turnaround for this magazine. If you want to know why Saturday PM is so special and has so many fans, check out issues 4, 5, and 6, which features the debut of J.R. DeBard with Underground, Outland with Rashad Millhouse, and Codename Villain with Ferris Kayed and Talal Imam.
All right.
No, I'm firing through all these. There's Titan Kings. Our latest issue is out right now by Tony Dawkins. You can see that, as I said earlier, Titan King, when I think of Titan King, I think of the nostalgia I have for the 1980s and all the just kind of really awesome and fun series like Jason the Wood Warriors and Galaxy Rangers and Thundercats. It's just fun, and it's just I could so see having a big toy and Rex Leo, which is a big kind of half-line Griffin type monster character. It's just badass looking. Look at that red. Again, I'm a sucker for good character design, so it's really cool stuff, and it's a fun series. Like if you're looking for a good action-packed fun time, Titan King is it. And this is the official cover of Super Saturday Magazine. We are coming out. So our app is the main way you can interact with Saturday AM. It's free to download. New issues of Saturday AM are free in the app. But Super Saturday Magazine is the first physical magazine for manga that's come out in the West, at least, since Shonen Jump. All original content. Nothing in here is going to be being brought over from the app. The Saturday Wars crossover is going to be here exclusively. We have articles. In fact, I can say this since you guys speak to a lot of comic book fans. We have an interview in this issue exclusively with Karen Berger, the editor behind Swamp Thing and some of the great classic 1980s British creators, Hellblazer, John Constantine. She's amazing, and we're honored to have a chance to have an exclusive interview with her in this magazine.
Right.
And then here's Saturday Brunch. So Saturday Brunch is a magazine, brand new magazine, so it's still getting started. In fact, issue 1 comes out in September. But Saturday Brunch is features Josei, which is older female reader stories. So these are stories that aren't like, how I fell in love and, the boy doesn't like me. These are like, really hard-hitting, awesome stories featuring female protagonists. This image here, in fact, all the images I think I submitted because we were running out of time, were by an artist named Sama, and she is Saudi Arabian. That series that was just before was called Kill Shot. That was called Henshin, and this was called Grimheim, which is the badass medieval series by Christina Onderbach. So if you love Berserk and Vinland Saga, you're looking for an awesome action-oriented tale featuring a female protagonist in this time, you can check it out. Issue 1 comes out in the app on September 19th. A page from Clock Striker, again, Shonen Manga's first black female lead character. A page from Apple Black by White Manga.
I just like this page here, and the page that Ginji did. When I was uploading them, I'm going, these are really speaking to me. This is a really cool. It's a really cool look, and I really dig it.
Kyle, I saw your O face when you posted them, so I know, Kyle. You can't hide it, Kyle. I saw it. Kyle was excited, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, it doesn't take a lot to get me excited. In the sense that when I know creators, I feel the passion. I really do.
Yeah.
I can see it in your eyes. When Ginji's art came up, I could see her down in the little screen at the bottom where I could see everybody, and she's so amped to see her stuff up there. And Christina got all excited when Saturday Brunch came up, and I could feel that. So I'm as amped for you guys to see this grow and to see this become a much bigger, much more broad thing, and to help you. I'm so excited to be able to help you guys maybe get with some distribution and get with some of my comic store friends who right now we're hurting for manga. It's hard to get some of the big names, and I don't want to name any of them, but it's hard to get some of them right now because the distribution is so messed up and they're sold out everywhere. But to put somebody with an international company with so much passion and fire for what they're doing really gets me like pumped. Like I'm
No,
the adrenaline is flowing.
Let me just say this one thing. Again, I know you speak to so many people here who are either comic shop owners or support the American comic book system. And I do want to say one thing too. In creating the manga that we're creating, one of the other stipulations that I try to impose upon our creators, and impose is not the right word, but I try to guide them in something, which is that you don't need 30 volumes to tell a story. Because one of the reasons why manga is so difficult in the U.S. is because you can't stock 30 volumes in the average comic book store. You can't do it. So what are you going to do? Carry Naruto and Dragon Ball and then you're out? Carry One Piece and you're done? Like, that's not how it works in America. So, Apple Black, Clock Strike. I can tell you this on record right now. Apple Black, Clock Striker, Hammer. These are popular series that at best are going to have somewhere between 5 and 7 volumes. So when you realize that, we're here to be responsive, not just to the wallets, but to the stores in terms of how they stock the books, how they operate with the books. Again, you can see here that, this is a slightly bigger than average manga size, but it's not, it's easily merchandisable. So,
yeah, absolutely. So, one more time, we're up against the clock here. So, one more time, Saturday-am.com. Download the app. Follow all these people on social media. Their links will be up on the Cadets Con links page as well here shortly. But right now, we've got a big link for Saturday AM. Go check that out. I'm sure you can find everybody there as well. Thank you so much, guys, for being here. It's been so much fun. Thank you for starting off Cadets Con, in such a way that's gotten so many people excited, to go out and find your stuff.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Thanks to everyone on our side, all of our teammates, everyone here, Raymond Brown, Jay Oden, Morgan Walker, all the folks who helped me, Carlos Benitez, Jackie Brandy, everyone who helped put all this stuff together. Thank you guys so much. And we will see you guys soon, I'm sure. But thank you all.
We will be, guys, if you're watching Saturday or if you're watching Cadets Con, we will be back in just over 1 minute with, the guy who's directly to that side of me on this screen, Will Holland, and his panel. See you in a minute. Big Will Holland.
Hello.
That was a great panel, man.
It was great to be a part of it, indeed.
We had a lot of fun. But now we're moving on.
It is time.
To Pencil Ninja.
Yes. So let's get this thing started. First of all, Kyle, thank you for the opportunity. Go ahead.
No problem, man. I want to jump right in with you because we've been working together on Cadets Con now for a couple of months, and I know you're a creator, and we've talked a little bit about it, but let's dig in a little deeper. How did you come to get into comics and to be a comic creator?
So I have drawn, according to my mother, I've drawn since I could hold a pencil. And so I've always tried to put things together, and a lot of times what happened was I would have questions. So at times, the way I answered those questions involved drawing. So, like, for example, I remember one time my mother, when I was in college, I was drawing a character named Trey for a comic strip that we were doing at the local newspaper. And one day, and it's funny because it wrapped out of Saturday AM coming into this, because I was reading a lot of manga, and at the time, and I was like, I don't see a whole lot of people that look like me in this. And I'm older. So it's like, if I was a kid looking for myself in something, where would that be? And so I started slowly kind of changing Trey into what eventually became Pencil Ninja. And so, I loved Mega Man growing up, and different things like that. A lot of different like that style of Astro Boy and things like that. Hey Val, how's it going? Tina, by the way, I love Tina's energy. Tina's been in here just ready to go. So anyway, so watching a lot of shows, stuff like that, as I got older, I was like, what if I could create a character that was like a sugar-powered robot boy, and then give him a character like a grandpa type character that's kind of wise and things like that. And so they have these adventures, and he's a kid, so of course he's impulsive. And so sometimes he'll run into situations that that may be bigger than him. And so grandpa is kind of the one that has to rein him in and teach him how to focus on things and teach him how to work it. And so I always try to come up with lessons to teach during the course of each episode, whether it's in a children's book that he's in or whether it's in a comic book.
So tell us, Will, because again, we're here, it's Comic-Con. Where can people pick up Pencil Ninja? Where can they pick up the work of Will Holland?
So the main place, a lot of my stuff is on Amazon. So that's where it primarily goes. It's going to be www.amazon.com/author/William Holland. And that's the place you can go to get the majority of the Pencil Ninja world. Whether it's stuff like Hero Needed, whether it's stuff like Only Love Can Heal Us, or Your Life Matters, different things like that, different books and things like that are there with a lot of illustrations and a lot of stories. One of my favorite stories that I've had a chance to do was John Henry, Pencil Ninja's book report on John Henry, where I kind of talk about my love for John Henry and the folklore, but also putting a perspective of a little boy who's basically talking about why John Henry means so much to him. And so a lot of the work, if you honestly want to get it that way, I've got some work today that's pretty exclusive with me. And so you'll get that directly from me. So, I mean, you
froze.
And do that. And then, of course,
You froze for a second. Start over with that bit.
I froze. Okay. So basically you would go I didn't realize I froze. So basically you would go Will_Holland@hotmail.com and then email me. And then I can get that stuff out to you if need be as well. So like I said, the exclusive stuff I got on me is not really at Amazon because a lot of that is stuff that I've got here. So but as far as regular work, doing things like that, as far as my commissions as well, that would work the same way.
All right. Do you so just reach out to Will Holland on social media. You can email cadetscon@gmail.com and we'll get you with Will. That way that will help as well. So you talked about Pencil Ninja's book report on
John Henry.
John Henry, and I'm just in my head I'm hearing the song. and so it's really interesting to me that we're talking about you took your stab at a iconic character.
Mm-hmm.
What influences you in terms of the way you tell your stories? Is it just still questions you have, or is it
questions I have? I'll be honest. I was a kid who grew up on stuff like Fat Albert, He-Man, G.I. Joe, stuff like that. And so a lot of times, especially at the end of each episode, you would have a through line through the episode. And at the end of the episode, you come back with a moral. Like you come back, He-Man, for example, would be like, today, kids, Orko learned a valuable lesson about trust. He learned that sometimes trust can be broken. The important thing you have to do, hello, Paula. Shout out people that are in here. But the main thing was that they would have a moral lesson that they would teach, or sometimes it'd be something like, with Fat Albert, for example, it'd be like, man, today, this character learned about the importance of not stealing. something like that. And I feel like kids still need those lessons, because and so with Pencil Ninja, I get to tell stories and kind of do that same thing. Whether it's about accepting yourself for who you are, whether it's accepting others for who they are, and different things like that. It's incredible to get a chance to kind of tell those stories so that when kids read it, whether it be parents reading to their kids, whether it be kids reading it themselves, they can get that sense of, hey, I can do that. I may not be able to fly around in a superhero outfit and save the planet for saving the world. Jingles! What's up, man? But it's beautiful to be able to share those type of stories. So sometimes it's questions I'm asking, but also just how I could, if I could sit in front of a kid for 10 minutes and say, hey, let me help you be a better person. I like to tell those type of stories through Pencil Ninja stuff. So
to go a little bit of a different direction, last night, Will, you were part of our Ready, Set, Draw event, which was an amazing time. You can find those links on the Space Cadets eBay page for some of the art, and I'm still collecting the art from other people who were there just to get sent over to her. But one of the things that you did last night that I was so impressed with was the way you draw and the way you technically drew. It was really great to see you outline something in pencil, and then without really having to figure it out and shade it in pencil, you were doing it in ink. Is that a skill you learned over time, or is that something you studied? How did you come to have that ability?
I practiced a lot. I'll show this is one of the things we did yesterday.
Yeah, that was one of the that was one of the pieces that Will had put together for last night at the Ready, Set, Draw event.
I think a lot of it for me is just a lot of practice. I really wanted to do something. First of all, I had a brother that suggested something like that. And so for me, it was like I need to lay out the basics for what I'm doing and then put in the rest of what I see in my head. Because anytime you commit to pencil, especially, that's one more thing you have to erase. And so for me, it's like I want to put down the least amount of pencil stuff that I need to put down to get the general idea and then draw the rest out in ink. That's something that works best for me. I can't say everybody works that way, but that's the way I did it.
So I'm good. I froze for a second.
Okay.
It's my end never freezes. This is so weird. So the Pencil Ninja, you talked about representation, and we just had Saturday AM on, and they're all about representation. What does it mean to you, and what are you seeing in the industry with there is so much more representation now? What are you seeing, and how does that feel to see that?
Okay, so first things first, I want to quote Dwayne McDuffie, who I consider one of my comic book heroes. He said something a while back that really spoke to me and still speaks to me, which is I don't need people to create people to create black characters. I don't need people to create Asian characters. I don't need people to create different characters of all representations and types. What I need is to create good characters. Because if you create a good character, then it doesn't matter that, oh, they're black, oh, they're lesbian or gay or whatever. If I've got good characters, then I'm along for the ride no matter what they represent. But I want that representation to be something that's based on the character that they are. Because I feel like I care about it more when it's a good character. And then it's like I can attach myself to whatever's there. So I feel like when it comes to representation, I feel like the first thing I always want to see is good characters that people, no matter, in universal stories. And so when it comes to Pencil Ninja, if I'm talking about bullying, that's not a specific issue that only certain people deal with. But
absolutely,
when you see the story, I want you to be able to see yourself in it as much as possible, so that way, you're able to identify and say, hey, I don't like it, or I didn't like it as a kid and I was bullied. And man, I wish there was something I could hand to somebody and say, hey, if you're being bullied, this is something that might help you think about it differently or ways to deal with it. Or even if you're the bully, you know, hey, when you do this, this hurts people. So how can you not do that? And so that's the kind of thing, and those are the kind of stories I want to tell. But the representation piece is more about this. I think when people look at stuff, they want to be able to see themselves in it, no matter who they are, no matter where they come from, no matter what socioeconomic, economic, or whatever background they come from.
Yeah, I think that's really important. And because comic book readers do come from every walk of life, finding universal stories like that really is the key to good storytelling. Don't you agree?
I do, absolutely. Because, I mean, whether you're talking about, for example, if you say, okay, you're telling a Batman story or you're telling, say, a Spider-Man story, why have those characters existed so long? You know, we've seen so many comic book characters kind of come and go. But some of these characters have become iconic primarily because their stories are universal.
Yeah. I think that's really true. Do you want to take a second and show some people some of the stuff you've got that's exclusive? Maybe not the big one, but some of, like, I know you have some prints and stuff that are really cool.
Okay.
People?
Let's show some prints off first. Okay, so this is Harley Quinn and Punchline. If you've been following the Batman comics lately, of course, Punchline is Joker's new girl Friday, so to speak. I don't call her Joker's new girlfriend. I don't call her the new Harley because she's not necessarily either of those. She's kind of in it for her own ways. But so that's the first print I've got. Then I kick it a little old school, and I go back to something I grew up with when I was a kid. And the Masters of the Universe, He-Man. And some of the Masters, there's, of course, his Man-at-Arms, and Orko, Ram Man, the Sorceress, and Tila. This one I think a lot of people will love. If you don't know who this is, there's Baby Yoda.
I'd like to visit your cave if you don't know who that is.
You may be cute, but are you Baby Yoda cute? So that's the question.
That one's one of my favorites, Will.
Most recently, of course, since we mentioned Batman and stuff earlier, it's a Batman who laughs.
Mm-hmm. I watched you draw that one the other night. We were on a conference call working on planning this, and Will's like, I'm going to share my screen. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what you're going to share. I've got all the stuff on my end, and Will's just drawing this Batman who laughs, and watching it come together from like a black and white sketch to being fully colored was amazing.
And, of course, there's Black Panther.
T'Challa,
the King of Wakanda.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I have a terrible joke that I tell. Do you know why stormtroopers are terrible? Why they're not
the fact they can't shoot well?
No. It's why they're not very good. Is because they won't say Wakanda forever. They're just Wakanda for now.
Oh, wow.
The stormtrooper salute is only half Wakanda Wakanda forever. Stormtrooper salute, Wakanda for now.
Okay.
If they had been trained by the Black Panther, they might be better.
If they've been trained by the Black Panther, you don't need Vader.
That's true. John says his son loves that Black Panther.
Oh my gosh, that is so cool. We will work out a way for you to get that if you're interested in it.
Yeah, John, reach out to cadetscon@gmail.com or Will Holland on social media. There are links at cadetscon.com in the CadetsCon links section to his Amazon, and I will link to his Facebook page as well. Jingle said something earlier when we were talking about stories. I've always felt that it's most important just to make good characters first and make diversity a point to go alongside it.
Yeah, now Jingles has a special place in my heart. He's one of my co-hosts from a podcast that I do. And so we actually just did an episode not too long ago called Are We Canceled? Talking about, cancel culture, but also about the Todd McFarlane documentary that came out. And so we really shared a lot about what makes good characters and kind of how Todd broke the mold for like Spider-Man and sales and all that different stuff, and how he broke the rules really for what Marvel had set up at the time.
I haven't seen the documentary yet, but I know you do a podcast, and I knew you do a podcast. I want to talk to you about your podcast. Where can people find your podcast?
Okay, so the fastest, easiest way I'm sure you can find conversations about ... is on Spotify. You just do a search for it. It's also on Google Podcasts. It's also available on just about anywhere our podcasts are available. It's available on Apple as well. I always recommend when you do that, put it in quotations, because if you don't put it in quotations, it'll pull up every single podcast that has the words "conversations about" in it. So if you quote it, it'll isolate to that episode, that podcast, and then you'll be able to find it that way the quickest.
And you do it here on YouTube, right?
I do a YouTube channel. I primarily draw on my YouTube channel.
All right, you draw on your YouTube channel.
Mm-hmm.
I got confused because I was looking at your YouTube channel yesterday because we're broadcasting to your YouTube channel right now, and so I got a little confused about
the podcast will eventually get up there. I'm still trying to figure out how to take the audio and edit it and all that fun stuff to where I can put it on there. But the episodes will eventually go there.
Jingles can certainly tell you how cool Will and his podcast are, and Tina is all about your podcast.
Well, Tina actually has a podcast too. Her stuff's pretty awesome. I was actually listening to her second episode today. So
there you go. So,
hey, Kyle, can I ask you a question? Since we talk about old school stuff, I think we could throw it back a little bit. Maybe a throwback sketchbook, perhaps?
Yeah, absolutely. The sketchbook.
Mumra,
you got a lot of cool stuff in there, including a sketch of Mr. T, who I had forgotten until last night was in a bunch of cartoons.
I painted a fool. Don't hit me with that jibber jabber sucker.
Mr. T, who from the Rocky and the A-Team and that kind of stuff. Real quick, Will, before we continue, because we're up against a little bit of a clock here.
Okay.
We have to be out on CBSN by 12:30. Guys, if you're watching on CBSN, stay tuned for the great shows we have coming on CBSN. If you're watching on CBSN and want to stick with Cadets Con, head over to cadetscon.com or the Space Cadets Collection Facebook page. And there are links everywhere for that. But we're going to be out here in about 7 minutes from now on the Comic Book Shopping Network. So I just wanted to get that in so they knew where to go going forward. So let's talk more about the sketchbook, because there's a lot of characters. There's some other characters in there that I'm not as familiar with, just being a child of the 90s.
Okay.
But there are also some characters that, people are totally going to remember, like, the Rugrats and Powerpuff Girls and Darkwing Duck.
Mm-hmm.
We had a long conversation last night about Darkwing Duck.
Let's get dangerous. So it's a lot of cool stuff. It's kind of a little bit from stuff from my world. So it's a little bit of throwbacks for me, but kind of to expose some people to stuff they may not be as familiar with. And so it gets people that opportunity to kind of go in and kind of go back and look. And so we're talking about that. And so any other questions related to that as far as the throwback sketchbook?
Yeah, guys, if you have questions for Will, throw them in the comments. We'll pop them on screen. So one of my favorite questions to ask people, Will, and I think it tells a lot about the creator.
Okay.
Is if there's one person in the industry who you haven't worked with, that you would love to work with, or that would be your wildest dreams to work with, who would it be?
Wildest dreams to work with in the industry. I believe his name is Kieran Grant. He does I'm sorry, not Kieran Grant. Clifford Green. He is the artist and I believe the writer for Bitterroot.
Mm-hmm.
And I love his artwork. I love the kinetics of it all. I love the way there's a bounce to it. Of course, also Sean Galloway is another one, and I've been a big fan of his work for forever and a day. I got to meet him at a con in Dallas several years ago and talk with him, and then I followed him on DeviantArt. So we messaged back and forth for different times. I still follow him on social media and everything. His artwork's really incredible. and I really, I love it. So yeah, if it was one of the two, I would say I would work with either one of those two primarily.
So you've got Pencil Ninja, which is a thing that we've been talking about. What else do you have in the works? Do you have other projects and other characters you're playing with?
So one of my favorite characters that I've done, I wrote a book a while back called Obviously Santa's a Spy. And so I would love to be able to go into kind of Santa Claus's world during the year and really go in and do some other stuff with him, really have him on some spy missions and different things like that. But then also have some more stuff at home. Like, maybe him and Mrs. Claus are working out and the elves come in and somebody comes in. It's like, we're having a problem with the toy plant. He's like, I don't have time for that right now. It's like, we need you to fix it. Help fix it. So he goes in and it's like the mundane things. I kind of want a mix of Family Matters mixed with like Mission Impossible.
The mundane part of Superman's life or of Santa Claus's life?
Yep, mixed in with the spy stuff.
That's a fun concept.
Really expand that world.
What stories do you have coming from Pencil Ninja? What do you have?
So Pencil Ninja, the next phase in the Pencil Ninja plan, this first phase was more like introducing him. And kind of the focus has been about the pencil part, the more playful, the artist, the more playful part, the part, like the rocket fist and stuff like that, all those fun things from old school anime and stuff like that I love so much. But eventually he's going to have to learn how to become the ninja. I can't say why yet, but I can say that it involves a certain person in his life getting kidnapped. And so in order for him to go in, like he's going to try to go in like he normally would, all guns blazing and everything. And then he's going to realize that he can't go in that way to save his grandpa. And so he's going to have to learn the ways of the ninja. He's going to have to learn them, in a body, basically he's going to imagine an 8-year-old trying to learn to be stealthy.
Right.
And all the craziness that goes through. And plus, they have to learn it from a girl. Because there's a woman that Grandpa already kind of put in place to help train him, but the stuff kind of goes off quicker than it's supposed to because of what happens. So Grandpa kind of has this contingency plan, not knowing that he was going to get kidnapped, of course, or he couldn't tell Pencil Ninja at this point in your programming you need to go do this. So it kind of speeds everything up a bit for him, but he has to kind of grow up quick because there are some very evil people with some very methodical plans that deal with robots and wanting to replace people in war. And Grandpa has never really been down for that concept.
Yeah. That's an interesting way to look at it, is that, you've been calling him Pencil Ninja from the beginning, but you don't really know why. And now you're getting to that part of the story, which I think, really is a really kind of big leap forward.
Mm-hmm. And so there'll be some upgrades to his programming. He will kind of grow up in more of the upgrade fashion. Like there'll be certain things he does, and he'll get certain abilities that he didn't have access to before in his programming. He'll go through some slight physical changes, but more importantly, he'll go through a lot more emotional changes because he'll have to do some things that he's not used to doing. Especially the slowing down and kind of the stillness of being the ninja, and everything. So.
Yeah, no, that's a really interesting way of pushing it forward. We're at the midway point here with Will Holland on Cadets Con and the Will Holland panel. Coming up next is Tom Hutchison from Big Dog Ink. Head over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links, and a bunch of Will's links are there, as well as links to all of our guests will be there as they come on. And we have guests for our partners or links for our partners as well available there. Will, your art style, who would you consider your biggest influence in your art style?
Oh, wow. When I was growing up, I would definitely say, I love Jack Kirby stuff. A lot of Jack Kirby stuff was real big and bulky. and the musculature was such a unique way. And then he had these crazy splash colors going in the background. I remember reading some of his Thor stuff and just being blown away. Joe Kubert and his sons really part of it. As I got older, Ed McGuinness, Jim Lee, Todd McFarland, Dale Keown. When I draw stuff, I tend to draw big. And so I want to draw big. I want to draw expressive. I want to draw stuff that when people see it, it's just like, oh, wow, that's really, and you not only connect with the act, what's going on, you actually connect with the emotionality. So I feel like with those artists, they're really very expressive. And I mean, then you got Jim Lee, who's just, just woof. Just a whole other level of artist as far as his detail goes. And I mean, him and Scott Williams are like a team that can't be beat. They're, as far as I'm concerned, they're the Jordan and Pippen of the comic book world.
Can't wait to see more Pencil Ninja stuff, and same.
Yes, comic makers here. Woo!
So you've mentioned Dale Keown a couple times. What is it about his work that draws you so in?
His Hulk run was the first time I really saw him.
I was hoping you'd say.
His Hulk run, man, just seeing the muscles on the Hulk, just seeing just tendons. And then you got to see, like with Peter David, he was writing this big psychological piece that was behind the scope of it. Like you're finding out all about like Bruce Banner's dad and how Bruce Banner's dad influenced him, and then you get introduced to the Dark Hulk. Dale Keown really continues what McFarlane started with the Gray Hulk and Joe Fixit and all this other stuff. But then you see the Green Hulk, and he's more of this rage monster and all this other stuff. And then eventually you get a Professor Hulk that is like this big, huge, and I mean, the physicality shifted because like you see all these different versions of Hulk kind of fighting against each other. And then at some point, whenever Banner makes up his mind that he can reconcile them, and when he does, and you get this huge, just boom, new Professor Hulk who's bigger than all of them combined, but yet he's smarter. He's smarter because he's got access to Banner's intelligence. And so it's really beautiful. And again, it's just that whole idea of his musculature. And man, I mean, then you see him in Pitt whenever he went to Image, and then you got big muscular aliens. I don't know that Dale Keown knows how to draw. Like if I was in a Dale Keown comic, I would be ripped, shredded. And I would pray for the body he would give me in it. I don't know that he draws fluffy people very well because all his characters are just jacked.
Right. He does muscles. Like, Jim Lee, or not Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld does pockets and big guns. Dale Keown does muscles.
Yeah. Muscles on top of muscles. And I mean, that's the same way with McGuinness's work. His is a little bit more cartoony, which is, I like that throws to more of my cartoony style, but his muscles, he's got muscle on top of muscles. Like he knows the muscle groups.
Mm-hmm.
That's for certain.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that's interesting about indie creators to me, and it's why I love talking about them, is that indie creators most of the time have a day job. So the comics are a second, or not a second thing, but they're a thing that they do because they love it, not because it's what's paying their bills. So
right.
Tell me a little bit about that. How do you balance having a job that I know is very demanding of you? I mean, you had to log into work this morning while you're appearing at a convention. That's very demanding of you. How do you balance that with creating something like that?
Well, first thing I've had to learn how to do is shift focus, shift attention, shift my passion. Because whereas I'm working and I'm doing the day job and I'm going through and I'm answering questions and I'm trying to solve mysteries that are going on as it relates to travel and things, then it's like, okay, sometimes even something like that kind of inspires what I start writing or what I start working on. Funny story, the story that's in this book right here is a story that came out of a Pathfinder adventure that we did for the podcast. Jingles, who's on here, introduced me to the world of Pathfinder. I played D&D some in the past, and I played the old school Marvel role-playing game, but I really never played Pathfinder before. And so when Jingles introduced me to it, I started coming up with this monk character. who was a man of war for a long time, and then he realized that his anger and rage that he had couldn't really help him save the lives he thought it would. And so then he basically ends up going to like a Shaolin monastery, and there's a little old lady by the name of Master Ma who is there teaching these big burly dudes, and he just comes down, he kind of falls down, and he's just like, teach me the ways of peace. She's like, I can teach you the ways of peace, but there's a lot more you need to learn. And so she's like, let's see if you can make it a week. And so she goes through things with him and everything. And man, I mean, it's a story that will continue to develop. Excuse me. Yes, you are.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are, King.
That's absolutely fair.
And that's the thing, you know, it's I wanted to tell the story of a mountain of a man who, I'll show the picture of him real quick while I'm talking about it. He's a mountain of a man, but he has to learn to defend the lives of other people, not just himself. You know, he learns the importance of being selfless. And so that's kind of the story I really wanted to tell. That came a lot out of my work experience even, and kind of, you know, thinking about situations I deal with every day. It's like, how can I be more selfless when I'm dealing with people? How can I be more selfless as a person in life? And so that's kind of how that all kind of sparked together. So a lot of it's really just letting life inspire you, even when it's at work. And then taking those things and putting them into digestible chunks so that way people can get them and get the gist of the story out of it. Yeah, Jingles, when we did the initial campaign, Jingles actually drew Harbinger for us. And actually drew Harbinger and all our characters, and then went in and made little chips so we could move around and different things. We did it in Roll20.
Yeah. So you talked about being inspired by the world around you. And you told a story. You talked about it earlier, your Santa Claus day-to-day life story.
Mm-hmm.
But you told the story of how you came up with that concept last night. And I think that's a very interesting idea. That's a very interesting thought on being influenced by the world around you.
My mother, I'm a questioner. I question a lot of things. Can't wait for that. But my mother, I always question. So I had questions like when I grew up in the projects at one point. It was just like, how do I, you know, what do I do if I want to, you know, what if Santa Claus were to come in our house? I live in the projects. How's Santa Claus supposed to get in? There's no chimney. You know, how's Santa Claus supposed to get to the front door if it's locked? How does that make sense? You know, and I started thinking about questions like, well, how does he get around the world in less than 24 hours, even though time zones are different? And how is Christmas all done in one day? But yet, and my mother would just be like, here's a notebook, kid, write these questions down, and then maybe one day you'll find answers. Of course, when you ask a question, you're hoping that somebody will help you, will guide you, even if I don't give you the answer directly, at least guide you to the source of the answer. My mother was just kind of like, you ask a lot of questions, write them down. And so I did. And then eventually I was just like, well, wait a minute. If Santa was a spy, maybe he would have clearances to get into certain countries where other people couldn't fly over. Maybe if he had like a universal lockpick, he could get into houses that didn't have chimneys. Or maybe, you know, he would always have dog treats for dogs that were specific to the house. So that way, like, he'd go into one house and there'd be a Doberman Pinscher who only liked certain sweet treats. He would just happen to have those in his pouch or something. You know, he'd always try to be prepared and research each house enough to know what he needs to have. Like, how much of the cookies can he eat and not get sick? You know, as he's traveling around. Especially if Mrs. Claus is with him. Mrs. Claus is like, you know, you got to work on, you know, you're going to do some exercise, burn those cookies off. And stuff like that. And so it's just kind of those things. And so one day when I approached my mom and handed her the book, I was like, oh, by the way, here, I wrote, obviously Santa's a spy. She goes, of course you did. Of course you wrote a book about the questions you asked when you were a teenager. So sometimes the best way to answer questions is to be the person that answers them yourself. So Santa with a Batman utility belt with a lot more research as it relates to people. Like, you know, a spy is going to research wherever they're going, whether they're going in behind enemy lines, or whether they're going in to deliver presents to kids. You don't want to deliver, if Kyle wanted a pogo stick, you don't want to have him give him a jump rope. You got to do some research. You got to do some tech. Have some,
So Miss Jen has a great question.
Okay.
In a movie, who plays Pencil Ninja?
In a movie, who plays Pencil Ninja? I wish there was a person alive. I mean, honestly, what would more than likely happen would be he would be CG. Like the movie would be CG. I referenced the Astro Boy earlier. I would want a movie done like that, where it's a CG movie. But as far as a voice, Kevin Hart's kid voice from Captain Underpants. That's who I want to voice Pencil Ninja. When I heard Kevin Hart, I was like, man, if I ever get the chance to get a Pencil Ninja cartoon, I want Kevin Hart to play him.
I could see that.
Slightly altered version of that voice, but pretty much that voice. It's because Pencil Ninja is very high strung. The only time he isn't talking is when he's powering down. Well, not quite Alita Battle Angel, more like Astro Boy. Because Alita Battle Angel is more like robot CG real world. I really don't want to tell that story. I want a very cartoon CG version of the story being told. Like I would do the voice of Grandpa. But be honest, if I could, like I'd be like, boy. we got a lot to do here today. I'm telling you, we're gonna make sure that we get you out there and that you go and do the thing. You got to go to school. You can't always get in the fight, son. Sometimes you got to think through your problems. Think through it. And punch all the problems in life. You're like, man, Dad, you're a boxer. You used to be a boxer. I know, but I can't punch all the problems in life either, son.
Well, so we've got about 15 minutes or so left here, Will. And I suppose that it's time. We've been baiting people, and we've been leading to it, and we've been hinting about it. It's time to show
them the Cadets exclusives.
Yeah, let's show them the exclusives, guys. These are things you can only get at Cadets Con. Transmorphers, which is kind of a dig at Jen, but not really.
So what happens if you have Miss Jen King, who just happens to have the sword of Excalibur in her shop, and she's a martial arts master, and then you end up Jason Statham and Mark Wahlberg have to get into a fight in order to try to go get Excalibur, and that's where we are.
And so that's a little mini comic.
Mm-hmm.
That you literally created. You got the name because Miss Jen couldn't say Transformers one night
during a live stream.
So it's that story which stars people that we know, and Marky Mark and Jason Statham.
Because if you're gonna do transporters, you gotta have Jason Statham. If you're gonna do Transformers, as much as I love Shia LaBeouf, he's not gonna last very long in a fight against Jason Statham. So
that's true.
And then, are we ready for the other thing?
Yes, this guy is we've been really excited for a long time. Batman Danged, the sketchbook.
So we got old school Batman there blowing a bubble. I kind of reimagined Batman as a kid blowing a bubble. And then, of course, in the back is one of the greatest Batman versions ever, Terry McGinnis. Okay, Brian is saying he's posting questions on YouTube Live, but he can't get it to display.
Brian, it depends on where you're watching the YouTube Live at. The quick answer to that is if you're on cadetscon.com and you're commenting on the YouTube Live, because of the way YouTube controls their content, we can't get them through here. But if you go to Will's page or the Nexus 419 page or any of the Facebook pages, you'll be able to comment, no problem. Sorry about that, man.
We got some different sketches of different Batman stuff and different iterations. I'm Bane. I'm the master of all things, Bane. There you go.
It's a good Scarecrow.
Thank you.
When I the first Scarecrow issue I read, he scared me so much I had to stop reading Batman for a while when I was a little kid.
So I've got a deal for you.
Okay.
We'll put this all out there. So running around. So that's all these. So that's this guy here with the Harbinger story in it. That's the Transmorphers. That's the dang sketchbook. And the throwback cartoon sketch for $25.
$25 for all the sketchbooks.
All four. Right there. So you get the whole bundle for $25. If you want it that way. Makes it simple and quick and easy. I'm sure the PayPal link and everything will be there. You want to do that, it's $25 and you get all of it.
Putting that up right now.
Okay. And then, of course, the prints are $40 a piece, but if you want a custom print, I can do that too. So, of course, the email's there, so I'll show the prints real quick. There's the Black Panther print.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Batman Who Laughs. Baby Yoda.
All right, people are going nuts. How much are custom prints?
Custom prints are the same price. They're 40 shipped. If you buy a book, if you buy that lot that I just shared, I will knock $10 off your print. So if you get a custom print, I will do it for 30 shipped.
There you go.
And then, of course, there's the punchline.
Jingles, the link is on cadetscon.com if you click on Cadets Con links.
So custom prints are 40 normal. If you buy a book, I knock off 10, it's 30. Give me a little bit of time to do them, as of course I've got to draw the stuff up, color it, and all that, and I'll work the timeline out with you. Make sure that you get it on time, because that's the thing. I don't want you waiting a whole long period of time. I know the postal system right now is already a bit laggy due to just things that are going on. But if you want a custom print, that's the best way to get it. It's 40 or 30. If you buy the books, it's 30. If you don't buy the books, I understand. Everybody's got money where they need it. It's 40 flat. That's shipping included. So
now, Will, do you do commissions?
I do commissions.
What is your commission rate, and how do people get on your commission list?
Right now, that is my only commission. That's where the custom thing comes in. It's the commission print for doing that. So, unfortunately, I don't have a lot of this I see Val asking a question about, can I get it at Space Cadets? The stuff that I have here is actually, I'm in Kentucky. And so now I haven't lived in Texas in a bit. So unfortunately, there's not a way to do the deal there. Chap likes the Baby Yoda meme. And so right now, it is through me directly. Unfortunately, I will try to see if I can get Miss so the Pencil Ninja today. That's 10 out the door if you just want that. And it's I have 15 on me today. Any more than that, now we need to order more. So
right. So Val, if you want, reach out to Miss Jen. We can work on getting it sent out to her.
Yeah, we can get some stuff sent to her.
From her. I don't think that's going to save you any on the cost, but it may be easier for you to do it that way. But right now, with the whole COVID thing, which is something I wanted to talk to Will about a little bit, it's harder for us to get everybody together in person. So the product is with our individual creators. So a lot of things you'll be picking up today will be shipped to you.
Right.
They will include a small shipping cost. If you can't have stuff shipped to you, that way we can always try and work that out, but we'll deal with that as it comes. So Will, as a creator, you do you write and draw your own books.
Yes.
Jingle says he sent you messages on Facebook. That's where I've got people sending right now. And so because I just need to grab your PayPal link here real quick and get it coded in.
Okay.
But I have people sending you messages on Facebook, just so you know.
Yeah, appreciate that.
But how has this COVID-19 stuff affected your ability to produce comics? Are you having trouble getting stuff printed? How do you go about that? Has it really affected you at all?
So it's funny that you mentioned that. This particular book here is printed through a company called Mix AM. And I found them through a YouTube video, actually, because for me, drawing and creating has always been something that I've been blessed with in order to help deal with life. And so instead of, I could get in my emotions and get sad and sappy and everything, or I can create stuff. So that's what really gives me joy in times, beyond my prayer life and faith life and things like that. Because I don't have that, this doesn't happen either.
Right.
Because that's something that really spurs me on as well, is the faith and different things like that, the stuff that I've had to grow up in as far as faith goes, as far as really walking this faith out on my own and understanding that I'm relying on a God who loves me very much. But that's beside it. I create primarily because I feel like there's stories to tell. I got one shot at this thing called life, and I want to make sure that I'm sharing stories with people from all over as long as I can.
Is there Brian asked a question, do you aspire to work with or on any major comic books at some point? I'm gonna modify your question just a little bit, Brian. If the comic book gods came to you and said, Will, pick, and you can have any project you want, what project is it?
Honestly, it would be Image. And the reason why I think it would be Image is because they started out doing things that were non-conventional. And, I understand Mega Man is another iconic character, different things like that. Other characters are iconic. I think what penciled into the stories that I want to tell are the stories I don't know that are necessarily going to work in mainstream comics.
But if you could pick a mainstream brand, you could pick any character from the comic book pantheon. Who would you like to work on?
Again, it'd be Image.
But do you have a character? Do you want to write Pitt or?
To be honest, I think the character I would love to work on, in a perfect world, it'd be Milestone still exists, and I'd be writing Icon. But since Milestone isn't a thing right now, I would say probably Shadowhawk from Image. It's because I love both stories. I love the character who, even though he was in this suit of armor and he was running around doing all this crazy stuff and fighting crime and things, he was dealing with his own struggles. So if Milestone was still a thing, I'd love to do Icon. I feel like there's a lot of great stories to tell with that character, him and Rocket, the different interactions he has. It's the first time I think I ever saw like a black conservative in a comic book. So it's really interesting in that regard. That's something I hadn't really seen before. But yeah, definitely Shadowhawk for Image would probably be the character I'd love to draw, because it gives me that balance of action. I can throw in those kung fu influences that I have that I've loved ever since I was a kid, but also because Icon's not really going to do a martial arts fight. He's going to be more of the big broad strokes.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. And Icon, I think, is a great brand, and the Milestone stuff was such a great brand that I'd love to see it come back and get pushed a little more, especially with the amount of black indie creators that are out there that are they're really breaking new ground in the industry, I think. And we've got some of them on here. this weekend. David Crownson, who's coming on later with Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. He's
Incredible book.
He's one of those guys that he's an indie guy. He's out there making his thing, and he's breaking new ground in the way he does it. So I think this is a prime time for Milestone to come back. I think.
Okay.
Who is your
quick
favorite?
question?
Yeah, who is your favorite fictional character if you had to pick one?
Favorite fictional character in all earnest, I'm gonna say right now is probably Miles Morales. Miles represents a very interesting thing in the youth dynamic. I love the kind of bounce he has. I love how Brian Michael Bendis wrote him. I love the fact that he doesn't fit the normal comic book trope and that his parents are there and things like that for a while and everything. And so you get that interaction, you get that family interaction between a father and son and a mother and son. That's really cool to see. And then also just the idea that he kind of brings that family aspect into when he looks at New York, when he looks at his world. He kind of understands that he's not just protecting his city, he's protecting his family ultimately, because his city means that much to him.
Very cool. So, Will, one more time, where can people find you? Where can people buy your stuff? Where can people contact you about today's packages and that kind of
thing? All right. So, Amazon.com/author /William Holland is Amazon's point. There are some dang sketchbooks there as well. There won't be this version of it, but they're there. So they're available if you can't get this today. But as far as the bundle deal, the best way to get it, the quickest way is Will_Holland@hotmail.com or through my Facebook or through Instagram, Twitter, Will Holland 9973. That's my social media links, and you can get them that way as well. And yeah, that's it.
So thank you, Will, for helping us put Cadets Con together. Thank you for being on with Saturday AM and for giving us a panel here for your own work. If you're watching Cadets Con, well, you are watching Cadets Con if you're here. Otherwise, you won't be able to hear this. So that's a thing. We will be back in just over a minute with the big dog. The biggest of the big dogs from Big Dog Ink, Tom Hutchison. Stay tuned. What's up, Tom? Welcome into Cadets Con Day 1.
Hello.
We've done a few of these together, and I think it's finally time I get to interview you.
All right, here I am. Bring all the tough questions.
First tough question. I'm going to start because I got to get off my chest. You just finished a Kickstarter.
Yes.
Like 3 days ago.
Yes.
And how that was so, for Critter, which is the first Big Dog book I ever read.
Oh, well, there you go. Excellent.
So how did that go? Is it too late for people to jump on? Where can people find information about that as the product process goes on?
Yeah, the campaign ended on Wednesday night. So there's nothing. If you missed it at this point, we can't get you involved right now. But the campaign was for a large scale book printing. So what we did was it's Big Dog Ink's 10-year anniversary as a whole. But we started in 2010 with Penny for Your Soul and with Critter. So it's technically Critter's 10-year anniversary as well. So what we wanted to do was do a special anniversary edition of her first volume. So we did a nice limited edition hardcover book with cover art by Ula Moss. And then we did another version that had like a nice dust jacket with cover art by Carl Liversidge. But we also did a large scale printing of the trade paperback, which the original trade paperback that we had a number of years ago, we printed like 2,000 of them. They're gone. I mean, they're out the door. So we wanted to keep the book in print. So while the hardcover stuff is basically mostly gone from the campaign, we will have the trade paperbacks available when this all gets into print, which will be, in the next 2 or 3 weeks, which means we will have them and put them up for sale sometime like late September, early October. And there were some special little bonuses along the way that we always do things in our campaigns that are exclusive to the campaign. So if you missed that I can't help you with. But any of the stuff that we did, like 100 of these, 200 of those, generally speaking, we will have some extras, and those upend on the website once the backers get all their stuff.
So now that we've talked about that, tell the people who are watching where they can find Big Dog Ink on the internet, where they can buy the stuff, where they can interact with you that way.
Yeah, of course. So, I mean, Facebook is kind of our primary social media position. I have my personal page that people are welcome to friend me up on, Tom Hutchison, of course. There is a Big Dog Ink fan page, Big Dog Ink with a K. Just look it up. You'll find it. Join us. There's nearly 30,000 people watching us there. And then if you're doing like the Instagram and the Twitter, we are BDI Comics for both. And we just launched earlier this year a Patreon group, which is patreon.com/Big Dog Ink. And the Patreon group is growing. There's 27 people in there already. Basically, it's an all access pass to what we're doing at Big Dog Ink. You guys get early drafts of scripts, cover concepts and layouts, pages, covers, colors, everything that we're doing, they're getting to see first, and oftentimes well ahead of time. And in some cases, you're going to see stuff that doesn't even make it into print because we just edit it. We're like, nah, you know what? We're not going to use that pose for this cover. We're going to change it. So you kind of get to watch things getting built, which is a lot of fun. And then we also do extra bonuses for the Patreon group. Those that were part of our first 6 months from January to June all got a free Critter anniversary cover just for being part of the group for 6 months. So our next 6 month period has started. So if you want to get in on freebies and bonuses and behind the scenes, join Patreon, and we'd love to have you.
So links to all of that stuff are on cadetscon.com. If you click on Cadets Con links, you'll see the Big Dog Ink logo. There's a you click on that, it'll take you right to the Facebook page. Underneath that is a link to the Patreon and to the web store, so that you can pick everything up there. The Patreon, it's one of those things is that I haven't really been involved in Patreon too much, but it seems like a really great way for creators and people who make art to connect with people who like their art.
Sure.
What has your experience been?
For me, I'm really new with it as well. I wasn't really sure how a writer was going to go about doing this, because most of the Patreon pages that I've seen are artists, and these artists are drawing and doing exclusive art for them, doing like tutorials, here's how you color and so on. So, I mean, I'm sitting here going, well, I'm a writer. I can't just sit here and type for people and let them watch me do that. No one cares about that. So I redesigned my thought process and said, well, let's just make it Big Dog Ink. Let's just make it a company page. And like I said, we've got 27 people now in our first, basically 7 months. Most of them are at the top tier, which is $10 a month. I mean, it's not expensive. The bottom tier is $5 a month, and that gets you all of the posts. The difference with the $10 tier is that gives you the ability to actually vote on some of the stuff that we're doing. So, for example, we just had a vote for what will be coming up soon on Patreon as Patreon exclusive content, superhero content that we're calling Blue Jay, that will only appear on Patreon. They got to vote on her name for her real name. Her superhero name is Blue Jay, but we needed her to have a civilian name. And so all of our $10 patron folks got to vote on what her name is going to be. And as we go along, we'll come into those types of things, especially as we're creating new books and new content. Things like that will be available to the fan base to decide what essentially Big Dog Ink is going to do with some of these things. So it's fun.
So people get to play editor almost in that regard on the Patreon.
Yeah,
like, really
co-creator in some ways. I mean, we're not going to. It's not going to be a situation where we say, "Hey, guys, you decide this story" or any of that kind of stuff. But in some cases, we might be able to play the choose your own adventure type of thing, especially with Blue Jay because of the way it's being designed. It could be a situation where we land at a point in the story and we can say, okay, guys, do you want to go left or right? Do you want to go to the alien ship or the submarine? Like in that situation, we might be able to actually tinker and play around and let the fans kind of decide some of the direction.
Todd number.
Yeah, it could be really fun to do that, and I'm totally open to it. And because of the way that we're designing this as sort of a web comic where you're getting pieces of the story a couple of times a week, we could definitely look ahead and say like, okay, look, we're going to be at kind of a crossing roads here, and let's let them decide what we want to do, and then they get to decide how the story progresses, and I'll write it from there. So that could be actually kind of fun.
Yeah, I was interested because, again, with the Patreon, I'm new to it, but you're the first big brand in the industry that I think has taken the whole publisher to Patreon, in the sense of it's a company page. And so I was really interested to hear how that was going.
Yeah, people are really loving it. I mean, they're excited to get to know what's happening before everybody else. I mean, that's just a thing on the internet. It's like, I want to know first. You know, it's breaking news from, Bleeding Cool or Newsarama. Something happened. But in this case, it's all breaking news for Big Dog Ink. But again, the other cool part is that you're getting to watch everything build. So like they get to watch Nia Rufino, like here's her rough ideas. This is her sketches. And then we picked one of them and they said, okay, here, now you get to see the pencils. And now you get to see the colors. You get to watch everything build, and then you're ready to go, because then when we say boom, it's available, then all those guys are like, I'm on it, and they don't miss out.
What is Big Dog Ink handles things a little differently than traditional comic book? I already hate the way I phrased that question. You guys,
but it's true. Where you're going is true.
Yeah. You guys take a different path to get to the production of a book than a lot of the other companies in the biz right now.
Yeah.
You do a lot of these real quick Kickstarters. You do a lot of community building and crowdfunding. Where does that come from, and what was the impetus into going that direction?
This is always a hard discussion because the way that we do things makes it appear that we're sort of anti-comic book store, which is that's not the case. But when we were, so really quick history is we did Big Dog Ink for 4 years all by ourselves. And we reached a point where we kind of said, I feel like we've gotten as far as we can get without having a little bit of something behind us to kind of level us up. And that is when we went and talked to Aspen Comics about, hey, do you want to maybe become our publisher? And they were like, yeah, this makes sense because what you do blends with what we do, and our fan bases kind of interact already. So for 3 years, we published under the Aspen banner. But Aspen, I mean, I don't know all the details, but basically Aspen got to a point where they took their company to Hollywood, and there was not going to be a space for Big Dog to publish through there because they wanted to focus on all the Michael Turner properties, which of course, obviously. And so I had to figure out, okay, what is the next step for Big Dog Ink? But coming back in, if I were to just have said, okay, we're back, we're in Diamond again, we're being distributed through previews and so on and so on. The market was so crowded. Now this would have been like 2017-ish, something like that. The market is so crowded with publishers. The publishers are pumping out so many books. If you're looking at the Diamond Top, now it's the Diamond Top 500. It used to be the Top 300. But if you look at the Diamond Top 500, a lot of these smaller publishers are not selling a ton of books. I mean, you're talking about 2,000, 2,500 books. Now, this is just through Diamond. They obviously sell direct and do other things. But the market just was not in a position that I could just say, let's just pour money into making these books and put them on the market again, because the system doesn't work like it did in the 90s.
Right.
Comic book stores, for the most part, don't really support independent books. If there's 2,500 comic book stores in America, roughly 500 of them are serious indie collectors, or not collectors, supporters. The rest of the stores might buy them if their customer asks for it. Hey, I want that new Critter book from Big Dog. Okay, we'll buy one copy, and then they'll put it in their pull box, and that's fine. We appreciate that, but there's no growth potential there. It's really, really difficult. And so I decided to just say, how can we just interact with the fan base? How can we sort of rebuild in a similar way that we built the first time, which was all grassroots? We got no love from any media companies, CBR, Bleeding Cool. None of those places gave two craps about us. And so everything we did was just grassroots. It was putting out the books, doing store signings, going to cons, meeting the people. And that's what we did for 4 years before we went to Aspen. And Aspen did the same thing. They go to tons of cons, they meet the fans, so on and so on. And so I said, let's look at Kickstarter. Let's look at what this is, how it works. Because I was kind of still new to it. I was aware of it, but I didn't really know how it worked. We restarted Penny for Your Soul, which was the first book we ever launched, because I was like, well, let's start at the beginning and sort of create a new beginning. And it was a hit. I mean, it went off really well. And that just kind of solidified my thought process of, okay, let's focus on the fans and find a way to get them excited about the return of Big Dog Ink and rebuild the entire concept through crowdfunding, and then sort of take it from there and see what we're doing. So we've been doing store signings again. We went out to Jen. She had us at her store in Texas, which was awesome. We've done store signings across the country. We've done conventions across the country. Obviously, this year everything's shut down on us. Kind of a bummer being our 10-year anniversary, but it is what it is. And next year we've just kind of decided we're going to turn it up to 11, and we'll have a good time next year.
Yeah. And it's you mentioned it, and I want to speak to it a little bit. You talked about kind of going around the traditional method of getting to comic book shops, and Big Dog is one of those companies that is really supportive of comic book shops.
Absolutely.
You're the kind of person that if I need books for my customers, I just send you an email and I've got books. Like, it's super simple, even if it is a little bit different than the traditional route.
Sure. Well, when the COVID thing happened and DC and everybody stopped making books, there was this clamor like, oh my God, we need stuff to sell. We sent out almost 100 care packages, just free books. I mean, it was my dime. It was my books. It was my shipping. I was just like, look, who needs books to sell? People raised their hands, and I sent out a priority mail large box filled with trade paperbacks and variants and whatever. And I'm like, take it. Right. Do what you want with it. You can give them away. You can sell them. You can do whatever you want to do to help you in this period of time where you can't get new books. And we were happy to do it.
Well, and I think the industry is going that direction in a lot of ways, is that, having the personal relationship with the writers, the creators, the publishers is the direction the industry is moving. We've got you, we've got Source Point Press, we've got Scout, who all three of those companies are guys. All three of those companies are companies you can reach out to directly to get the product for your store if something were to happen where you couldn't get it through the traditional ways.
Sure, absolutely.
So, you've kind of been leading that charge for a while now, in terms of innovating that, and I just want to say thank you for that, because it makes it easier for people to carry the books and get the product that way. So. You mentioned Critter, you mentioned Penny for Your Soul. what are some of the other books that people are going to know Big Dog Ink by?
So we have like 11 different titles, but the primary books that people would know would be Penny for Your Soul, Critter. That's what we started with. 2011, we launched The Legend of Oz, The Wicked West, which has been a huge, huge success for us. 2012, we launched Ursa Minor, which was a horror title. Vampires, Werewolves. Our lead character is Naomi. She's a werebear. That was 2012. And then 2013 was Scheherazade. So those are the kind of the primary books that we're known for, the big five. From there, we've done all kinds of little specials and spinoffs. We did a book called Antoinette about Marie Antoinette, sort of a historical fiction story. I did that with Ryan Kincaid a couple of years ago. Lights, Camera, Jungle is a slice of life sort of Hollywood comedy drama about a cast and crew of a Jungle Girl television series that's being filmed. So, you know, I did Kaiju Epic, which is my love letter to the Godzilla movies that I grew up with. So we've got stuff across the board. A lot of times we get judged because we have a lot of pinup covers. And, you know, people, it's weird because we have this saying of don't judge a book by its cover, right? But that's exactly what happens in comics. 100%. You are judged by your cover. And if all people see are the variant covers, like, oh, here's the pinup, it's like, oh, they just do pinup stuff. I'm like, no, open the book, read the book. There are segments of comics that you have to understand. There is a reading audience. There is a collector audience. There is an art collector audience, and so on and so on and so on. And all of these audiences kind of, you know, Venn diagram over each other, but each of them really is its own unique kind of segment of comic book collecting. And as a creator, as a publisher, as whatever you want to call us on the creative side, if you're not doing everything you can to dip your toe into each one of these pools, you're doing yourself a disservice. And I, for one, am not one of these guys who's you know, upset that people are buying a book because of the cover art versus because I wrote it. I mean, if I put Mike Crome on a cover and you collect Mike Crome and you buy my book, you bought my book. I'm happy. Thank you. Take it home, put it in your collection, enjoy it however you want to enjoy it. Just remember that there is something on the inside between the covers that you might like too. But that's where like the trade paperbacks and stuff come in, because then we can just say, forget the variant covers. Don't even worry about that. That's for the collectors. Here's your reading copy. It's a full book. You know, it's 5 issues. Right. It's like a season on Netflix. We can drop it in your hand. It's a good price. You know, you don't have to pay collector numbers or values or anything. So, you know, again, you have reader audience, collector audience, art collectors, very specific art collectors. They only buy this guy's art. They only buy J. Scott Campbell or whoever. And, you know, you just want to do your best to put your product in every single one of those pools.
Right. I always say that the cover of a comic is a lot like it's why flowers are bright colors. It's why, you know, roller coasters are bright colors. It's why it's to draw your eye and to get you to look at it. And then it's, okay, what's inside? Right. You know, what is the actual content here that keeps you coming back?
Right. Absolutely. Yeah.
And I think that's really a really interesting thing and something we have to keep reminding readers of.
Sure. Sure. Well, we really need to remind the collectors that there's stuff to read in there, and not just like, oh, it's the first appearance of whatever, but like there's a legitimate story happening in here that you know you'll probably like if you actually crack it open. I have made lots of new fans by people just buying a book for the cover, but they took it home and they're like, okay, so what is this Oz thing that I bought? And they flip through it and they look at it and like, oh, damn, this is actually cool. How do I get the books? So I can cross over the fans through those sales.
I'll give you my example. Like I read Critter, I read Legend of Oz Wicked West, because you know I knew some of the creators on both of them, including after I met Tom. I started reading all the Tom stuff, but I got a Scheherazade copy. Mm-hmm. That's the J. Scott Campbell.
Sure.
Well, I don't want to read the J. Scott Campbell. I'm gonna put that away. So I went back and bought the regular, the other covers, which are just as gorgeous.
Yeah.
And I flip it open, and it's a gorgeous story, and it's gorgeous art on the inside. And I'm going, how did no one? I'm angry that people didn't tell me about this sooner. So
yeah, I mean, we've honestly when we started Big Dog Ink, with my partner Steven Smurl, I said, look, if we don't have art, forget what we're writing. Okay, forget what we're writing, because people don't look at a comic and see the writing; they see the art. So if we're going to do this, and we're not going to have art that we can put right next to Marvel Comics and have it look like it belongs in Marvel Comics, we're already 50% behind everybody else. So we have always stretched to have really great art, not just on the covers, but when you open the book as well. We want people to open the book and be surprised that this tiny company has produced something that is essentially Marvel DC Image quality.
Oh, Scott, I've read it. I've read the whole catalog at this point. It's just some of it came to me a little late and a little weird. And I'm going to shout out the Comic Book Shopping Network and watching Tom's show and going back through my boxes of Big Dog stuff that I've collected over the years and being like, I never read this. I just bought it for the cover. Let me read it now, and really, I'm gonna say it this way, and it's not the most accurate way to say it, but my horizons change daily because of watching people on the Comic Book Shopping Network.
Sure. Oh, absolutely.
And watching creators like Tom interact with the fans. Like, I followed the Critter Kickstarter real closely because the way Tom was interacting with the readership and the fans of Critter and the fans of Big Dog Ink gives me a lot to look forward to, but in a way that now I'm changing the way I think about how kickstarting and crowdfunding should work, and it's broadening my horizon, seeing what everybody else is referencing.
Sure.
So it's really great to build that community, and the Big Dog Ink, the Doghouse, is a community. Like,
100%.
So talk to me a little bit about the community building. Like, it comes from conventions. I've seen the convention set up, all that kind of stuff. So talk to me a little bit about that community building.
Yeah, I mean, the conventions they're kind of a double-edged sword. Again, it's kind of like the retail market, because with conventions, you have the ability to potentially latch on to a lot of people quickly and be like, hey, here's my book, here's my book, here's my book. But the convention, from when we started 10 years ago to now, conventions are 180 degrees different in most cases, because they're most of them now are focused on, hey, Tom Holland is here and Chris Evans is here and whatever. So, people come in and spend their money on that stuff. They don't have money for comics anymore. So conventions are tougher, but because we don't get to do Super Bowl commercials and that sort of thing and market in that way, the conventions become our marketing. So we can actually say, hey, man, ever heard of The Legend of Oz, The Wicked West? This is a cool thing. And we can pitch it, while we're talking to somebody, 3 feet away from us. And that's where the creator sort of connection comes in, because now these guys aren't just talking to a salesman or, even at a retail store, they're not just talking to a guy who's just trying to sell another book. You're talking to the guy who actually made it. So it's a great time for people to ask questions. Oh, well, tell me about Critter. Well, tell me about Scheherazade. Like, what's going on in these things? And then the writer or the artist or whoever's there can be like, yeah, I did this and I did this, and I think you'll like this. And if you do that enough, you start to get used to it. I'm not a great salesman at all. I mean, I've had to learn how to do all of this, whether it's selling at cons or selling live or even just doing these interviews. I've had to learn how to do this. I've been doing them now well before the COVID thing started. I started doing this last year with the Comic Book Shopping Network and other places. So I'm way more used to it than a lot of artists are now, as they've been sort of forced into it. But the more you connect with the fans, and this comes back to why we do it the way we do it. Retail stores, I can't connect with a fan. I can get a book on their shelf potentially, But if there's just one book sitting there and it's Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, Kaiju Epic, whatever, they're going to be like, well, I don't even know what that is. So unless the term Kaiju connects with them and they're like a Godzilla fan, there's no way for me to connect. So the conventions and these live shows like this online lets us talk directly to the people and lets them get to know us and lets us talk about the book. Oh, hey, where did Legend of Oz come from? Oh, I was driving through Texas and New Mexico and blah, 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 blah. Everybody knows the story. And that helps connect them with the creator, with the product, with that moment in time. Oh, I met Tom at, San Diego Comic-Con 2012, whatever. And that's how we did it when we started. And that's how we're doing it now. The only difference is instead of being in retail stores, we're pushing the Kickstarter side of it.
So the other thing that's interesting, and it's interesting from a publisher standpoint. 10 years ago when you started and you were originally building your fan base, there wasn't a huge social media. Social media was new. Facebook was pretty new. Twitter was pretty new. Instagram didn't even exist yet.
Right.
How has social media changed the way you connect with your fan base?
I mean, it makes
grow as well.
Yeah, it's how do we say this without, I don't know. It's it has to be there now. It's ingrained in
part of the job.
Society. So, I was actually on Facebook like almost at the beginning. Like I've been on it for like 11 years, not because of comics, just because I was like, okay, what is this?
You're an early adopter.
Yeah. And then as we finally got into the comic part of it, it was like, I guess we can make a page. I mean, I guess we can, like, we were just figuring it all out. It was all bare bones. But as we went to cons and we said, okay, yeah, so you can find us on this Facebook thing. They were like, oh, cool, I'm on Facebook. And, it would just kind of grow. But where we are now is it is 100% imperative you are on social media, at least in one place. Even if you're going to focus on one, like you have to be hyper active in at least one place, and so that people can find you and interact with you. But it's also really important what you're presenting on your social media. And there's so many people, creatives, that really have no concept of what social media does for you and against you, based on what you're posting. And we're not going to run into the political game here. That's for a different show. But when if you're a creator and you're just talking about politics all day, your fan base is like, yeah, but aren't you making a comic? Like, is there art I can see? Like, show me something.
I have a creator I follow on Facebook that he posted about his book the other day. And I go, I forgot that's why I followed you. All you ever talk about is, what's going on, in professional sports.
Okay.
I dig it. Like, I'm a sports guy, but like, I thought you were somebody I knew from sports broadcasting.
Yeah.
Not from, comic books.
Yeah.
And he goes, oh, by the way, my new book's coming out. Wait, what? So
yeah. And for us, for me, it's like, we're pretty much always comic focused posts of some kind, BDI stuff or whatever. And then it blends out, then it's just getting to know me. Then it's like, hey, I watched a Godzilla movie last night. Hey, I got my Gamera Blu-ray set. Hey, I got, whatever. Hey, look, I buy comics too. Look, I bought a Wonder Woman 149 the other day. I'm like you guys. I buy stuff. I collect stuff. And again, that's just more of the connection between the fans. We all sort of like to know what we're all up to, and we get excited about, getting books. The weirdest thing for me, and I still am not used to this. After 10 years, I am not used to this. People will buy books from me and they will get them in the mail, and they will go on their social media and they will post about it. Dude, a mail call from Big Dog Ink, and I got these, 6 books, and they'll tag all the artists and stuff. And I'm like, that is so amazing that's the fans. Yeah, that's the fans that are so excited about what you're doing and about getting the book or the art or whatever it is. It's mind-blowing how awesome that is. And I want to thank everybody who does that, because it really is exciting for me. Even if you don't read the book, if you took home a book because, Mike Crone did the cover, thank you. Enjoy it however you want to enjoy it. But in all seriousness, thank you for doing that, because that is really, not only is it does it make sort of the creators thing more viral because somebody's talking about it, then people, if Scott Kreutzer posts about it, then Smithers is posting on it, and then I'm posting on it, and then Wilson is posting on it, and then we're all talking about it, and the post just stays there for a long time, and people get to see what's going on, and then people are like, dude, what is this? I don't know what this is, and then we get to tell them. So that is the social media effect, is everybody talking about things, and it's all connected now. So every time you say something, it's going out, whether you see it or not, whether you get the likes or not, whether you get the loves, whatever. When you post it, it's going out into the universe, and don't discount its value just because you only got 6 likes.
So just as a reminder, guys, head over to cadetscon.com, click on the Cadets Con links, and you'll scroll. You won't even have to scroll. It's right there at the top. You'll see the Big Dog Ink logo, and there's if you click on that, it'll take you to the Facebook page. There's links for the Patreon and the web store as well for Big Dog Ink there, so you can pick up stuff from Tom. Tom, where can people follow you on the socials? Yeah, it's Facebook is our primary. Find me, find Big Dog Ink. There's a page for us. Instagram and Twitter are the same, BDI Comics. And then there's Patreon, of course, which is where the group is really growing, and all the folks there get to see the building and the backstage access of all things Big Dog Ink. So there's a lot going on, kind of all over the place. Cool. If you're watching this, I keep saying if you're watching this, and I don't know. You're not on the radio, dude. I understand. I mean, you are kind of. Memory comes in. All right. So if you have questions for Tom, throw them in the comments, and we'll pop them up on screen. Will Holland. For sure. And I'm sorry, I've been watching the comments pop up as he did them, but I was in the middle of a diatribe, so I never answered. So the going backwards, the ears. This is how I do my podcast. I do a podcast every other Tuesday called Another Page Turner with Stephanie Menard. But it's also Catter Day today, so I had to wear the ears for Catter Day. We celebrate Catter Day pretty much every week. We talk about Critter. We go through some of the key issues that you want, like first issues, storylines, things like that. And we have a good time with it. I mean, that's what social media is for. We should be connecting and having a good time. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Steph. We love Steph. Yeah. I have her books literally right here. Like, they're in my pile for my CBSN shows this week. So I'm very excited. Will would like to know, we've been talking about it, how do you guys connect with people at cons, and how do you use social media to promote your work and books? We've been talking about the social media bit. So let me modify Will's question a little bit, maybe, and he can correct me if I'm wrong. When you're at a convention, what is the tactic, or what is the method that seems to be the most effective? As far as like selling at a booth, or because just connecting with people, and growing your fandom. I will tell you 100%. This is the secret. Okay, are you ready? I did not realize this was the secret. I discovered this was the secret. So you can see I'm wearing like the Big Dog shirt. This is kind of our brand and whatever. And I wear these sometimes at the shows. And because you want to brand yourself when you're at a show, you want people to see what you're doing, and you want to be like, hey, Big Dog Ink, whatever. Here's the weird secret. Wear a Jaws shirt. Wear a Jaws t-shirt. Forget whatever you wanted to wear at your show. I don't care what it is. Put Jaws on your chest, and you will attract more people to your booth who just are going to come by and say, dude, nice shirt, than you will ever bring through to your booth wearing anything else. It's crazy, and it's true. And then once you have them, once you're, hey, Jaws, hey, you like Jaws? Yeah, cool. Hey, I check out the books, man. This is the stuff. And then you start doing your spiel, but you've connected with them in a way that they understand. So you don't get to sell Batman, and you don't get to sell Wonder Woman comics. But if you've got it on your chest, then the person connects with that. They're like, hey, if that guy likes that thing, then I might like what that guy's making. So there's the little underground secret. Put something really unique on your chest that is not what you make. But beyond that, it's really just
trying to get, so if we're talking about sales, it's like, hey, you know, how you doing? How's the show? You can kind of watch their eyes, you know, kind of be aware of where their eyes are going. Be aware what they're wearing. Like if they're wearing a Buffy the Vampire Slayer shirt, I'm going to tell them, hey, so you're a Buffy fan, huh? You might like Ursa Minor. I'm going to take you over here and I'm going to show you this horror title that, you know, might be right up your alley. Or if you like, if you're wearing a Godzilla shirt, you know what? I do a kaiju book. It's right here. So try and be aware of what they're looking at, and also be aware of what it is that they're either carrying that they bought or what they're wearing themselves, because that might be able to help direct you in guiding them straight to a product that they might want.
I think that's really interesting. I always wear sort of the same, because working at a con booth, I'm always trying to look professional because I never know when I'm going to wind up talking to you.
Of course. Of course.
Somebody I'm going to do business with, and I don't want to look like a schlub, but some of the best times I've had at conventions is I'm there for fun, and my buddy's like, hey, can you watch my table? And I walk behind and I'm wearing a, you know, Bad Religion t-shirt, or, you know, Jack Daniel, you know, just a punk rock t-shirt or whatever. And people are coming up, dude, I love the album. Here, buy this art.
Yeah, that's it.
Book.
That's it. That's what I'm telling you. This is what I'm telling you.
It never occurred to me until you started talking about it.
It didn't occur to me until it happened again and again and again. And I was like, oh my God, I get it. I'm connecting with them before they even know anything about me through this other property.
Do you know, and it's funny, like that becomes your brand, that becomes part of your brand as well.
Sure. Yeah. Well, everybody knows that I'm a huge Godzilla fan. So, you know, even when they find weird Godzilla memes and stuff online, they're posting them. They're like, dude, Tom, check this out. So, you know, again, that's just the connecting with the fans. It's letting them know that, you know, pineapple on pizza is wrong and Godzilla is right. And that's social media.
Amanda's calling me out. Just throwing it out. It's true, though. Well, and I was just going to bring up a comic retailer friend of mine. His name is Rick, and I only knew him as the guy who looked like Santa and wore Hawaiian shirts.
Sure.
So I would
That's
go
his
to
brand.
cons, right. I'd go to cons and be like, "Is the guy who looks like Santa and wears Hawaiian shirts here?" Because I know he's going to have some golden age issue I need. And then I started noticing, you know, like I said, you started talking about wearing a Jaws t-shirt, you know, wearing Godzilla down the front of you, and it really does make a lot of sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Trudy is all about. Did you mention a Chromebook? Is there a Chromebook? What's a Chromebook?
we can talk about the Chromebook. We can talk about that. So because of the cons this year, everything shut down. We had an exclusive that we were going to have for Ozstravaganza in June, but like every convention, it was shut down. So the book is actually printed and done, but we were going to just save it for next year. But since we're doing this and we got kind of an impromptu ability to do some sales, here's what we're going to do, and I'll show you the book in a minute. We're still going to save the book for next year, but what I'm going to do is when the show is over, on the Big Dog Ink website, bigdogink.com, super easy, we're going to post up 20 of these books for the first 20 people that want them. And then the rest of them will be available next year in June for Ozstravaganza. So I've got it right here. So this was a book that Mike Chrome did. He did the pencils for, and then he asked if he could go ahead and do the colors as well, which everybody knows that he's been doing Copics and all kinds of stuff. And it's just amazing things. So here is the cover. Trying to avoid some glare. Dorothy Gale.
Ooh, that's pretty.
It's really amazing. The glare off the sun in the background. I mean, what you're looking at does not give it
on the cover.
Yeah, it doesn't do it any justice, but the lighting on her face and her hair and everything. This is just a tremendous book. They are limited to 164 copies because this was a happy birthday book for L. Frank Baum. You can see happy birthday there because he would have been 164 years old this year. So, yeah. So we're going to take 20 of those when the show is over and launch them on the website, and they will be available, those 20 copies. Any other copies will be held for next year's Ozstravaganza. Those folks will get first crack at them, and then whatever's left next year will be put onto the website and available. So this is actually this is printed on our brand new Oz book, which is this one here. We call it 1920 because it is literally issues 19 and 20 in one issue. When we went to Aspen, we stopped producing the book because we were reprinting them through Aspen Comics. So when we came back this year or last year to do this new Oz book, it made sense to just wrap up the arc that we were working on. And so this is a 40-page book with art by Carlos Reno, which is amazing. Carlos Reno, Gat Melvin. The art is incredible. So it's a 40-page book, Western reimagining of the Wizard of Oz. This is the first appearance of the Emerald Pistol, by the way. Of course, Dorothy has a ruby pistol and so on. And so this book, all of these Oz books are available on the website right now. Just so you know, if you missed the Kickstarter, anything that's left, these are all available. So this Mike Chrome book, this variant cover, is on that 40-page book. And you'll be able to get these when the show is over. I will go to the website and pop up 20 of them.
So everybody be rushing to CadetsCon.com and click on the Big Dog Ink. Check out, it's the second link down. So underneath the Patreon, that's the one you're going to want to click. And you got to be fast. If you don't have high-speed internet, I'm sorry. You got to go to Oz. You got to go to the Wizard of Oz convention next year.
And that's in New York, so that's that's a trek for some people.
So your love for all things kaiju is pretty well known at this point.
Oh yes,
if it's got scales and breathes fire and destroys Tokyo, you're in.
I'm in, man.
What sparked your love of Godzilla and that sort of genre?
I'll tell you, there's no reason that I should love it, because I had a very traumatic moment in my early Godzilla days. My parents, when I was 6 years old, Godzilla versus King Kong was coming on TV, and I had been waiting all day to watch it. And when it came on TV, they decided that was the night they were going to tell me they were going to get divorced. So by all rights, I should have been like, F this Godzilla stuff. It's linked to a tragedy that, I can't deal with. But somehow it stayed with me, and got to watch it another day. It used to be that it was on like every year. It was fun. But I just, something about it. I'll tell you I think I try. People always ask this, what's the first Godzilla movie you ever saw? I think I'm not positive, but I think that the first one I ever actually ended up seeing was Godzilla versus Gigan, or Godzilla on Monster Island, as many people know. It was one of the later ones in the series, but it had 4 monsters. It had Godzilla, Anguirus, Ghidorah, Gigan. It had Godzilla Tower. It had a dude that was drawn comic books, manga, in Japan. It had everything that like a kid of the age of, 8 was going to freak out over. And I was like, yeah, man, this is some cool stuff. And then not long after that, I was at a flea market in Michigan, and I found Godzilla comics, like the old Marvel Godzilla comics. And I didn't know what a comic book was, but I knew what Godzilla was. And so I was like, yeah, here's my 50 cents, dude. Give me this book. And took it home. And I mean, basically the rest is history. I mean, at that point, it's Godzilla's in my blood. Comic books are in my blood. Star Wars came out not long after that. Oh my God. It was a pop culture revolution in the late 70s and early 80s. And I was all in it. So, and back in the day, the Godzilla stuff, it was occasionally on TV, but there's like 14 movies. The videotape stuff was few and far between. My friend and I, we would get together on Saturdays and just take the phone book and call video stores across Los Angeles. Do you have any Godzilla movies? Any of them at all? And, some guys would have 1 or 2, and then we would go traveling. It would be like an hour round trip. Oh my God, we got Ghidorah, the 300 monster. Oh, we got Son of Godzilla. And it would be an exciting time to do that. Nowadays, you just say, well, okay, I've got them all now. Right. They're all right here. They're all on Blu-ray. They're all beautiful. It's almost too easy. It's fun. You have them, but it's too easy now. You used to have to drive hours out of your way to find these things. But that was half the fun too. It's like, I have this
Right.
nostalgia and these memories of doing these things, and that's just it's just sunk into me, and it's just there.
My introduction to Godzilla was totally the cartoon show.
Oh, sure, Hanna-Barbera, yeah.
Yeah, and it was I've loved giant monsters, but I think in recent years they've kind of gone away from what made them great. What made the original Godzilla movies great, and some of that, like, so. Amanda asked, "What did you think of Godzilla, the new Godzilla movie, King of Monsters?" Which I think is maybe the best Godzilla movie I've seen in a while, but they've kind of veered into the you can't have Godzilla without mechs thing. You know, it's
there's reasons for that. Not the least of which is the Showa era. The last two movies were both Mechagodzilla movies, and they were very popular. They brought Mechagodzilla back in the Heisei era, which is like the 90s, basically. I'm not a huge fan of the Heisei era. There's some of it that's good, some of it that's kind of, like you said, they kind of were like, well, let's kind of do some fan service here. And then when they did the Millennium series, they brought Mechagodzilla back again for 2 movies. But that was a great Mechagodzilla because he was based on the idea that they went out to sea and got the original 1954 Godzilla's bones and built a mech around those bones. And that was a great story. King of the Monsters is an unbelievable movie. It is a monster masterpiece. It is visually incredible. It is one of the best paced human to Godzilla scenes, human to monster scenes movies ever made in all of the movies, because usually you get a ton of humans and then, you know, there's like a Godzilla fight at the end. King of the Monsters was super well paced. It is basically a Showa era movie with CGI. I absolutely loved it. I was in love with it the instant I saw him hit the screen in IMAX. I was like, oh my God, this is where I need to just spend the next 6 months just watching this movie again and again and again.
True. How has your love for Godzilla and that you talked about kaiju, your kaiju book, but how has your love for that and the way those stories were told influenced your writing?
Oh, I'm sure it has to have in some ways. I mean, most of my writing is, the goal at Big Dog Ink for my writing is when somebody's done reading something, hopefully 2 things have happened. Number 1, ultimately, I hope you had a good time. I hope you read the book and you were like, oh, that was a good read. Sometimes you get deep, heavy stories. Sometimes they're lighthearted, but you should always come out of it going like, well, yeah, that was a good read. Give me the next issue. The other thing that I want people to not come out of the book being like, yeah, I saw that coming. I knew that was going to happen. Like, I don't want you to know what's happening. I make left and right turns all the time in my writing. And that's on purpose because I want you to be surprised. There's too much cliche in comics. And while we use cliche and we use tropes, we kind of dance around them and try and bend them a little bit so that you get something that feels good, but that you're not expecting. And so Godzilla movies were all that. I mean, they weren't designed, especially the 60s and the 70s. They weren't designed to be, outside of the first one, which is a nuclear war, analogy. They weren't designed to be anything but just fun. Dude, eat some popcorn and watch monsters drop kick each other. I mean, there is human story, of course. Sometimes there's gangsters and all kinds of things, but underlying all of that is just, it looks cool. It looks fun. The old models that they used to build were incredible. I mean, it had to be kind of heartbreaking to watch those things get destroyed on set by dudes in lizard suits stomping on it all. Because those things are works of art. So, but I think that along with my comic book reading in the early 70s and 80s told me when I started writing, dude, just make it fun. And people should hopefully latch onto the fun of it. And then once they've kind of latched onto the fun of it, then maybe they'll look a little deeper for the messages, because there's messages in these books, but they're not agenda driven books. They're not like me saying, I want to talk about this and I'm going to write a story about it. I'm going to write a story and then I'm going to link these little messages into it as we go along. especially Penny for Your Soul. Oh my God, it's loaded with that stuff. But yeah, it's fun is number one. And that definitely came from Godzilla and Star Wars and the comics that I was reading in the 70s and 80s.
Richard, you can get it on Big Dog Ink on Big Dog Ink's website.
Correct. Yes.
Just go over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links, and it's right there. Wasn't there a Godzilla movie about protecting the environment?
Yes.
Yeah.
Godzilla versus the Smog Monster was a very pollution agenda driven. It was one of the weirdest ones you will ever see. This is the one where Godzilla fights a smog monster made of pollution, understands science, and flies. So yes, it's definitely one of those really out there ones.
Yeah, that's an oddball one, man. So what's you just finished a Kickstarter?
Yep. What's
next in line at Big Dog Ink?
Next is another Kickstarter. We are doing a thing called ClickCon. If you guys look on Facebook, there is a group for that as well, ClickCon. It is with myself, Wendy Steen Shaner, CB Zane. We are doing what is essentially an anthology book, but it is a huge anthology book because we are each doing a full-sized issue, but we are printing it as one book. So it's going to be like a 64-page book. All of these books are spin-offs of things that we are already doing. So it's the Mighty Might from CB Zane, it's Sirenus from Wendy Steen Shaner, and it is Catnip, who is a goth parallel dimension version of Critter. And all three of those books will be published in one big 64-page thing. And we're going to have a big event for an entire month. We launch September 12th. We're going to have artists involved, having like an artist alley with the convention. It's designed like Wendy's January online Comic-Con. So you're going to be able to have badges and lanyards and big bags, and it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do panels throughout the show, throughout the entire month, just not even about the books itself, but just like comics, just like this, just doing things like this, talking with artists, creators, going over all kinds of elements. Cosplay. We have a cosplay contest where the winner is going to get $500 and be featured on a cover. We've already got a whole bunch of people that have committed to do that. And the backers will be voting for that. So if you want to vote on the cosplay, you gotta back the project, and then you get to vote on the cosplayer who wins. And then in October, it's going to be Ursa Minor, the return of Ursa Minor. So it's going to be a busy fall for us. And then that will lead into January, which will be Legend of Oz, Wicked West. It'll be this book's 10-year anniversary in 2021. And we're going to focus heavily on Oz and put out close to a complete story arc next year through Kickstarter, starting in January. We're gonna focus heavy on Oz next year.
So we're coming up against our time here, Tom. One more time, where can people find you? Where should people be looking for you? What are your links? That kind of thing.
Yeah, Facebook is our prime posting area, guys. Most of our direct contact is through Facebook. So find me, Tom Hutchison. Find Big Dog Ink, the group. You can join the group. It's just a public group. Hop right in. Find ClickCon. There's a big red thing that says ClickCon, the image. Yes, Daniel, it's Ursa will be a Kickstarter in October. Join ClickCon. And then BDI Comics is Twitter and Instagram. And if you want all the behind the scenes action of what's coming, and if you want to help us sort of design some of the things of Big Dog Ink, and if you want to get the Blue Jay original story content, that is Patreon, patreon.com/Big Dog Ink with a K.
Links to all of that stuff are over on cadetscon.com under the Cadets Con links section. So
Sweet.
Tom, real quick, while we got a few minutes left, you're involved in another thing, and I didn't want to bring it up till the very end because I wanted this to be about Big Dog Ink.
Yeah.
But you're involved in the Artist Alley Shopping Network.
Sure.
Which is a rapidly growing community of comic art fans and artists on the internet. Tell me about that.
Yeah, I'm part of this comic book shopping network, and I know Jesse James. So when he was kind of developing this and building it up, I was like, dude, you're missing something. If you want this to be the online convention experience, you're missing a large piece. And he was like, what's that? And I was like, Artist Alley, man. And he was like, oh my God, you're right. So he created the Artist Alley Shopping Network, the page, and basically put me in charge of it. I went out and found a whole bunch of artists, Nia Rufino, David Harrigan, Ryan Kincaid, Alfred Trujillo, Chris Enott. I'm going to forget all of them now. Steph Wilson, holy crap, Jason Metcalf, Justin Hart. We'll announce right now that Mog Park is joining the group tomorrow. She will be doing her first show, and we've got 1,300 people in there. Art, style, and genre from everywhere. I mean, it's everything that you could want, and all of these guys understand. These live shows, they will live draw, they'll sell prints, they'll sell their comics, and they'll connect with you. It's a good time. Everybody does like a 2-hour show. Come in, watch them draw, buy the commissions, and just have a good time. It's the convention experience online, without having to worry about the guy next to you not wearing deodorant.
And Mog will be up here in just about an hour from now.
Oh, great.
On Cadets Con here. But we wanted to make sure we plugged Artist Alley Shopping Network. It's growing so fast, guys. If you're not in it already, get in it. Tom, thank you so much for your time and for being a part of this and for always being down to do these dumb ideas when we have them.
I love dumb ideas. Love them.
So we will see you very soon. Check out another page turner with Tom and Steph. The podcast is very interesting. We will see you very soon, man. If you're watching Cadets Con 2020 live online, we'll be back in about a minute's time with Onrie Kompan, and I'm going to mess this up, and she's going to have to correct me. Afua Richardson. If I didn't mess it up, Onrie's telling me I got it right.
Yeah, you got
it. We'll be back in just about a minute's time, guys. Stick around.
Thanks.
What's up? Welcome back into Cadets Con. I'm your host, Kyle. Joining me again, who was here earlier, is William K Holland. And joining us now is Onrie Kompan, who is the writer of, you're going to have to say it for me, man, because I'm going to butcher it.
No worries, man. It's Isun Shin.
Isun Shin, as well as Marks, which I really want to talk to you about here in just a few minutes. But first things first, man, where can people find you on the socials? Where can people buy your stuff?
Absolutely. You can come to my website. It's www.isunshin.com. I'm going to move my big fat head here. So it's isunshin.com. And you can go to our shop. And right now we are offering 20% off on all books, plus free shipping. And I sign everything for you. Tripping up on my words here. isunshin.com. 20% off all the books that we have in stock, free shipping, free signing, all that lovely stuff.
Okay, well, that's really incredible, man. First things first, I saw the name and I was just sitting there thinking, I was like, man, that sounds like a really cool, like, martial arts epic.
It truly is, man. It's swords and Samurai slashing epic, man. It's a trilogy of books, and it's actually based on a true story. It's about a Korean admiral who fought the Japanese in the 1500s, and he was outnumbered 10-1 against them, and he beat them 23 times in a row without losing. And this series kind of tracks his fight against the samurai when they invaded Korea. So it picks up right where the action begins, and
Right.
yeah.
So it's based on real life. That's really awesome.
What's up?
I love the headband. I love the headband right there. I'm rocking with you on it.
I'm gonna get down on this too.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Absolutely. I think I was putting it out too far. I apologize.
All right.
You're fine.
So
Can you hear me okay?
yeah, we can hear you great.
Okay, fantastic.
So Afua, right? Like I didn't mess that up. Like I got it right.
Not at all. Oh.
All right. She froze. Tell us where people can find you, where people can get commissions from you, where they can buy your art, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Do you want me to type that to you or just?
No, just tell the whole world, and then I will put it on our Cadets Con page with the links that people can click on.
Fantastic. Well, my website is afuarichardson.com. That's AFUA Richardson, like it sounds. .com. I'm on Instagram at Doctafoo, DOCTAFOO on Instagram. And you can find me on Twitter and Facebook under my name, Afua Richardson.
Okay.
Awesome. So,
Ms. Richardson, what is that beautiful stuff behind you there? I see some awesome, epic artwork going on behind you there.
Thank you. I'm working on my first creator own since I've become a pro. This is, oh my gosh, my 15th year in comics. And I'm launching a Kickstarter on Black Friday in November for a book called Aquarius, the Book of Mer. And it's a modern retelling of mermaid myths and legends from all over the world. And I'll be starting with some having to do with my own family. So I'm super excited about it. And here is one of the characters. Yes, she looks exactly like me. And I just wanted one character that I could cosplay as without changing my hair.
There you go. I can dig that.
see, I think Onrie and I, we're kind of limited too. We can be Kingpin and Kingpin.
I'm Michael Chiklis, baby. You know, I like to say I'm the I got the shield thing going all day long. And Professor X. We could do Professor X. You know,
that's true.
I'm just saying.
Think about that.
Probably need to cut another 30 pounds, but you know, I think I could do it. I'm a smart guy. I'll tell you that.
I cosplayed one time as Nick Fury, and it was just kind of interesting because, of course, I was walking around with my large trench coat, and people are like, "Man, you're a big old dude to be Nick Fury." I said, "Well, yeah, I can do that. It's okay."
Well, you know, it's always such an effort to cosplay as myself. I always have to think about everything. So I finally took a cue from Steve Jobs because he always wore the same shirt every day. And I'm like, you know what? I'll just wear my shirt every day. And I haven't washed this shirt in weeks now. So I just wear it every day. And it's got its own musk and everything. I'm working on my own cologne brand, which we're going to be selling pretty soon. It's not going to smell very good, but, you know, we're working on it.
T-shirt, the fragrance.
Yes, T-shirt, the fragrance. There you go. Well, you got to be my marketing manager. You got the whole Brent thing going, my friend.
You've got your voice actor down.
Absolutely.
You ever wanted to smell like someone at a convention, didn't know how?
Yeah. Oh,
did you need a spray bottle? Do you need something that's familiar to you and no one else? T-shirt.
I'll be honest, people like us would be walking around with that, just spraying it around our house right now because we miss conventions so much.
Well, you know,
coyotes.
Yeah, that's true. Coyotes, you get rid of them, or it attracts them, and you know, I don't know, does something.
Yeah.
Does something.
Maybe.
At least it's a good measure of keeping social distance. Because if you smell like this, then hey, you know, and this is why we can bring conventions back. Because once I have my fragrance out there, no one's going to want to get close to anybody, and then it'll all work out.
Steph and Skip Kane, yes, absolutely. Head over to cadetscon.com and click on CadetsCon links, and there are links up already. Now they're up for Onrie's website as well as Afua's website, where you can pick up their stuff directly from them. I'm gonna let Will take the lead here for a minute and step away. I will be here in the background if you all need me. This is the idea.
Scratch it. Good. Dude, Gustavo, I'm telling you. Everybody who has picked up Yisun Shin, I'm telling you, they're geniuses. And Gustavo, thank you. You're right. Scratch and sniff T-shirt.
There we go.
There you go.
Although
and it'll even stick on your fingers too.
Although my biggest problem is if I was a scratch and sniff T-shirt, I'm pretty sure mine would be cheeseburger, pizza,
that'll be
or chocolate cake.
Chocolate cake.
Like I would not mind smelling like chocolate cake. That'd be a great thing. So
I don't know.
Starting with the lady, because I want to let the ladies go first. So I want to try to be as gentlemanly as possible in this situation. So the first thing I want to ask is, how did you get into the land of comics? Because I know as well through stuff I make that you don't fall into it. It's not an accidental situation. So how did you begin that process?
Just comics in general as a career, or just my love of comics?
For you,
in general?
both. How you fell in love with it, and then how you kind of rolled it into a career.
I think I was about 9 years old when I got my first comic, or first set of comics. I ran into an artist who was a soldier. Actually, I lived on a military base when I was 9 years old in New York. Governor's Island was a Coast Guard base, and one of the guys who worked there was my neighbor. Used to work for heavy metal, and so he just had this collection of comics that I probably shouldn't have been reading, and just a whole bunch of books around. And he was just like, "Whatever's in there, take it." So I found like X Factor and Swamp Thing and Avengers West Coast and just all of these really incredible comics. A lot of them Marvel at first. And I cleared all of the, I was a big tomboy, but I moved all the clothes out of my closet and I just started organizing my collection of comics and just, I absolutely fell in love. Half of the stories, I didn't know what was going on, but I didn't care. I just read them over and over again. And I was drawing my own characters. And I think what really got me into creating comics professionally was music. I was a classical musician, trained at LaGuardia for the Performing Arts, did an undergrad at Juilliard, and I always carried a sketchbook, cut class sometimes to go to the bookstore to read comics. And after a while, I started doing a lot of performing and making my own flyers and drawing myself and my fellow musicians as comic characters. And I want to say in 2005 or so, I started going to comic conventions and just speaking to the artist, which is phenomenal. Like I come from the music industry where you have to know somebody to get a meeting, to get a, sacrifice to the wind or whatever, just to get 5 minutes with someone who'll say, eh. But comic conventions, you could just walk up to the head of a company or your favorite author or artist, and they're right there. You can just talk to them directly. Could you imagine? It's like, oh, I just want to walk up to Stevie Wonder and so tell me about this album that you made. That's, you know what I mean? Like, that's insane. And so I walked up to Mark Silvestri, like, hello, can I buy something? I love your work. Oh my God. And I just handed him a little postcard with my work on it and where he could find me. And then 6 months later, I had the opportunity to work on my first cover-to-cover comic with Top Cow. It was very lucky.
It is an amazing book too, by the way. Sorry, I didn't mean to interject.
That's okay, please.
I really loved Grind.
Thank you.
There you go. Continued fandom. That's part of the joy of the con experience.
Yeah, for sure. I felt like comics was a place where I could just be somewhere else. I had a lot of chaos in my life when I was a kid, and I'd read these stories and think, especially the X-Men, I would look at them and think, they save people, but they're not liked.
Yeah.
They're not appreciated, and they still do the right thing. So I have a lot of stuff that's happening to me, and I could choose to be just as mean, or I could choose to be like Nightcrawler.
Yeah.
And
Nightcrawler. Oh my gosh, I love Nightcrawler. He's one of my favorite characters.
seriously, like
same here. I'm a big Nightcrawler fan.
Like one of my dream projects, because I've had a chance to work with Marvel and DC, but one of these days I want to do a book about everybody blue, a few green folks, a couple of purples. We'll throw a Vision in there because he's fuchsia or whatever. But I was like, give me the blues.
And then we need the blue WWW by Eiffel 95 as the soundtrack.
But you could work a really cool jazz theme into it too, because of the blues and everything. That sounds like a really riveting idea.
I'll take some kind of blue. There you go.
Exactly. And I love jazz and I love blues and funk and things like that. So there are actually surprisingly a lot of musicians in the comic world. Like, you'd be surprised. Nelson Blake, who started at Top Cow and now he's at Marvel, crazy guitarist. I mean, like metal guitarist. He's
really. I didn't know that.
Would not know it.
I find it funny too. There's so many attorneys that are like in comics now too. I like Charles Soule, and I was mentioning to you Marjorie Liu the other day, who's teaching a class about comics at MIT. It's crazy the backgrounds of people. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be surprised at the crossover. I think Dale.
I'm laughing at this comment here that came across concerning the blue.
Oh, that is a good one.
I see what you did there.
Jingles Rasco with the blue comments with the pun of the day.
Yeah, that's really cool, Afua, that you're right, going back to that whole idea about blue, the blue characters. That really would make for like an interesting concept, like a 4-issue miniseries. It's why not? And to throw Vision in there, just why the hell not?
Right? You got like She-Hulk, Hulk, and
Beast.
Beast is like a drummer.
Yeah, there you go. You can make it like a band, like the Beatles. Yeah.
He's drumming, but with his feet.
Exactly.
This book's so bad, I can't even tell you. As a guy who comes from the music industry before he got into comics, I'm all about this so much.
Absolutely. And about the music industry, I think it's so much harder to get someone to like actually sit down and listen to your music as opposed to like sitting down and reading your comic. Do you find that to be true, Afua?
Absolutely. At least with a comic, it's a little bit more immediate. With music, you have to invest a little bit of time. You can kind of let it play in the background. And I guess the same is true of sitting down and reading a comic, but it's more like, all right, well, this looks good. You've got to get somebody in the first 5 seconds of your song or people are going to pass. Like, oh, this is nice. And they're not really going to tell you if they think it's terrible.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Is it all right for me to admit that I've had a chance to listen to your wonderful music, that you've shared it with me? Yeah.
Sure.
And let me just tell you guys, Afua, I have heard some of the music that you're doing for the Book of Mare for Aquarius. Is Aquarius, right? Mm-hmm. The Book of Mare. Yeah. She's shared some insight with me, and I'm telling you guys, Black Friday, set some money aside and pre-order this book. I'm telling you, it's going to blow you away. Afua's artwork, her writing, and I've read some of her script. She has been kind enough to share it with me because I've been begging her to do it. It is amazing stuff, and her music that she's actually creating an album to go along with her book. The music is absolutely riveting. It is really cool stuff. It'll just get you feeling familiar things from different periods in time that actually coincide with like the story that she's telling. And I'm so excited. I hope I can be your number one backer.
No.
Hopefully top 10. Hopefully top 10. Hopefully I'll be up and I'll do it. But you definitely got my money. I'm really excited for you. Yeah.
Thank you. It's exciting. I felt like for the past, decade or so, it's been wonderful to work, with all of these really major companies that they would trust me to bring their vision to life. Black Panther, X-Men, Captain Marvel, all of these different really phenomenal legacy characters that I've had a chance to draw my rendition of, and have a little freedom to put a little piece of myself or my own perspective on these characters. And now I feel like this book, I can say who I am through my work in a way that I don't think I have before. And as a musician and a singer, I get the chance to just express the other part of me that I've kind of let atrophy a bit. Like, it's weird that I had a completely different life before doing comics. That I was a voice actor, and I worked at a Jingle House, and I went on tour, and I opened for Outkast and Alicia Keys and Parliament Funkadelic. I was on Soul Train. Okay, that's how far back this goes. Like, it was really not to be like, oh, I was on Soul Train. It was like, no, it was a job that I did. And it was an amazing life. And I felt like with comics, I could express myself in the way that I wanted, instead of like, hey, you sound like Lauryn Hill and Sade. Can you, wear this thing in a baggie? And I'm like, I like home clothing. Thank you. And I don't want to lose 40 pounds.
I got a question for you, Afua. So I've had the pleasure of seeing you at conventions. That's actually where we met. And Will, I'm telling you, when conventions come back up, you owe it to yourself to meet Afua in person, because she will rock your socks off. I mean, she is seriously a force to be reckoned with. And well, because it's true. I mean, you see a lot of artists at conventions that are basically hunched behind their table because they're drawing commissions and they don't really have the opportunity to make eye contact. But on top of that, it's a very secluded world, right? You're sitting behind a drawing board and drawing all day. But the thing that I find really fascinating about you, Afua, is that you're very engaging. You have a very engaging presence. Your husband, he's also, he comes and helps you out at shows too. And both of you guys together, you're like a power couple at conventions. Now, getting to my question though, how much of your music background did you pull from in order to, create your identity on the convention floor? Because that's also showmanship, I would think too, right?
Definitely. I was surprisingly a very shy person. And performing helped me. It helped me get over that a little bit. It's definitely a performance, not in a way that's fake, but it's like, hey, you know what? Whatever you're going through, it's not the fault of the person who you're interacting with that day. It's, they're there to have a great experience. They might be encountering your artwork for the first time. We're all a bunch of introverts and we're all together in this room, so let's have a good time where it's all like a comic book convention is a lot like even the comic book industry in general. It's kind of like having a lot of mutual friends. We think about the archetypes that we gravitate towards: the Wolverines, the Punishers, the Blade, that group of people in your iconography that you find resonance with through fiction. When you find other people who appreciate that the same way, there's this rapport. Like, we both know what Wolverine would do in a bar.
Right.
We both have an idea of who this person is, even though they're fictional. My English is all over the place today. It's freaking hot
No,
here in
I-
Georgia, and my brain is melting into butter. Forgive my grammatical Godzilla-isms.
That's okay. I mean, if you got the purple Godzilla-isms, we're gonna kind of let Onrie take the helm for a little bit. Let him talk a
Yeah.
little bit about what got him into comics, because I
Absolutely.
see the stuff that he's doing, and I'm thinking Saturday afternoon martial arts flicks. I want to hear about what he's got going too.
Yeah, man. Speaking of conventions, like, talk about engaging. Onrie, man, like, you will never see him behind a table. He is always up front. He's always engaging his audience, and it's just like, hey, do you know my comic? Well, you should. And that's incredible. I'm just like, you know what? I want to know what this is, because you got faith in it. It's
Like, here's the sword that my game bear character uses in the thing. We actually have the sword right here.
I appreciate the kind words of Fua. That means a lot to me. Well, my background is not nearly as interesting as Afua's, but I will try and measure up in my own way as best as I can. But let's see. I mean, what really got me, I've always found this this dichotomy in my life. There are two things that have always been very important to me, and it's comics and martial arts. And I think there's a reason for that. Literally every martial arts school that I've ever seen or trained at, within like literally, the same plaza or across the street, there would be a comic book shop. And when I was a kid, I got into Taekwondo. My parents signed me up because my neighbors were bullying me. And as soon as I started training, about 2 weeks later, my bullies tried to attack me, and I beat them up pretty badly. So badly, in fact, that my neighbors, their father said that I wasn't allowed to play with them anymore. So I was pretty secluded after that, an outcast.
Oh, no.
So they weren't bullying me physically anymore because they knew I'd kick their ass, but they would always be making fun of me. And, I knew it was smarter not to engage them. So, I found myself isolated a lot, and I guess I got into comics because of that. I was always a big Spider-Man fan, huge Spider-Man fan. And, I stopped training I trained until I was about 12 years old, and I got my black belt. And then we moved to a different neighborhood, and I stopped until I was about 16. And then I tracked down my old martial arts school, and I kind of picked up where I left off. And I was doing Taekwondo, and I was really focused on Olympic style sparring. So it's actually a sport that was introduced to the world in the 1988 Olympics. And basically it's boxing, but you're only kicking. So you're only allowed to kick. You can do certain punching. You can only do punching as a block, but it's not, you only get like 1 point. And you get like, you're basically trying to kick someone in the face, and you have to wear these like padded helmets, because when you get kicked in the face, you're probably going to get knocked out. And so I did that for a couple of years, and I wasn't very good at it. And I kind of detracted from martial arts just because of life and work and everything. And but I never lost my interest in comics. That was always that was always what I wanted to do. And I spent a lot of years, just kind of studying stuff. And I put out my first comic, and, everybody's first comic's always a dud. And mine was just absolutely horrendous. And more because of my lack of experience than anything else. I always take the blame for it. It's not the artist's fault or anybody else's. But it was an experience for me. And I learned early on that I needed to, focus on being the one to push everything, because, the market was kind of showing me that everybody who I was talking to who worked in the industry was saying that if you really want to make it big with your own ideas, you have to be the one advocating for them and out there pushing them. So that's sort of what led me into, because of Taekwondo, I actually had I was ingrained with a deep sense of appreciation and love for Korean culture. And when I discovered Yisun Shin years later, it was I was hanging out with my roommate at the time, and he had told me about this great Korean drama And I ordered it online. It was like $200, but the concept sounded so great that I had to own these discs, and I still got them. I mean, the packaging on this is just incredible. You open it up and there's all these maps, and it's all in Korean, and it's like, it's crazy, you know. And then you start jumping into this show, and you know, it's just like it's literally pulled from reality, you know. It's like, this is, and it's dramatized, obviously, but the show was great. And I tried to get other people into it, and they're like, yeah, you know, it's subtitled and it's Korean, and I don't really get it. And then I saw 300 was made into a movie, and I was like, well, that was based off of a comic book, which was actually based off of another movie that Frank Miller saw in the 50s called The 300 Spartans. It was made in the 50s. I don't know if he saw it back then, but, you know, after that point, I decided to start doing research, and I spent about 2 years doing research on the subject matter and studying different trends in comics, because I had learned from my failures with my first go at making comics. And I said, you know what, if I'm going to make another comic, I want it to be levels beyond anything else, because A, I'm putting my money into it, and B, you know, you can't just keep not learning. You know, you can't keep making the same mistakes, because you're not going to get anywhere in the business. If you can't take the criticism, if you can't look at yourself and say, I'm the one who needs to improve, you're never going to get anywhere. So that really propelled me forward. And, you know, that also led me to hire an editor to come on board. And he eventually became my co-writer and my teacher and everything. He's essentially my Mr. Miyagi. And you might know him. It's David Anthony Kraft. He's a longtime veteran in the comic book industry. He worked on Defenders, She-Hulk. He basically picked up where Stan Lee and John Buscema who did the first issue. But basically from that second issue on to issue 24, Dak was writing She-Hulk, and he built the entire world around the character. He's the one who gave her a pink Cadillac and had her dating thing and Man-Thing, and, you know, brought Star God into it, which is Man-Wolf, and he had a great run on that and ushered in numerous talent, including George Perez, Brian Stelfreeze, and this is the guy who taught me everything I know about comics and who I continue to learn from. So, yeah, that's my story. I'm sorry if I'm running my mouth.
Just as a reminder, guys, head over to cadetscon.com and click on the Cadets Con links. There on that page, we have links for all of our guests for today. But you can scroll down, and there's a link to Onrie's website as well as to Aufa's website. So that you can check out their products, buy stuff from them, give them your money, because that's the whole point here, you know, is to support these great creators who, you know, right now are not able to get out to the conventions and stuff as much or at all, because, well, there are no conventions right now. So just make sure you're checking those things out. I have a question for Onrie. You sent me Mark's yesterday, and I fell asleep reading it last night. I was
that's always a good thing.
Well, no, like,
that means I did my job.
Well, let me explain myself, and I'll explain what I mean is we had our Ready Set Draw event last night that didn't get over until 12:30 my time. By the time I got everything ready for today, it was 1:30, and I'm reading the book. And when I dropped my iPad and woke up because it hit me in the face, it was 4. So I just started
so good it'll knock you out.
I just started reading and reading, and next thing I'd known, I lost track of time. And so I wanted to ask you about that story. It seems like a very personal story. Tell people a little bit about that book.
Absolutely. So Marx is the story of my grandfather's life, and during World War II, he was a Russian Jewish soldier who fought the Nazis. And it's a self-contained story. It's 6 chapters, and it features 3 different artists that I specifically chose to capture certain parts of my grandfather's life. And it was a story I managed to hear from as my grandfather was slowly passing away. And I managed to get everything right in the nick of time. And yeah, it was a very, very large endeavor and a huge heartache for me to put the book together. But I'm very pleased with the results, and I'm so proud of the reception I got. And I'm sorry I'm having such a hard time focusing because Afua, your artwork, my God.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Wow, man. I just want you to
I'm
through
just
it.
like, wow. Yeah. So I hope I answered your question, Kyle.
You did. You absolutely did. And like I said, it's I didn't fall asleep for any reason other than, it was 4 a.m. and I had done a 5-hour stream earlier in the night and then read a comic until 4 a.m. So
well, I appreciate the fact that you were so committed and so intrigued by what we did with Marks that it kept you up. And I hope that when all of this madness is over for you, that you'll have a chance to sit down and read it and enjoy it.
I'm a massive history nerd, and I've recently fallen in with a group of Chicago history nerds.
Cool.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, that's where I'm based.
So it really spoke to that in terms of the sort of story arc. So
yeah, no, I appreciate that. So, Afua, what are we looking at here?
I can't hear you. Hold on, I'm having technical issues on my end, so I'm going to drop back out and let Will take over. I will be back in just a minute.
Okay, so let's pick up with that question that Kyle asked about what are we looking at here. This is gorgeous. When I said wow earlier, I'm sorry because I said that and I realized he was talking about this very deep stuff with that story, and I'm going, oh wow, they're like, okay, the artwork. I'm just going, oh wow, like, oh wait, oh, not then.
I'm working on a pinup for my buddy Dedrin Sneed. He has a book called Sugarman Spear. And one of the co-creators is Nichelle Nichols, who we have featured back here.
What? The Nichelle Nichols?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Nichelle Nichols. For those who don't
She's
know,
one of my heroes.
Lieutenant Naota Uhura from the Starship Enterprise. Yes. She is one of the characters in the book, and I am drawing his main character and her awesome spirit guide. It's just a really cool story, and
it looks like the spirit guide might be based loosely on Nichelle Nichols' look.
Yes.
There, based on what I can see.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow!
So,
when is this glorious book coming out?
I think they're working on the second volume now,
Okay.
and yeah, so they launched their Kickstarter and it was successful, and so I'm like, oh yeah, let me hurry up and get you your pinup.
Awesome.
Afua, when it comes to your process, it looks like you got a lot of layering. Do you typically draw right now on digitally, or do you still do anything by on just paper and pen, or are you primarily digital?
A lot of traditional work. It kind of depends on how I'd like to get something done. Sometimes I'll sketch something out. I'll drop in an image. Let's see, place. Let's see.
I'm going to put in some comments while you're looking over that, Sarah. I've got a couple coming in on this.
No problem.
So first of all, we've got Jingles Rasco talking about the beautiful art.
I agree completely. It is. Yeah. And how long does making a cover like this take you? Like, we're talking man hours here, like, between everything you got going on.
A couple of days usually. It depends, because I'll create the concept sketch, and I'll usually do that digitally just so I can scribble out blobs and so on, and then I will draw it traditionally. If I have the time, I'll print out the digital blob and then clean it up and draw on top of it. And if I don't have the time, then I'll work right on top of my sketch straight to finals. I don't necessarily do an ink layer and then a color layer, because I'm working in Adobe Illustrator. I will work right to finals from my traditional stuff.
Yeah, that's got to cut a whole ton of time for you. We started having our artist on Yisun Shin do the same thing, just I'll draw the layouts and then he'll draw his version of it to kind of like make sure that it's in line with my crappy drawing. And then, he finalizes it from there, and I would imagine that helps, save you a lot of time and focus on other things, right?
Absolutely. Because I won't have to scan it. I won't have to clean it up. It's already in the program that I need to. So this is an example of something that I started out with traditionally, and then I took to a digital version.
Gonna shoot a couple of comments up about the art. You got some comments coming in on it. Talking about how gorgeous it is.
Thank you.
Just wait until you see it colored, Nicholas.
And so now let me find
exquisite artwork.
Thank you, Kyle.
Wow.
And the thing I find so amazing about Afua is, she's got this background in music, and she just if I'm understanding correctly, you self-taught yourself how to draw like this, and this isn't even the final piece yet. Wait until you see the colors.
Let's see if I can place that in there, please. I really enjoyed drawing, but oops, I'm not scaling it properly. I really wanted to draw well. It was something that I felt like, hey, I enjoy this. I love looking at artwork. I love looking at graphic design and fashion from all over the world and photos from all over the world. I really love just the colors and the relationships between the objects on the page. I don't know how to do this, but I'm okay with that. Just like I started off as a musician who didn't know how to play well. If I found the right way to practice and found the right teachers, then if I continue to repeat those lessons, eventually I'll find my way. And it's really difficult sometimes as an artist when you want your artwork to look a certain way and it doesn't look like that. Like what's in your mind doesn't make it to the page because you haven't quite developed the motor skill yet or the understanding of volume to be able to represent it in a shorthand. And it can be incredibly frustrating because you start to take it personally and you think like, oh, well, I'm not good enough. And it can be a little heartbreaking because you want it to look good. You want other people to like it. You want to like it. I can see a million problems with this particular drawing, but you have to kind of be patient with yourself and know that, the more that you do it and the more that you practice drawing from life and practice whatever it is that you want to be proficient in, that you will get better through time. It's not just, oh, well, I know how to do it now, and now I'm automatically going to do it well. You have to literally carve grooves into your mind, not physically, but you have to develop the motor skill, just like riding a bike. At first, it was kind of difficult, and now you don't have to think about it anymore. But you're always going to be learning. You're always going to be learning new skills. And even now, I'm learning new programs. I'm always studying. I always bring a sketchbook with me everywhere because sometimes I'll have an idea or I'll see something that looks really crazy or even something that's mundane and normal. And I thought, well, why not mix this with this? And that idea would leave if I didn't have a sketchbook around. So I always try to keep my mind engaged.
I have a question for you. So given what you just told us, when you took your first project on for Marvel or DC, your first big time project, what were the thoughts going on in your head and how did you manage that? Because I'm sure you had to have some feeling. Were you confident that you were going to knock this out? Did you have any self-doubt that you were battling? Like what was going on in your mind when you first got that big job and you had to sit down in front of your board and start drawing?
I thought to myself, wow, I have no idea what I'm doing. Help!
Makes sense.
I don't know.
I'm gonna put this out
know.
there. I'm gonna put this out there and say this right now. Like what I'm seeing from you guys is just I feel like I'm in a master class when it comes to not only art, but when it comes to promoting and different things like that. These are things that I'm trying to learn how to do. And so it just blowing me away. I'm sitting there going like, can I get that Storm as a print? Is there a way to can I get that hanging up in my
Actually,
house?
I have it on my site right now. In the food store.
Beautiful. I mean, I'm loving everything I'm seeing. We've got a couple comments I want to throw in real quick just to let people know that we got some interaction going. Nicholas advised that we need you on X-Men yesterday. He
I
said.
agree 100%.
So I would love to see the rest of it. If that's your Storm, I can't imagine the rest of the crew.
I'm
you know what,
on the
actually-
floor right now looking at the rest of the crew.
Well, I was going to say, the one thing that excites me even more is the fact that what Afua is doing with Aquarius is going to be really cool because she's creating her own characters and she's, really stepping into this world of, original work. And I think I'm just so excited to see what she's doing. Just, your costume design for Storm and just some of the other things I've seen come out of you, like the Miles Morales that you did, the female Miles Morales, which is just a gorgeous piece. I actually ordered it, and I'm gonna frame that mother, and I'm gonna hang it in my office. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is some glory stuff. I'm just gonna throw these up too because we got, like I said, some other people coming in. Love how she was able to make the boots look like leather from Amanda. I'm trying to draw. I can tell you, it's not an easy feat to do that.
Absolutely.
It's just studying. The observation of how light interacts with a surface. Does it absorb the light? Does it reflect the light? Does it change? Sitting next to something else, and just constantly refilling your memory banks and then figuring out how to use the tools that you have to the best of your ability. You're constantly learning and relearning. And I love watching other artists draw because you learn so much from them. Just their techniques and how they decide to use their tools. You can learn from someone, even if they're not drawing in the style that you are working in, or even that you want necessarily. You can learn just little things like Mark Tertiera, who created the primary look of the Dora Milaje for the Black Panther. A fantastic artist and painter, and he saw me, working on some commissions at a convention one year, and he was just like, "Why don't you use gesso when you're painting your commissions?" And I was like, "What is this magical gesso that you speak of?" Mark.
That's cool.
And so he gave me his little bottle of gesso. I still have it. It's amazing. It's a white acrylic, and you can paint on top of it, but you basically lay it down on a canvas when you want to have paint just all over your paper. But the cool thing about it is if you're working in black and white or you're working in color, you can sort of treat it like paper whiteout, and you can still draw on top of it later.
You create your whites, basically, your light spaces.
Exactly. Or if I want to black something out and I want it to be like super, super matte black, like black hole sun, no light is coming out of that, everything else looks shiny by comparison, you can just sort of tape off an area and paint it with gesso, and it's fantastic. And I was just like, oh my goodness, thank you so much. Just that small little thing. Or Brian Stelfreeze, who you mentioned earlier, Onrie, when he draws from life, he'll start to study the shape of the light and the shape of the shadow. Instead of thinking of things as lines, he thinks of them as mass. And when light hits the skin, there's an area where the light is, there's an area where the shadow is, and then there's this thin line. I kind of call it the dusk till dawn line. It's this little line where light is hitting the skin. He puts in a bit of red, just a reddish version of the skin tone right on that line. And what he's describing with that is the light hitting the skin and the blood underneath showing through.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I would not have thought of that. It is all of these little things that different artists use to represent life on the page that I love. So down the line, after I launch my Kickstarter, I also want to do some classes where I work with other artists, or I'll share some of the techniques that I have personally that help me represent life in a way that is.
Can I sign up? Can I sign up now?
Teach me. I want to learn.
I want to learn, master.
Well, the one thing I want to say too, Afua, is I really like how you have your Dr. Fu's lab, where you have created this community for people who are just starting out and just trying to kind of learn, navigate their way into this, whether it's as a hobby or as a profession. Afua already is doing everything that she's talking about on Facebook, and I think it's really great how she is so willing to share everything with people. And especially another thing I just want to point out too is, as a writer, you don't think about all these details, right? If you say 300 guys storming a castle, it's one thing to write it, but another thing to actually draw it and get all the details in there. And to, a writer can only get the focus. But the thing that I find so fascinating is not only have you taught yourself how to draw, you taught yourself how to color, you're teaching yourself how to use all this technology, and you're also writing too, and you're a wonderful writer. But on top of that, it's like, mastering all this technology and keeping yourself current, and then being so open to share it with other people who are trying to find their own paths. I mean, I would say that you totally embody all the core essentials of what martial arts tries to teach other people in your work. I that's one of the things I admire most about you.
Oh, thanks, man. I feel like, in my life, I've had a lot of, like I said, we all have our stories. We all have hard times and things that we face and difficulty. But one thing that I was shown, in addition to, maybe how cruel people can be, also how kind. And artists like Brian Stelfreeze or Neil Adams or David Mack would take time and look at my work, and they would be very honest with me. They wouldn't just say, "Oh, that's pretty good." They would be very, very technical about their critique, not to hurt my feelings, but to say honestly what it was that they saw when they saw my work and where I could consider improving, because they have their own paths and I may have a different vision in mind. And so they share what it is that they use on a day-to-day to help them get to the vision that they wanted. And it helped me see a path for myself. So some days life would just be so difficult and just so, even now, especially now where we're in very difficult and unusual times. But when I listen to music or when I read a book and it can give me hope or give me inspiration or just give me a distraction and help me think outside of what's happening right now, so I can look at right now with a different perspective, and I want to get back to that, because that's powerful. That helped me say, you know what? I know things are not so great right now, but there is beauty somewhere because somebody made this, and I want to contribute to this. So I'm really proud of my Dr. Fu's lab, because honestly, if I showed someone how to draw exactly like me, I don't have to be threatened by that, because they have their own experience, they have their own visions, they have their own influences and the things that are important to them. So they're going to make something different than what I would. So I don't have to worry necessarily about someone taking an opportunity from me because they learned how to do what I do. That's not how I think of things. I think more like, okay, well, if the both of us draw the same and we both have an idea that we both like, then we can form Voltron and save the galaxy.
And another thing I want to say to that too is I think kindness and doing these kinds of things are what allow us to kind of work through some of the difficulties of what we're facing right now. And I definitely want to give a shout out to Jen King of Space Cadets for having that mentality throughout from the beginning of this and really connecting all of us to each other. But it just kind of like what you were saying earlier, Afua, about Nightcrawler and the X-Men, of how they do the right thing even if they are still seen as the bad guys as a result. I think that part of doing what we do, sharing our work with the world, is in its own way, and helping other people. It's more for it can be for a sign of personal growth, and people take notice of when you do things like this, because there's a lot of people, I think, who don't understand that concept and are, especially in times like this, kind of close themselves off and are more subjected to feed into negative feelings and get sucked up by everything they see on the news and all that other stuff. But I think it's a very powerful thing to be able to basically, you can't solve the world's problems by making every poor person rich, but you can teach them how to plant crops. You can teach them how to fish, and essentially what you're doing is that. I can't teach people how to how to write. I mean, I guess I could, but I mean, it's a very different thing. I mean, you can certainly help people hone their focus, but I think it's much more direct, and you can see the results when you're drawing. It's a very, very different thing.
So I got a little distracted buying some stuff from the food store.
Oh,
but
thank you.
Well, I wanted to ask you about something I saw on there, and then there are some questions in the comments that I want to get to. One of the things on Afua Richardson's website is the art that you did to the Langston Hughes piece.
Oh, yes.
I'm a big fan of Langston Hughes's work. So how did that come about, and what was that process like?
Well, NPR does something every year for Black History Month, and they reached out to me a few years back to create an illustrated version of any Black author's work, any excerpt from a body of work. And I loved Rivers. That particular poem, I thought about a young Langston Hughes going to see his father while riding on a train and looking at the Mississippi River and thinking about the bodies of water that connect us all, the life-giving, and in some cases, the sad stories that came along those same shores. And I thought it really resonated with me. And the book that I'm working on, in Aquarius, the Book of Myr, what I'm trying to show is, we've got a lot of things that make us different, and that makes us great, because things would be boring if we were all the same. But one thing that we do have in common is water, and our bodies are 60% water. So that's a very big aquatic family. And so thinking about him writing this poem, and also in the context of the poem, he's talking about the Mississippi and the Nile and the Congo. And I thought to myself, I have lineage in the Congo. I have ancestors who lived there and were buried there. And but all the pictures that you see of the Congo are very sad. There was a lot of tragedy that happened there, but you don't get the opportunity to see any of the beauty. So it was only 4 panels, but I wanted to take each moment, each panel, and show something different, but also show how we were all connected. So the Amazon and the cleaning of wounds, but also the flooding of the Nile in Egypt, and the ghost of the slaves who were sold on the Mississippi. Just all of these different ways that that water gives and takes life. I thought about when I read this very short poem. So I wrote the comic, and it was posted to NPR, and I made a little video and made a little song for it because I loved reading Rainbow, and I wanted to make my own little like reading Rainbow video.
Hey, you know, so many of us learn to read because of reading Rainbow. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's true.
So, for Onrie, maybe it's been answered, but has the next?
Geez, Ship, come on, man! I'm too busy, like just slacking off here, and you're putting me on deadline here, buddy. We are hard at work on the next issue of Yisun Shin right now. We're working on the 10th issue of 12. And our artist is wrapping up a very big project right now. And I unfortunately just heard today that my colorist's mother passed away. Yeah, it's very, very upsetting. So we're kind of taking a little bit of time to regroup. But I'm hoping we are working very hard on it. And we should be on the upswing. And I'm hoping to be halfway done with this issue by the end of the year. That's the goal, and then after that, things should kind of smooth out. And I'm really hoping for a 2021 release on that one. And it's just our production process is very meticulous and slow, but I promise you, this issue in particular is going to rock your socks off. There's going to be a massive knife fight. It's going to be awesome.
Socks?
Yeah. Who needs socks? Wear some sandals. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I'm also working on a new project too, and I'm still trying to figure stuff out, and I've been using Afua as a sound wall. I basically come to her every day, and I'm, shooting random ideas at her, and she's been very supportive of everything that I'm doing, and she's a real trooper for me, and I appreciate having her as a friend and someone so high up. It's very uplifting, and the one thing I always want to be able to feel is excitement for whatever project I'm putting out there, because you put like I said, you put your own money into it, you put your own time into it, and you want your audience to enjoy it, and you want to have the energy to like get out there and push this thing. So I'm figuring stuff out. I'm reading a lot of comics right now, just like stacks and stacks, and it sounds fun, but at times it can be kind of difficult because, I'm trying to understand what's working right now. What are the trends that I should be following? Kind of like what I did prior to putting Yisun Shin out there. So I am figuring it out, and, I am hard at work on stuff. But there we go. So I hope that answers your question, Chip. We are hard at work, buddy. And much love to you, by the way. Your support means so much to me, man. I'm looking forward to meeting you in person.
On me all week about, hey, now when Onrie's on, you got to ask him about my marks because you're gonna love it, and you got to do this and you got to do that. Like he has been looking forward to this panel all week.
I love that guy. And he's British. He's military. He's my people. And I always say this: anybody with a British accent is automatically like uber cool, and I'm jealous of them right away because like I wish I could. If I had a British accent working for me, everybody would think I'm like way more accomplished and smarter than I actually am. So I love that.
To Leeds.
Yeah,
it'll rub off on you.
Yeah.
I mentioned reading Rainbow a couple of years ago. I got the honor to meet LeVar Burton at a con in Louisville, and I got to hand him one of my children's books. So I said, I just want to let you know. You're part of the inspiration for me writing. So thank you. Awesome. And I handed him the book, and it was just like, well, I'm going to appreciate you letting me know that, man. And it was just funny because then, of course, they took the picture, and somebody noticed it was like, he's really small. I said, finish the rest of it. They're like, well, he's really small compared to you.
If you mess with him, he will mess you up.
I don't want to ever be in that situation.
He will set his face.
We all saw him on Community. No, all right, guys, we are up against our time here. We've got Mog Park coming up next. So thank you to Afua Richardson and Onrie Kompan for coming on. Make sure you head over to cadetscon.com. Click on Cadets Con links. And there are links there to all of to both of their websites where you can pick up their stuff, as well as links for all of our guests throughout the day. Thank you guys for being here. Stay tuned, those of you watching. We'll be right back in just about a minute with Mog Park.
Y'all take care.
Hey, guys, say.
All right, welcome back in to Cadets Con Live 2020. Mog, welcome. Your microphone is muted. I'll see if I can help you with that so we can hear you. There we go.
Hey.
We got you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
You guys were like
Good to see you, Mog.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome. Like energy just keep going. Like
Yes, we're having a lot of fun. We're having a really good show. I just had a complete brain malfunction, but I remember what I want now. Thank you so much for being a part of our Ready, Set, Draw event last night. Guys, when you see the piece Mog did last night, you are going to absolutely lose your mind. It's an incredibly beautiful piece of art that will be available for our art auction for Insider Art. So I'm gonna Miss Jen is here. I don't know if Miss Jen wants to come on or not, but I'm gonna bring her on. She doesn't really have any control over that. But I just want to thank you for that. I'm gonna back out and let these guys talk to you. Enjoy your panel. Have fun. I'll see you.
All right. So I had the honor to meet Mog through Miss Jen, actually, because I saw something that she was talking about on Facebook one day, and I was like, oh, cool. Who's this person? So then I got to looking at your stuff, and then I saw where you were doing stuff with different things with Games of Thrones and things like that. So I was just like, okay, I got to talk to this person. How did that happen? You know?
Yeah. Like me and like my husband in particular, Mel, he's a huge comic collector, and that's why I got into this comic industry. And we frequently watch all we like to support like Jen King, Jesse as well, and and I don't know, we just kept buying from her because she gives the best fantastic deals.
You're not wrong.
I didn't know that you would recommend me to Jen, like to Will, and I really want to thank you for that because I didn't know something like this could come out of that. Thank you, Jen.
You know what's so funny, Mog, is that the first time I knew anything about you was I went and helped Jimmy J with the Hawaii Con, Aloha Con.
Yeah.
I don't know, was that 2 years ago? And they were tearing apart pallets that had been there since last year, and some of your work was on it. I was like, "Who is this?"
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're like a little pamphlet of some sort.
Yeah, because it was a hurricane. It got canceled, right?
Right.
Oh my God, that's so amazing! Like it's amazing, like what a little. It's like you're planting seeds. You don't even know what's gonna come out of it. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, so Mog, as always, the first thing we like to do is just get to know you a little bit better, but also we want to make sure that people know where to go to give you money. So I know you've got some really interesting offers going on and things like that. I've seen a few of them that you posted up. So if you would mind sharing with us, links, first of all, to where people can come and get stuff from you, and then what kind of stuff you're offering this weekend. I see some really sweet deals coming from you.
Yeah, it's very simple, just like in my name on the corner here, Facebook, you just type in Mog Park, and I have all the listing of a con special for just today. So get in on that. If you like, I can start showing my artwork by share screening.
Okay.
That'd be great.
I mean, some of the samples of what I have. Is that okay?
That's great.
Able to do that. I'm not for sure how. That's kind of more of a Kyle thing, but there's a way to do it.
I got you.
I can do it myself.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
Mog has the power.
Mog has the power.
This is why it's so good to have a StreamYard. StreamYard is very flexible, That's why I like StreamYard.
Got a compliment here from Nicholas. He's talking about your artwork, Mog. He says, Mog, your art is so precise. The architecture you incorporate is amazing. Did you study architecture or architectural design?
I actually studied perspective and background design, environmental art for animation. I didn't study architecture, but I think they're pretty much the same. You have to draw lots of buildings. So, yeah. Thank you for the question. That's very interesting. I actually get that question a lot. People always ask me, did you have an architecture major? It's like, no, but I did study perspective and environmental art. So here's one of the pieces that I'm selling as a print. It's actually, I don't know if you guys know the old video game on Blood Rain.
Blood Rain. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just monochromatic with a gold paint around. I was thinking of, because she's like a half vampire, half human. So she's kind of and she's basically on a path of vengeance to destroy all vampires because of what they did to her and her family. So I kind of had this idea that this is like an angel, like a saint, but it's broken here. So it's like a broken spiky halo. So she's not perfectly saintly. She's kind of on the dark side, but at the same time, she's, fighting for the good. So that's my own verse of storytelling. And this metal piece that she has sticking out of her head, I don't know what that is, but that's actually part of the design that the character was depicted. It doesn't make sense to me, but I have to put that in for accuracy. But I do like this ribbon trail around her, trailing around. It actually does a lot of great design aspect. And this, I don't know what these things are called, but I actually studied them back in the Middle Eastern time. They do have similar weapons like this, where it folds in and out, and it has two sides. I don't know how it's possible, but they actually did have these weapons. It did exist. So that's it. And then she always has this pendant around her. So I thought it was pretty significant. So I had it hanging on her hand. And as you can go down, it's like this. It's just black and white, just pencil. But what was really fun doing this piece was, it was also for I think it sold as an auction piece. And so I didn't really have much time to color it. And I really do enjoy just doing a lot of black and white pencil just for the quick sketch draw feel. But it came out pretty well. So I'm putting it out as a print here in case you guys are interested. So there's one.
Mog, do you work primarily in practical or do you work in digital?
Because of my commercial work, I work both. But more and more commercially, I do a lot of digital. But my digital art it looks pretty similar to my traditional art. I try to do that. So yeah.
Is there a way to set when you're making digital stuff to make it look as the approximation of hand drawn?
Yeah, the only way is actually I call it mixed media, where you I would still draw like this piece. I would still render it and draw it out, and then I would scan this piece in, and then I would color on top of it. Because the thing about digital art that I is one of my pet peeve about digital art is it can do a really well simulation of it, but it can't really exactly duplicate the textural depth that traditional gives. So that's why this is my way of mashing it up. Because by doing this, as you can see, there's a lot of like texture, right? Yes. So, and then I'll scan that in, and then once I color it over, it's it kind of comes out pretty well, surprisingly. That's kind of a technique I stumbled upon. So I'm continuing that process, but it does take a while. But the good thing is, at the end of the day, I do end up making a physical piece of it. And the part of the thing is, the second part about digital art is, it's just floating in cyberspace. You can put 48 hours, 100 hours, 200 hours into this one gorgeous piece, but still you don't end up having a physical piece. So I don't know, it just gives me that satisfaction owning a physical piece of it too.
It's interesting because I find myself wondering if physical art is going to become worth more and more money as less of it exists. Because I've seen in the market that like original pages from books have doubled and tripled in price recently. I wonder if it's just a new demand or if it's just because people aren't making practical art anymore and people can't own it.
Yeah.
I could definitely see where that could be a problem relates to things. So now I'm looking at this piece here. One thing I noticed too is there is such a variety of the density in the metal, and I really appreciate that effect of being able to make the metal pop in the blading and everything. I think that's really cool. So, Mog, what other stuff do you have? I know I saw something in one of the deals talking about a metal sketch card.
Yeah, there are metal sketch cards that I sold out last time pretty fast because there was only 20 in existence. Mm-hmm. And people like to. I feel just like what Jen said. Owning physically in original art is becoming like a rarity. And I feel like it's kind of coming a comeback because of the rarity factor, and that's one way an artist can support themselves is selling it for a much higher price. And so when I was offering these metal sketch cards, they're very small, right? So that's why I priced it affordable for everybody. So they get to own a really special metal card, which is not only high in quality, it's pretty heavy. And it's very durable, very heavy, and at the back of it is like nicely printed artwork that I did, and in the front you own an original. And I think I was selling that for about $25. So
one we're seeing right now with the Sentinel on it.
No, this is a print. Sorry. Okay. I can't do this in a format.
Feel like, although I will say,
this is an 11 by 17 piece.
Like I would love a metal art on that one.
Man,
Salak is about to put something on that Sentinel.
It's just a sketch, the metal sketch cards. But if you want to go on the original, this is a really interesting piece. It was given to me by one of my clients, and he obviously loves Psylocke. And it was given to me like, hey, do a Psylocke Danger Room. That was just the commission. And I wanted to make a and I started researching all the danger rooms out there, and it's so hard. You don't understand how bloody hard it is to find a really good just a danger room kind of thing. And I realized, what danger room is basically like anything you want, and you just have to put so I compromised with that. And if you think about it, this is really a boring room. to went search on New York. I wanted that really urbanscape because I rarely do urbanscape because for me, I personally find it boring because urbanscape is basically a repetition of squares. To do it because nobody ever really saw me do an urbanscape. So this is literally, I forgot, like a New York street in 112th Street or something. So I just put the cameras on this side, and then it was a massive perspective shot, like how huge the Sentinel is. And it was really nice to put a Sentinel in as well. It's kind of classic, you know? Because for those who really read comics, you know, the Sentinel, the Danger Room, and all that, it's a very classic storyline here. So that was fun. But yeah, and of course, as you can tell, the longest piece that I rendered
I know it'll catch up in a second, but I'm crushing that Sentinel hand. That Sentinel hand in the foreground, man.
Buildings, of course, came out really well. It really set the atmosphere, in my opinion. So just turning around, she just killed one, and then now she's sorry, this is really jammy. So, and then there's another one, and then as you can see on this side, Storm, Colossus, and Professor X is watching on to see how good she is as an X-Men. So yeah, this was a super fun piece.
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks really fun too because of that. I do have a question coming in from Pal. I want to just throw that up there and let you know and then ask that question.
Hello?
So Pal is asking, first of all, she's got a compliment. She says, "Hey Mog, superb art. Please advise of the size of your art pieces for sale."
Did somebody say something? Okay.
Well, Val was asking about the size of your art pieces for sale.
All right.
Okay, so did you hear that, Mog?
I think Mog might have a little bit of a glitch.
Okay.
He'll be back.
Val, what you can do is if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on the links about Mog, they will send you'll get sent to her social media, to her Facebook page, where she has all of this stuff up with her prices and things like that.
Is she asking, do I have art pieces, like original?
She just wants to know about size and that kind of thing.
But then also she was asking about how you became an artist on
Oh, okay. So all of the ones I showed so far, they're 11 by 17.
So 11 by 17. Okay.
All right.
Nice and big.
And then how did you become an artist of Game of Thrones?
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, I can now.
11 by 17?
Right. Yeah, I think Robin's in there helping out too with sizes.
Sorry.
Mog, how did you become?
Am I cutting out?
Yes.
I think I'm cutting out.
You can refresh Mog if you want to.
I say if you need to refresh, you go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you.
I can't hear you guys.
Well, we're not saying anything. I thought you were going to refresh.
New art. I see new art up there.
Okay. Ma, can you hear us still?
Oh, she's gonna pop out. Hopefully she just popped.
Okay. Pop back in. Okay. That'll work.
I would love to tell you that I know all of how she got to go do that, because I wanted to know too.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I can kind of tell you, but I'd really rather her tell you since it's her story.
I'm a huge
Here,
She's back.
yeah.
All right, Brian, I see your question. I think the answer to that is that right now, these aren't the sketch cards. These are her 11 by 17 photos that she's got going. So she's showing some of those up. I believe the sketch cards are coming. She's not gotten those up just yet.
All of those photos are available on her Facebook page. The link is at cadetscon.com on the Cadets Con links page. She is refreshing and coming back. The one thing about StreamYard is that it does take a lot of internet connection. So hopefully a quick refresh will get us back to where we need to be with Mog.
All right, she looks like she's coming back in now.
Yeah, I will add her back in. Mog, are we doing better now?
Sorry about that. Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's fine. It happened.
Okay, so to answer the question, I'm a huge literature junkie. Like, I love consuming any kind of literature, stories, whatever, and even to this day, even every day, I still listen to nonstop like audiobook. That's the only way I can compromise. And before even the show started, I was a huge Game of Thrones fan. Like, I would read that book at least 4 or 5 times nonstop. And so my husband said, instead of you just wasting time reading books, why don't you make it constructive and illustrate, the books that you like? So I immediately said, I love Game of Thrones. Like, I would love to illustrate that. And it's okay, then do like 6 or 9 pieces from the book, because at that time the series didn't exist. So I created some series of art depicting the characters, the key characters of the book, and then what I didn't know was Mel was actually posting these workup, because I'm so shy. Like, just typical artist, continuously doubt yourself, like you're not good enough, all that kind of thing. So he's like, hey, you know what? Just give all that to me, post it up. And then one day I got an email saying, hey, and then after that, the show started. And then around season 1, I got an email from one of the HBO, I forgot what marketing team at the time. They emailed me, hey, we love your work. Can we post your work up on our homepage? And I said, yeah, man, go for it. And then season 2 came. And then one day again, I just suddenly got an email, offer for work, HBO, blah, blah, blah. And I thought it was a joke. So I was going to just throw it away, oh, spam, because it just sounded too good to be true. Like, what's going on? Is somebody me? Because at that time, I did get a couple of emails from other people, like, hey, are you interested? Do you want to work for us? Like, we would love to work with you, that kind of thing. And you find out it's like a whole scam, like you have to work for free and all that stuff. And this is just a joke. And Mel was cooking in the kitchen back then. I said, hey, Mel, I got this stupid email. You want to check it out? And then before I delete it, and then Mel said, okay. And he read it. He's like, don't delete this. This is for real. But the sad thing was the email was actually, I read it about 2 or 3 months late, because I rarely checked my email at that time. So that was a huge detriment to me, because I missed the opportunity. But we emailed it and said, hey, we would love to work with you. And they're like, okay, let's try to put you in season 3. And then from then on, the rest is history. So it was like random luck, if you think about it. Just like when I dropped that sketchbook to Jimmy J, and you picked it up, Jen, and you're like, who is this? It's like that.
And now here I am sitting there thinking like, wait, what sketchbook? I didn't know Mog had sketchbooks. I guess I need to go on cadetscon.com and actually go find the sketchbook.
Yeah, that was my first little sketchbook that's like tiny. It's basically cheap quality, like literally a piece of paper like this, folded in half. It's the size of this. And I made 100 of them, exactly 100, right?
I should have taken them.
Yeah, but the thing is, it didn't do well. So I think I sold maybe at the most, gosh, like 10 or 15, and then the rest I started to use as a giveaway. So that's it. So if you actually have a copy of it, kudos to you, man. My first.
This is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's tough when you're at a convention, right, to stand out because everyone's got, like they already have an agenda when they go. And if you're somebody new, then they don't really, like they have to fit you in their time slot of, looking at artists' work. How do you set up at conventions now? And do you have like a banner and those kinds of things? Have you worked out how to get people to stop?
Yeah, that's all my husband's job. He's actually my manager. Like he's my marketing manager. Like he does everything. Like I don't have the brains for that. I mean, if you want to talk business, please talk to him because I don't have the brains. He can tell you. And he also was just like you, Jen, where he used to own a store, a comic store and everything. So what we do is he always comes up with some. Sometimes he's a very planner. Like, I don't know if that's how you work, Jen. Like, if you plan like 6 months or 1 year ahead. But no.
I am actually Doug the dog, which
really?
will distract me. That's why I put Kyle in charge of Cadets Con.
Oh, okay. Well, Mel's the kind of type where he loves planning. Like, he always lives in the future. So once we finish a display, first it was just a simple banner and a black cloth with my work. He thought, okay, this is good. Let's step up. And so now what he does is he would create on the table, he would put displays where you can from the table and up, like you can see the artwork, kind of like art gallery. Mm-hmm. And because people have a very short attention span. And I would love to grab you and say, hey, you want to see at least 100 pieces of work here? I mean, that's really hard. That's impossible to ask. That's really being dumb about it. But so Mel, it just takes like key artwork that would take interest, like maybe 5 to 10 at the most, and he'll post it like on a nice, very nicely done, not like just wall, like the wall that you always see in the convention. Yeah, not like that. So he's trying to make it as tasteful as possible, so you feel like you're having an experience. And I think that's the key is if you can give a little, like a haven or like an experience kind of feel on your table, and then you yourself as a person is the most marketable tool. Like I had to really learn to talk to people and be very sociable. Like I really self-doubted myself about that, but once I started talking, I couldn't stop. I found, oh yeah, man, it was like, oh, people are nice, So, because you're always scared like people are gonna be mean or reject you, but at the con, everybody is pretty cool. They're all because they're there for the experience. So once I started thinking, just give them a good experience and listen to their story. That's part of I would think that's like 50% of the marketing, like how to sell yourself.
Mm-hmm.
It's really true, that personal connection between, like, if I know a creator, I am way more likely to continue to supporting their work than it's like, they are a name that I know. It's totally different for me. It becomes a very emotional thing when I actually know physically a creator.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, my dream was like I wanted to just show my work and never talk to people, right? But you find out that's that's impossible. And actually that's bad for you, you know, like I realized the more I talk to people, the more I learn. And I really find out that, you know, people aren't so bad. They're, you know, you can enjoy their company. And I made more friends. Like I only had like a handful of friends, like 3 or 4, until I started the convention. And now I have like tons of friends. And I don't know, that fulfills me. I think that's my like demon, you know, like where you can't socialize. Like people like, oh, you know, like weird stigmatism in your mind, like you have that, but doing the con and actually talking, and even just you right now, like Will and Jen, you guys, like it's, I don't know, I feel like I'm in a better place.
Have you ever had a mind-blowing moment where you were like talking to someone at your booth and then you realize the person you're talking to is very famous?
Yeah. I would say about 2 to 3. One was this girl, like with crazy braided hair, like beautiful hair, red, yellow, like gold, blonde, like black, everything, and totally braided all the way down. And then she had these things at the end where it clicks and clang, you know, when you move your head. And she's very colorful, right? And she comes in and says, oh, I love this, you know, blah, blah. And you talk to her, and then you find out you're both geeks and you love reading books. And then you find out, oh, by the way, I'm a professional wrestler, and all her team crew suddenly comes out of nowhere and say, I want to do an interview with you because you're so cool. I'm like, oh my God, what's going on? And that was actually, her name is Ember. And I don't know if you guys know.
Ember Moon.
Yeah.
Ember Moon from WWE. She's in, she was in NXT for a while, and then she's in the WWE roster.
Yeah. Oh man, that was like, what's going on? And another one was, I was in Long Beach, and I was just talking to this guy, and he's like me, he's just like a nerd. We're just like, yeah, Game of Thrones, and then he's like, hey, we work together, man. Like, what? He was actually directly the guy who would start editing my work. So.
Oh, wow.
I see that all the time where you'll see panels like at Comic-Con or other conventions where, you know, it's clear that these people work together, right? They're working on the exact same book, but they'll say when they sit down, they're like, hi, how you doing? It's the first time they've met each other. They work the same work, but they're, you know, all over the country, and they just get, you know, like, there's the pencils, inker, here's the final, do the they don't meet each other. You just think they're all in the same room working on this project, but that's not the way it goes.
Right.
I get so many questions, Jen, like people ask me, did you meet the actors? Did you meet the directors? Did you meet blah, blah? But the thing is, the only thing I get is I work with the producers and some of the art directors, and I forgot half their names, but you just email it. That's all. You just email, and that's it. Like I never personally met them. Sure, I later on have the actors voice their script over my art. You know, that's great. But I personally never met them. So, yeah.
That's okay. The actors aren't going to pay you anything, and the producers are.
Because they have their own thing. They have their own schedule, their time. They have a script they have to act out. You know, it's like, man, yeah.
Yeah, so that's really awesome. That's really cool and incredible. Mog, I know myself, as I've been in some of your live streams, I've been in some of your painting things and different things like that. One of the coolest things that happened the other day was I remember when I submitted my piece for the little art sale we were doing, and you came back really quick and you were just like, you know, yeah, man, this is really good. And I'm sitting there going, really? You know? And it's one thing, and I think Miss Jan will attest to this too, thing, and you feel like you're good at something, but it's another thing when somebody else believes in you enough to say, hey, you're good at this. But it really spurs you on. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart, because that really helped push me along in some things.
Yeah, you try to see the positive in everybody's art. That's it. like criticism is good, but I realized the hard way, you only give them criticism if they ask for it.
Right.
So if somebody specifically asks for me, could you give me full-on criticism? Like, I mean, not like bad, but constructive criticism. Then I'll give it to you. But I notice if you give to people who don't ask for it, it's very insulting. So
Yeah.
the best thing is always encouragement. Positive energy always helps, you know. But yeah. Anyway,
So I think some people were asking to see some of your sketch cards if they were available, and then I know Val was asking if you had an art book of any kind for sale, because she said she just didn't have a wall space to hang up 11 by 17 pieces of art.
Unfortunately, I've been requested to make those books, and by popular demand now, I think Mel, my business manager, he's finally thinking of creating a book. So you have to wait, guys. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yeah, so this is the Game of Thrones piece, of course. You got Sandro Clegane, you got Arya, and you got and Sandro Clegane is, you know, holding his brother, the Gregor, the mountain here, and then and then Arya is holding the Cersei. And it says Valar Morghulis says, and all men must die, and then it actually goes around and it would say, and all men must serve. So this was a really fun piece to do. Another black and white with just a hint of color. Yeah. And then this is something like, I'm sorry.
Oh, so that's so cool. It's Lilo and Stitch.
Yeah. So I actually was offering at the time something on a throne, like a little 7x10 comic cover size. So I would draw the throne, and then you put your favorite characters on it. You know, and then this one person asked me to do Lilo and Stitch with the 3 dragons, sipping a margarita, and that was fun. I don't know. I just did something cute like this. Is also fun to do. You know, it's not my usual style though. And then this is a game art that I designed for one of their characters. It's the goddess Pele. This scene is interesting because while I was talking about volcanoes, I didn't know that on the top of the volcanoes, because of all the magnetic energy that's pulses around because caused by the heat. So it actually attracts a lot of lightning and storms. So I added these streaks of lightning here. And she basically, Pele is like this hula, goddess of fire, destruction, and all that. So, you know, and then you see the mountain, you know, erupting, and then from her, like the magma, the lava, and all that, you know, just coming out. This was a fun piece. So this is a digital art. Jen, you were asking me, like, this is digital, but
never guessed. That looks so fun.
I can see, yeah, because that looks like you painted it, but I can see certain things in it that showed me it was digital, but still, I can definitely see that as something that would be like an acrylic or an oil painting even.
Yeah, that's what I try to do. Again, this is actually, I do own the original of the pencil, so if you guys are interested in owning the original of the pencil of this, please DM me. But this is, I would actually draw, you know, everything full on, and you can see some textures here, and then on top of that I'll start painting it. So that's one way on how to, you know, kind of have that original look through digital. So there you go.
It's an amazing ability to have things look like the heat is coming from inside. Like how you do that is just so masterful.
Thank you. Yeah, I actually did have super fun with the cracks, you know, because she is a very scary goddess. You know, not many people know this, but she's goddess of destruction. You know, she's very, very powerful. You don't want to piss her off. So, yeah.
Is that print available in the links that we have on the cadetscon.com page?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
And then this is now just a traditional watercolor. I do a lot of samurai version of characters a lot. And this one is from the Turtles April.
April O'Neil. Okay.
Yeah, she's wearing yellow. And then this is the rat. And then these are the turtles. The turtle over here. a turtle motif there.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and then she fights for peace. So this is the so there you go. One, two, three.
I don't think she needs the turtles. I'm pretty sure she can handle most threats by herself.
Yeah, you're right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, you're right. She, they actually redid her character a lot because when I was studying about her, she's more of a now like a ninja.
Yeah.
She's more independent. She's just a badass female character.
Does she hang out with Jenica now? Are they putting those together as kind of a team?
I'm not sure. Like I don't know much about it. Maybe Will can answer that.
I know she's kind of paired up with Jenica, but Jenica, as far as with the only way I really keep up with is the trades I'm getting from you. So the last thing I saw with Jenica is that she's kind of pushing the world away still. She hasn't really fully embraced the team. I know April tries to reach out to her, but she's still kind of like, I don't know that I can. This is my new normal for me. I don't know how I feel about it yet.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. People love the samurai versions of a lot of things. So I get to be asked a lot to do a lot of samurai version of different characters. So this is Ashoka versus Darth Maul in this epic Japanese feudal Japan era. And if you look closely, I mean, you can see that here's drones. This is Ashoka getting just ready to pounce on him, and he's in his ready stance. They're both different characters, both different personalities, So hers is more like agile and full of action, and this one is more steady and masculine and more. He's also ready in his own way, and she's ready in her own way. So I like the juxtaposition of the poses, and it was fun to do. Like, again, just black and white pieces, adding a hint of color. Where she represents the good, so she's calm and blue, and he represents kind of the bad, which is more chaotic and emotional, and just the red, the angry thing with his dark side, the red lightsabers here. These are some of his goons. And at the back here is actually his I forgot the name of this, but it's the Empire's sign that he goes for. And it was kind of hard. It was also fun to make it into more of a Japanese motif sigil, So there you go.
You can see in the motion there. My imagination is that he allows her to get within being able to smell his breath before he lights that saber and blocks her.
Yes, exactly. It's a very tension point. Like it's that calm before the storm, before everything goes wrong. Yeah. I wanted to give that motion. Like I think the best way to show the motion was these strings of ribbons. Sometimes in architecturally, like when I study this Asian architecture, they actually decorate their temples with all these streamers, and I really like that, So I use that as a storytelling element for the motion. So there you go. And then again, this is another samurai version of Green Lantern.
Oh wow!
I imagined him to be more like kind of like a general, where he scouts things. So he has a falcon, and I actually had this pose for him to hold his Green Lantern, and in this setting, it just looked cheesy. Like it didn't make any sense. It just didn't look as great. So I thought instead of him holding the Green Lantern, everybody knows he's going to be the Green Lantern by me showing the Green Lantern symbol right here. Why don't I have him an actual natural in this feudal Japan setting, a falcon? I mean, that's bad, right? And it also these hawks and these falcons symbolizes hierarchy, some prestige. So that was good. And then you see this little bow and arrow at the end that he constructed out of his power. I thought that was more tastefully done than just him holding a Green Lantern, because he can still be.
He's got that war banner back.
Yeah, with the banners at the back. Yeah, you got that. And then now this is again him versus her, like Kylo Ren here, samurai. The design of this, I really like this design. So later on, I was asked to do another samurai version of Kyle. I can't show it here, but the other version is more refined and more beautiful. Like that piece, I'm very proud of. Like I really enjoyed working on the different metals. Hopefully, if you guys ever want to see it, please DM me. I can like repost that piece, and you guys can see the work that I did after this. But still, I really like the idea that he's kind of this rebel ninja samurai look, and I like the scorpion look here, the black scorpion and the black lotus. You know, showing that he's representing the dark side. I don't know. It has a really nice. It has potential to have a nice design. I don't know, storytelling character. So that's why I think I ended up repainting this again. So
where do you find all your research on like feudal Japan, like armor designs and things?
I would just do Pinterest and Google, and like that's a very good question because I would have to say 60% of my work is research, and it always takes so much time to research, you know, information after information. And Pinterest was a very great resource. Also Google, but I just when you research about these things, it's so fascinating because you get to learn all these facts that you never noticed. Like, for example, the thing about Japanese armor versus a Western armor, plated armor. The plated armor would go, the top is here, and then the bottom is here. It goes over this, right? That's how plated armor works. But with Japanese armor, they go the opposite. Instead of this, the underside goes on top.
Oh.
So I don't understand why they did that, but I thought that was a really interesting way they use their armor. So small, weird facts like that, you know, comes out, and it's just so fascinating.
I'm a little bit of history nerd also, and the idea that they had paper armor that worked just as well as any metal just blows my mind.
What? It was made of paper? Wow. Yeah, I think it's the resin. I think it's the type of lacquer and the resin that they use that it becomes very, I think, strong.
Yep.
Yeah, it's almost like their olden version of a plastic, like the durable, like plexiglass that's bulletproof.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. This is really breathtaking. I keep imagining a General Grievous, but as a samurai, with the arms all spread out, the multiple arms all spread out somehow or another. But he's like inside of the suit working puppetry in order to like make the arms work with the swords.
Okay, that sounds cool, man.
Almost like a puppet master inside of the armor.
Yeah. Actually, you're right. I never did a General Grievous, but that sounds amazing. So this is right after I saw The Mandalorian.
Oh, Baby Yoda.
Yeah, remember the first episode? He asked the prisoner, "Do you want to go warm or you want to go cold?" And remember, the prisoner was messing around, and so he cryogenically, like he froze him. And he just walked away by saying, "Cold it is." So in this one, I put, you know, Baby Yoda, and he just like, this is a story where he warned him several times not to touch anything, and he's like, okay, never mind. Yeah, this is a fun piece. This is like the one piece like Mel was talking about, how the moment I posted it up, it sold within an hour. So the original. So I'm offering this as a print now.
Yeah, it's the eyes, man. I'm telling you, people, you gotta get that adorableness of the eyes, man, because that draws you into the rest of the picture, and you definitely captured that the cuteness of the eyes that he has.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's one more piece that I actually did create for this Saturday show. Actually, maybe two more. I don't know where it is. It's an original. So this is for Saturday. It's a Hellcat.
Oh wow! Okay.
This is my quick underlying. So the way I work is I actually render a lot with pencil. And then after the rendering is done, I will start laying on the colors, and then I'll start working on the shade. So this is more of a in-between. So I am selling this for a special price for discounted con price for Hellcat. And if you ever want me to finally finish it, DM me and then we can negotiate the price from that. But yeah, so there's one here. And then the other one is right here. So Captain America on the throne.
Uh-oh, I'm in trouble.
Oh my! Yes, you are, Jen.
Yeah, I know how you like Captain America, Jen. So I was thinking of you. So this is actually a special. I'm giving a discount price that I'm selling for. Anybody interested is going for $150. Usually my colored sketch covers go 200 and up. So this is a very good price that you guys are getting. So as you guys, sorry? So as you guys can see, like the way I work is from here. You think like, oh, it's kind of flat. Yeah, it looks, the design elements there. But from here, I build it up to this level here. So it was super fun because this is my actual first Captain America I ever did. No, second Captain America. I did one Captain America before, but this is a traditional Captain America. That classic American look with the rugged. I like the rugged, look here, the eye, blue eyes, and then you rendered it here with the his shield. It was fun, like actually doing this with a reflective shield. And some reflective lights here and there. And I was kind of imagining where the light is hitting the sun. There's a huge, strong sunlight hitting right here. Here is obliterating the information right here because the light is so strong. And then you can see the rim lights over here. But yeah, this was absolutely fun to do. I just wanted to show that Captain America is kind of cool. Captain America is an awesome character because if you think about it, of all the superheroes, this guy is the one superhero that very represents America itself. He's a true, you can say this is like a patriotic dude here. Because not all the other superheroes we know, that I know of, is, they work universally, but this guy is just a good classic American hero right here, like that represents America. And I thought that's awesome. He does definitely have that military look, I don't know, I just had super fun with this.
Yeah, I've always loved Cap because he may not always be on the what people would call the good guy side, but he's always doing what he thinks is right.
Ah, yeah. Yeah. Did you like the movie version of Captain America?
Very much. I think they portrayed that very well. I mean, when he ends up being against the government during the Sokovia Accords, you understand why he's doing what he's doing, even though it's at odds with America.
Right.
Yes. He's really always thinking about everybody else, but when it comes down to it, he will go by his own. He's a fascinating character. He will go by his own morals, what he feels right. And even though he can become the enemy of the world or even his own country, it wouldn't matter because his personal values is just as important. Kind of reminds me of like Batman, but more of a better Batman with no anger issues.
I mean, there was that one time that Captain America in the 90s when he fell into that one place and he accidentally got involved. He accidentally bashed into some stuff and he was tripping for a long time to the point where they had to remove his super serum out of his body in order to get everything out of his system. And so he wasn't sure if he would be able to keep his powers. But he still, like, at the end of the day, was going to be like, well, I'll still be Captain America. I just won't have the special stuff in me, but I'll still be Captain America. Like, this is who I am. And so then eventually they figured out a way to separate the chemicals that were bad versus everything else in his blood, and were able to put it back in him so that he could still have access to his strength and everything.
I think Will, he's an extreme pacifist, like in a heroic way. He reminds me of this actual real character that I saw a movie version of. it's about this soldier who I think was studied. Oh gosh, it was in the World War II era or something. And he, of course, everybody's drafted, but he volunteered, because he wanted to save people. That was his thing, was save people, right? And when he went in, the thing is, basic training, you have to know how to work a gun. And he was one of the top, like he performed so well, but when it came to the gun, he refused. He's like, I will not touch that thing ever. And he was getting beaten. His leaders were just like totally trashing him, all that, right? And so but he still hung on. They even threatened him, like, you're gonna have to just get out. They told him to just get out, but he didn't. He wanted to go. He got into the middle of the war, and then when everybody, I think this is when all hell's gone, like all hell's broken, and then there's all these people in this cliff. There's like a cliff here, right? And on top is where all the military, the Germans are killing all the Americans here. And on the bottom of the cliff is the ship where the Americans are waiting. So when they thought this was a lost cause, the Americans, the Navy guys are like, let's go. But this guy, he climbed up the freaking cliff and he one by one just dragged every, Americans he could grab. I think he ended up dragging like 28 people. Up and down, like nobody, he just did it.
And not only that, he picked up Americans and the enemy, anyone that was injured. He took them from the cliff.
Yes. It was such an incredible, moving piece of history. Like, and that I feel like is Captain America. Like he'll just do what is right for him. He'll go against the law, blah, blah, it doesn't matter. But when it comes to the real thing, when you really need somebody, he'll just do it. And he wouldn't even ask for a reward or anything, That's how I think Captain America is. As well as this soldier. This guy is amazing. I forgot the title, but man, that was such a moving movie.
It is Hacksaw Ridge.
Oh, you saw it?
Yes, I love that.
Yeah. I think he got the Purple Heart, blah, blah, but he didn't care, right? He was like, yeah.
One of those movies you just sit there and cry.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I was crying, like, oh my God. Nobody believed in him. And even I didn't like him in the middle. I was like, man, why are you so stubborn? Like, just pick up the gun. But no, he wouldn't.
Yeah, well, we're in the process of wrapping things up, so just want to again point people to cadetscon.com. Let them know where you can grab those specials that Mog has. Believe me when I tell you, seeing her art, like it's so much better than what you can imagine with the screens. The screens are not doing it justice. And so, get in on that. If Miss Jen doesn't buy that Captain America cover, it'll be available to you as well.
It's a one-day special.
like Will was saying, everything's available at cadetscon.com. There's a link there to Mog's Facebook page where she has a lot of this stuff shared out, as well as a link to her art page as well. So you could check that out. There's a ton of stuff on there that you didn't even get to see. It's just, you could spend 2 hours scrolling through it and staring at things. So please take advantage of that. Thank you for being here, Mog. Shout out to Mel. I know he's right there and he can hear me. So shout out to Mel.
You're awesome, Mel.
For helping us out with this as well and being the man.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jen.
Yes,
thank you, Jen. Like when I first was interviewing with Will said, "Oh, I just got by Jen. Like that's why I got referred by Jen." And I was like, in my head, there's at least 2 other Jens I know. It's like, oh, it's that girl, but it wasn't you. And then only 3 or 4 days ago, I finally pieced it together. I'm like, oh my God, it was a different Jen. I'm so sorry. But thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. I feel Kyle, Will, Jen, I feel so blessed to have met you. I hope that we can continue this awesome relationship, man.
I'm thankful for the providence that brought us together.
Yes, thank you for being here.
All right,
pleasure,
guys.
Mog.
All right, guys,
Take
everybody
care.
out there watching, stay tuned. In just about 1 minute, we'll be back with Frank Gogol and Travis McIntire from Source Point Press to talk about no heroin and everything going on at Source Point Press. So stay tuned. We'll be back in just about a minute. Welcome back in here to Cadets Con 2020 live online. He was just here for a minute, then he went away.
Come
What's he
on.
doing? You're giving me a heart attack, buddy. But we're going to be talking to this hour. There he's back. Gave me a heart attack there for a second. He dropped it, but he's back. We're visiting with Frank Gogol and is hopefully joining us if you can figure out how to click the button on his Travis McIntire from Source Point Press. Frank, what's up, bud?
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right.
Hopefully joining us if you can figure out how to click the button on his. Oh, we got a weird echo. Source Point Press. Frank, what's up, bud?
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right.
Hopefully joining us if you can figure out how to
I
click
hear
the
so
button on
much
his.
feedback.
Oh, we got a weird echo. Source Point
What is
Press.
going on?
What's up, bud? Is that your speaker, Frank?
Shouldn't be.
My fault.
Ah.
Oh, okay. I'm like, where is the sound coming from?
I was trying to share it.
I thought it was Travis. Travis messed everything up.
You know what? He's not here. Let's blame Travis. Travis's fault.
Okay. So, by the way, Frank, fun fact real quick before we get started. I already got Miss Jen to give me my copy of Grief that's coming out the shop. So,
Oh, well, thank you. I hope you like it.
I'm pretty sure I'm going to.
I hope so. I hate letting people down. Except Travis.
Except for Travis, who's well, he's not here, so we can make fun of him. He's letting us down. Hey,
So,
he messages me last night.
I'm guessing.
I'm guessing something probably came up. He's probably putting out a fire or asleep or right, eating. But no, it's cool. So Frank, you are in the middle of a hot streak, my friend, that we need to talk about right off the top. No Heroin #1 sells out everywhere. No Heroin #2 or #1 second printing is a massive undertaking, massive success. In fact, when I tried to order it, we had crashed Cornerbox's website. And then No Heroin #2 sells out at the publisher level 2 weeks before it comes out. Yeah, are you trying not to smile? Go ahead, let it come out, bro.
I mean, I'm ready for the question.
No, what does that feel like? That's gotta be next level kind of excitement from you.
Yeah, it's a great feeling. It reminds me of Dead End Kids last year, but less scary. Because I'm a little more acclimated to talking to people who want stuff from me, which is a good thing. That sounds bad, but it's a good thing. No, it's been great. It's awesome. I'm glad people like the book. I'm glad it's going to get into more people's hands. And I'm excited to see what people think of #2 when it comes out at the end of the month.
I can tell you what I think of #2. It's amazing. It's just as good as #1, and I'm just as excited. So, but let's go back a little bit. We talked about Grief. You're re-releasing Grief. Grief was kind of your first foray into being a comic book writer, right?
Yeah.
And so how does that how does that feel to all these years later, but years later come back and you're in demand and people are like, hey, can you reprint that thing that, and you've told me that you weren't in love with your writing on that book. So how does it feel to be in that high demand that you're going back and pulling your back catalog out and putting a new printing into the world?
Also very good. I do not like as much the writing on grief. It's 4 years old at this point. It's the first 10 things I ever wrote, so it feels dated. And I look back at it and I kind of see the cracks in the armor. You know, like all the things I could have done better. But at the same time, I love that book. It's what got me started. It's what got me in the door at Source Point. It's what got me my first fans. So like, we wouldn't be talking right now if that book didn't happen. So that's definitely like a bittersweet feeling. But I'm glad that all these years later, people are still hungry for it and want to see more of it. I get probably once a week, I get asked to if I'm going to do a second one. And the answer is maybe.
The answer is maybe. What? I don't even know how to ask my follow-up question because I'm trying to process that answer. What would a second volume of Grief look like from you? What would you love to do if you could do a second volume?
Some of those characters I really love. I'd love to see what happened to a few of them. There's some new stories that I would like to tell that are just primed for a short story rather than like a mini series or a one shot. And then just what I like about the short story format is I get to experiment and for a lot less money. Making comics costs a ton of money. So if you do it on a 5 or 10 page short story, like it's a lot cheaper of an experiment to get wrong than to invest in a whole miniseries and find out that what you thought was a cool idea was not. But I don't know. I like the idea of I like short stories. I think that they're kind of fun and unique, and we don't see enough of them in comics. And I feel like I've got a pretty good grasp on doing them, so I'd love to do more.
I'm Travis is texting me. So he'll be here in just a second. Well, no, it's apparently I'm still on Newfoundland time. And I told him Newfoundland time. So he's not ready. He's not quite ready yet. But he'll be here in just a second.
Yet?
We're gonna get Kyle a T-shirt that just says Newfoundland time on it.
I love Newfoundland, by the way. If you ever get a chance to go, it's beautiful. Okay. Yeah. Oh, it's at St. John's is absolutely gorgeous. You'd love it. It's like Ireland except in Canada.
Okay.
There he is.
I think Travis is on his way in.
There he is.
Hello.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry for messing it up, Travis. Like I said, I'm apparently on Newfoundland time.
That's all right. That's all right. No problem. He's hanging out anyway.
We were just talking about No Heroine and the second printing of Grief, the new printing of Grief, and all of that. And so this is a good time now that you're both here. Tell people where they can go and buy the stuff.
From Travis.
Right now, the only way you're going to be able to go buy it is to go to any of the stores that have it, because we don't have any more. Diamond doesn't have any more, so they're just sitting on store shelves. Yeah.
What just happened? Oh yeah, Miss Jen just so happens pointing at is that 1 and 2? Yeah, No Heroine. Right there on the shelf next to her.
Space Cadets editions, I believe.
You want to talk about synergy?
Ever made.
With some stained glass windows. Can we get some close-ups of those?
Mm-hmm.
So many thanks to Frank about this, because he's the one that hooked me up with the amazing artists that did these. Colm. That's one. This one makes me so crazy. That's 2.
Mm-hmm.
These have been in the wild at my shop for 3 weeks or so. Selling briskly.
That's good.
So for all the other source pointy goodness, though, you head over to sourcepoint.press.
Yep.
Right.
SourcePointPress.com. OxeyeMedia.com will ultimately get you to our store because we also do the games and all that stuff. But right now, No Heroin, the only place is store shelves. And Grief, the second printing. That's not actually in yet, but that comes out end of September, I think.
I was going to say September, I think. Yeah.
So
if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links, scroll down about an inch, and there's the SourcePoint logo real big in the middle of the page. Click on that, and it'll take you right to the SourcePoint website.
Yep, perfect.
So we've been talking about the success Frank has been having, but SourcePoint's been on kind of a big roll as well. I mean, and Oxeye Media has had kind of a huge year as well. So, Travis, what can you tell us about all of that? Like,
I mean, we were very, very fortunate this year that a few things broke our way in a year where a lot of things were going very strangely. As almost everyone knows, and Jen knows better than almost everyone else, this is a non-typical year for the comic book and what I would call the culture industry. So what happened with us is, our year started off very normally, where our cash flow is about 95% dependent on conventions and traditional distribution. And then at the beginning of March, us and everyone else started losing those two things. What ended up being our saving grace is that we own our own warehouse. And we packed full of products. So we had games, comics, books, everything else. And so we kind of pivoted really hard into online sales and, doing Facebook events and all sorts of things like that. And we were able to kind of get through by being creative and trying to find ways to put our product in people's hands in a non-traditional way. So, having access to our own stuff and having the ability to ship at a relatively large scale was kind of key to the whole thing. We were fortunate that we were set up to do that. But now things are starting to bubble off a little bit. Distribution is getting back on its feet in a way. So it's interesting, and I don't see conventions coming back in the way that they were for a little while yet. So it's going to continue to be pretty interesting. And of course, now you have a lot of big changes and comic book distribution, and then on the game side of things, games have always been a lot crazier distribution-wise because in comics we're always kind of one company. In games, there's 6 major distributors that you deal with. But there's been upheaval there too, so it's a pretty interesting time, and we've been really fortunate that we've made a decision last year, like we want to control as much of our own product as possible, and because of that, we ended up kind of being able to weather the storm. But yeah, it's been. I mean, Jen knows all this. I mean, you know very well how creative people have had to get to keep moving products.
It's so interesting. I would have never believed if you told me in February when we were at Comics Pro that everything we knew about the industry would be different in March and April. I wouldn't have been able to wrap my mind around it. I knew I was preparing for normal change in the industry, but who knew that Comics Pro was going to be so important this year?
Good. I mean, it felt like it was going to be it felt like, this is going to be, we went to Comics Pro and then we had C2E2. And the same weekend we had C2E2, we had PAX East, which is a huge gaming convention. So I had part of my team was C2E2. And we'd just gotten back from Comics Pro in Portland, and it felt like there was going to be big changes, right? That something's going to crack up. Diamond's talking about this and that. There's all this different stuff happening. There was the Dan Didio drama and all that happened. And then we have this huge weekend of conventions, and everything seems to be, like, okay, cool. This is going to be business as usual, and we're going to see how this distribution stuff shakes out. And the whole thing went sideways. it's been a nutty year, and we've been very, very fortunate to come out of it.
Well, and John just brought it up, and it's a little bit almost wrong, John, but Free Comic Book Week. That was you guys back when everybody else was like, "What do we do for Free Comic Book Day?" You were just like, "Here, we're gonna do a whole week."
Yeah, well, Free Comic Book Day is an interesting thing. So for us, when we look at Free Comic Book Day, what I like about Free Comic Book Day is, you know, and Jen might have a different opinion on this because she's on the retailer side, which is a different kind of thing. So Free Comic Book Day, a lot of retailers will tell you like, "Oh, it's our biggest day of the year in terms of footprint in the store, right? Of people walking in and out." But they, you know, sometimes you hear different complaints about like, "But a lot of those people don't turn into long-term buyers. They don't this, they don't that." So the way I look at Free Comic Book Day is it's an opportunity for us to take the core buyer, the core customer, you know, your Wednesday Warrior people, and expand that audience a little bit, right? So, and for me, it's not just about sourcing; it's about every smaller publisher. Like, you can get in on that in any way, then you absolutely have to. It's an opportunity to get a reader who isn't already devoting part of their entertainment budget to something else. You know, like it all kind of ties into this idea of like, if I'm trying to make books that are designed to convince one of Jen's customers to be like, "Hey, are you a Batman customer? Well, don't buy that anymore. Buy this," right? Like, from Jen's perspective, she loses money on that deal, right? She's got to buy the Batman anyway. You know, like that's the net zero trade. Like, all right, I got this customer, now they're going to buy this thing instead of the thing they're already buying. And all you've done is made my life a little bit more difficult because now I got to buy other stuff. So, like, what I try to focus on, when we try to focus on marketing, new bodies coming into a store, new people and new customers. And Free Comic Book Day is is the single biggest thing where the whole industry is focused on. Can we get new readers to come into the hobby and new people to check this out? So for us, we really did not want to completely sacrifice that for the year and not have it at all. So we ended up doing a thing where we took some of our back stock and we took some new stuff and we printed some extra of some different issues, and you know, we just basically had you come to the website and be completely free, and it was every day for 7 days, new stuff.
Yeah.
You know, and then at the end of it, it compiled everything, and then we put together shipments. And we were thinking like, well, we'll move 3,000 units probably, and we did that by like day 3, and we ended up doing almost 7,500 books in total through the Free Comic Book Week thing. So it worked out really, really well. Some of the takeaways from that, we saw 13% of people who came and got a free comic book bought a game. So they crossed out of the comic book world on our bookstore and bought a product from one of our other product lines. A little over 20% of the people bought some of the thing. So of all the people who came and picked up a free comic, about 1 in 5 purchased something with the comic. And then of that total, 13 of those people were like explored enough to find a game. So we were actually seeing like a measurable crossover with customers, which I think is really, really valuable. And so, of course, you know, ever since it ended, we were like, that was wildly successful. And so we've just been thinking about like, okay, what can we do next year to make it bigger and more, and you know, more of a deal. But at the end of the day, it's about trying to find a new, you know, bring in a new fan. You know, not that I'm against anyone who's already buying a comic to read one of ours instead. Definitely not against it. But you know, I want to grow the market. You know, I want there to be, instead of 1.4 million buyers on Wednesdays, I want there to be 2.4 million buyers on Wednesdays.
That would be amazing. And I wanted to ask about Deepwater Games. A big part of Cadets Con has always been the gaming side of it, and we'll get back to the comics here in a minute because that's the passion for most of us. But Deepwater Games has had a pretty big year, and you got some help from an unexpected source. Tell us about Welcome To.
Welcome To was a game. It's what's called a roll and write. It's really, we call it a flip and fill. So roll and write is like Yahtzee, right? You kind of play it in your own little garden, and you have your own little play sheet, and you roll the dice, and you make choices, and you fill out a card. So it's a type of gameplay. Welcome to is a flip and fill in that you have a game is a neighborhood in 1950s America, and 3 different cards get flipped, and each one of those cards has different rules, interacts with each other in different ways, and you make choices on how to build your neighborhood and make it score points basically. The game released in September of 2018 for the first time, and really kind of blew us away. We had no, we did not realize it was going to be what it became. It turned into a really big deal really fast. Like it sold 10,000 units of like in the first 48 hours. So we ended up going back to print. We had a Kickstarter for it. We did a ton of expansions that have all sold out and gone into second and third printing. It has really buoyed things. So this year, the sequel to it, Welcome to New Las Vegas, release, which is it's a slightly different. You're kind of building a strip on the casino, and it's a little more complicated. It's a little bit more gamery than Welcome to is. Welcome to is a little bit more friendly to a new gamer or a younger player. Welcome to New Las Vegas is a little bit more gamery, I would say. It's a little heavier would be the term that they would use in gaming. They measure everything by weight. But it's done very, very well. We actually just had a game at Shell called Floor Plan. Just sort of our follow-up to that style of play, where you are an architect and you're building a house, and you have different clients, and they have different demands, so you kind of have to build the house in certain ways for points. And that released, I think, last week, and it's been doing really, really well. There's a ton of reviews on that, so definitely, if people get a chance, go check it out.
But Welcome to really, I think, got bolstered by the pandemic. It's a game that you can play through the app and online really easily, so you can play it with people that you weren't with.
It was in terms of the pandemic. Welcome to was a big deal because you can play it. You can play it completely remotely all the time, and you can play it with a ton of people all at once. And so as people started to kind of get to the point where they were like, well, we can't hang out with people in person, Welcome to is a very easy way for everyone to get on a Zoom call or Google Hangout or whatever and play a game together, which is perfect for me because now they're all buying their own copy of Welcome to.
Right. I mean, there's even video out there. Daniel Radcliffe was way into this game for a minute.
Yeah, we actually made a. It's funny. So Daniel Radcliffe, he mentioned it in the New York Times. His favorite game was this nerdy little game called Welcome to, and that became kind of a big deal. Got a ton of attention, a huge spike in sales, and all that. And so we reached out to him, and we ended up designing a small little set of cards that were their neighborhood cards, and the addresses, they're 9 3/4 and all that kind of stuff. They have owls on them. So we have, and there's 2 copies. We have 1 copy, and Daniel Radcliffe has 1 copy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. He was very, very cool.
When you have a year like you're having that has been so odd, and then you get to things are starting to get back to normal, and a book like No Heroine catches fire, what does that do for the planning, and how do you adjust from a publisher and publication standpoint to keep up?
Well, I mean, so I'm just going to be really blunt about the whole thing. So where No Heroine is at right now it's been awesome. It's been great. I'm really glad the book has done so well. It's a good book. Frank did a great job marketing it. Everything went well. But it has been, it's almost like a pain point because, we were getting no distribution basically from the last PO we got, which would have been February, all the way through July, right, which is right now. So, but we were still printing every month because we were doing so well with our online sales, and we wanted to maintain our relationship with our printers. So we were still printing every month. So when No Heroin 1 came out, we stuck to our solicitation schedule, and we were blind printing everything with no real idea other than like our experience of what a thing would sell. So with No Hero number 1, we knew, like, okay, this book is cool. Frank's last series did very well. What do we think this will move? So we blind printed 5,000 units of the first print run. And then, of course, in the end of, say, around June, mid-June, we started getting partial POs and all that from the intervening months, right? We started getting stuff from Diamond. And the very first PO that we got from Diamond was essentially wiped out the entire first print run of what No Hero was. So, if this hadn't, I mean, I'm not really too interested in speculating because it is what it is, but I do wonder if we would have been able to do it in a more traditional way where you kind of get your PO, you know what you need to print, and then you overprint, that percentage, assuming you're going to get extra buys, where it would have ended up. On the other hand, I also think that the fact that there was only 5,000 units and we were very public about how there was only 5,000 units actually helped drive demand and make it so that, like, oh, well, now everybody wants one and they're gone. No one can hold something. And then it's an awesome thing to happen, but it was kind of surrounded by a series of circumstances that made it difficult, which is just what it is.
Travis
did comment on that. He was a part of all those conversations.
Is it following the same track that Dead End Kids did, where the prints got bigger?
No, not really. I mean, we did the second prints. We did a little bit smaller, but that sold out too. I don't think we'll do a third print on it unless there ends up being, even more demand. But or those issues, like issue 1 to issue 2 to issue 3.
Right.
Issue 2. It's done very, very well. Issue 2, the first print completely sold out. We're getting ready to announce a second print of that. There will be a new cover. And issue 3, we just got the PO for a couple days ago. And I don't know what we went to print for on that, but it's going to be close. It's going to be really close. So the book has done really, really well. We can speculate that if this whole thing hadn't happened, would the book have done even better? I don't know, but I'm happy with how it did. I think Frank's happy with how it did. We were able to do a lot of variants and a lot of exclusives, and most people have done very, very well with them. So it's been pretty solid, and I suspect that when we do the collected edition, it'll do well, and we'll probably pick up readers, because that's kind of what happened with Dead End Kids, is that you ended up getting all the people who were like, oh yeah, I saw that, collectors were talking about it, it was on an app, or I saw those books for $15 in a store. They'll buy the trade for $10, and they'll pick up a reader, which long term is what we all want.
I just want to real quick shout out. We're back on the Comic Book Shopping Network now. If you're coming to us from the Comic Book Shopping Network, please go to StreamYard.com/Facebook and enable us to see your name and your image. That way we can put you up on screen. Otherwise, you wind up looking like Dirk Manning, who's saying hello, but we don't know it's Dirk unless I open this page. And it's better. It's better that way. Let's be honest. If we don't know who it is. But so, Frank, there are a couple questions. I know Will had a couple questions that he wanted to ask. One of them was, and I'll just ask you for him, if you could continue the story of any other Source Point Press character, who would you pick up?
This is Frank?
That's an easy one. I would do Franklin and Ghost, so that way the book could finally be good.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. No.
Shout out to Garrett, who's on vacation with his family, or otherwise.
I wasn't trying to get shots fired.
Oh,
God. I don't know.
So we have.
I'd probably take Ogre from Bob.
We have these 3 idiot hacks that work for us. They're Bob, Frank, and Garrett, essentially. And It is what it is.
I love that response too. It's like, because again, Bob wanted to be here, but he's got family stuff this weekend. Frank wanted to be here. Frank is here, and Garrett wanted to be here, but he's got family stuff this weekend. So shout out to those guys of being the other two stooges.
That's it. They're like the three album children.
I've made good life decisions. That's why I can be here.
I am shocked that you didn't say. I thought for sure you were going to say Up the River just because I'm here. And you
No, you should finish that so I can read it. I don't want to read it.
You would make that you were going to make that a whole big thing, and I'd have to be like, oh, shut up, Frank.
Can we start that Twitter campaign? Finish Up the River.
Oh my God! It's
that's a good hashtag.
It's a hard.
I'll make it happen.
I'm a busy
Release
man.
the McIntire cut.
I know, but you're also a very gifted writer who doesn't use that muzzle enough, my friend.
Oh my goodness, I am mediocre at best. Mediocre.
Well, again, we know who's in the comments, and we know what mediocre looks like, and you're better than that. So,
oh yeah.
Hey, he would say it himself. So, but the other question is, Frank, if the characters from Dead End Kids dropped into the world of No Heroin, how would they survive? Have you thought about crossing them over?
I definitely wouldn't cross them over. That would be too much. I think they'd do all right. I think Murphy's got a mean streak. He'd torture some people, and like it'd be no sweat. Since Tank is dead, I don't think he has to worry about it. And Amanda, I think she'd be all right. She's pretty good with a gun. So I mean, they hold their own.
I kind of thought they might be from the same universe. It's just that Heroin takes place in the city, and that the Dead End Kids were kind of in the burbs, the bad end of the burbs, across the track burbs.
I can neither deny or confirm that.
Very CIA answer.
Oh, but if it is something that's going to be confirmed, he slipped it past me.
So Gustavo would like to know where, Frank, do you get the inspiration for your characters?
From my horrible, horrible, horrible life. I have a very good life. Some of it wasn't great, and that's where most of it comes from.
Frank,
Nick is promoting a crossover with the publisher, so we need to get Travis on board with this one. Dead End Kids versus 4 Kids Walk Into a Bank. Okay.
If Matt's up for it, I would do it.
Yeah, no kidding.
It would have to be an origin story because it can't happen for one of the books.
Right. It doesn't work story-wise, but I'd read it.
That's the puzzle you figure out as the writer. You just make it work.
Right. What, Frank, do you have on the horizon? What does your next project look like? I mean, No Heroin is in the can, as it were, obviously still coming out, but what's the next thing on the horizon for you?
There's a book. Travis knows about it. We haven't said anything. It's got a 2 in the title. I'll say that much.
Yeah. It's got a 2 in the title. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. You know what I love?
Yeah.
Number 2.
Is it the number 2, or is it the Roman numeral 2, or is it TOO?
Oh man, I hope it's TOO.
It's actually it's a fight book like Mortal Kombat, where all the different kinds of 2s just fight to see which is the best one.
I would still buy it. I'll be honest. I could still get down on that one. So, Travis, what's coming up? Yeah, what's coming up that people need to be watching for from SourcePoint?
Well, Stuff that's soliciting right now. Well, we've got a couple of new number ones that are coming up. One is a book by Milton Lawson, who's a guy that we he came to us. He was a part of the Comic Experience school, and then he submitted a short story for an anthology we did last year. That we thought was really good, and then he pitched a book called Thompson Heller Detective Interstellar, which is like a pretty cool, kind of clever detective in space type of thing. So that number one is being solicited right now in August for an October release, and Cold Dead Hands number one by Garrett Dunn is being solicited right now for October release. Otherwise, we have we have a couple of series that have done really well for us that are wrapping up. The first volume of Broken Gargoyles is soliciting right now. Blood Bites number 3 is soliciting right now. Collected edition of Ogres, which is Bob Sally's follow-up to Ogres, is soliciting right now. One of my favorite books that we have done is the volume 4 of Monstrous, which is the Baba Yaga story arc. That issue 4 is soliciting right now. Issue 2, I think, is on store shelves right now. That's done. We don't do a ton of like long-term stuff. Monstrous is our longest thing that we've done. It's up to 16 issues now. But that's been doing pretty well, and it's one of my favorites that we have going on. Newer stuff that's going to be coming out over the next couple of months. There's by David Hayes, who's been with us for a long time, called Dial P for Peanuts, which is sort of like a weird noir detective comic with some old versions of characters that might seem somewhat similar, as if they were dumped into a sort of a murder mystery. It's really fun. It's funny. It's kind of great. We have a new series that's going to fire up. I guess I must have been in a little bit of a noir mood when I was signing books for this month, because there's also Black of Heart number 1 is going to solicit next month, which is another like noir hard-boiled type of series. It's really cool. It's a really cool one-shot by Eastern Taverna that does solicit next month called Mother. He's the guy who wrote Samurai Grandpa, which we did really well with last year. Yeah, I mean there's tons of stuff. Game-wise, like I said, World Planet came out. Southern Skies is going to come out pretty soon, which is like more of a heavy Rondell-style Euro game. Really cool sci-fi world. What else comes out before the end of the year? Oh, Monstrosity comes out about drawing monsters, which we'll great things of.
So there's a lot to be on the lookout for from Source Point Press. You guys are doing big things.
We release 10 to 12 books every month. We release, on average, about one new game every 6 weeks or so. So yeah, we're pretty busy. Lots of stuff coming out. There's going to be a couple of big announcements before the end of the year. One pretty enormous comic announcement, and one hopefully a pretty big game announcement will be coming out by the end of the year. Also, I think we're going to start putting more of an investment, more of an emphasis on our prose line of looking at. We do some prose now, and we do distribute through Ingram, which is a bigger book distributor. But we haven't really been focused on it too much. But now we've got a couple of new people on staff, and I've always wanted to start a couple of new blueprints to do genre fiction. Like in particular, I want to do a line with like cozy mysteries, that type of thing. So I think those things are kind of charming, and there's a big market for it, and they tend to appeal to a growing section of the comics market and women readers and younger women readers specifically. So I'm gonna, through the end of this year, I'm gonna be focusing on kind of launching some new product lines and different sorts of things. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty busy. Most days I'm in the office usually like 14 hours a day, and it goes by fast. I have to like remind myself like, hey, you should go home and get to know your kids. Because it's like our office is like an idiot wonderland. You come in here and like make whatever you want. make Josh build it and then send it to production and then put it in a store. That's pretty awesome.
I love that's how you put it. Make Josh build it, which is maybe the most true statement I've heard.
Yeah, that's essentially that's the progress. That's the process. So you think of a thing, decide that it's cool, make Josh do all of the work, and then wait for a tech to show up. That's essentially the business.
Is that Frank? That seems right?
I might disagree a little bit because I do a lot of the work when it comes to my book, so Josh doesn't have to. But that creates some problems for Josh, so it probably evens out. But yeah, no, it's 100% of the play. We have a new
thing. Oh man, Frank, wait until you see this. So we have a new thing called Mecha Josh, which is so we have this big back-end data system now. It tracks all of the releases. Like I've been working on it today, and what it does is so up through April of next year, it has every book and the month it releases and its release date and all this stuff. And this system automatically sends an email to people 3 weeks out, 2 weeks out, 1 week out, every time they need to send us their stuff, like your cover, your blurb, profiles, whatever it does. And they're all like, these emails come and they get like progressively more aggressive, and they're always from Josh. I cannot wait for that to start happening.
Can I get on the emails from Mecha Josh? Just kicks?
Yeah, get a book published, man. Put a picture together or something.
I just want Josh to yell at me automatically. I think
oh my God, you cannot.
No. So
I want to give a shout out. Can I give a shout out?
Yeah.
There are good writers, and then there are great writers because they understand that communication is key. And Frank is one of the great ones because he's always feeding me information, letting me know what's going on, so I can tell my customers and get them excited. It's like so much better than the occasional post by Diamond in the previews. Like the ability to reach out and have a creator like give you all the feedback about what's going on is just mind-blowingly good. Thank you, Frank.
I'm happy to do it. It's much better than talking to Travis.
Oh, please. To be fair, though, I get creators asking a lot, like, "Hey, how can I do better in distribution? How can I get more stores to order my stuff?" And I'm always like, "Do what Frank does." Then it's like, "Well, what's Frank doing?" I see he posts on Facebook. I'm like, "Yeah, but what you don't see is he's actually talking to retailers every single day." Yeah. They're like, so many of them don't want to do that. They don't want to grind that out and like make all those connections. And I'm like, oh, that's why the books are selling so well. It's because of those relationships.
Right. And it's a weird kind of karma too, because I'm always telling people to go talk to Travis, and he tells me stop sending people to talk to me, and now he's sending them to me to talk. So it's like it's come full circle.
Yeah, the full circle.
Well, and I'll say this. I was talking to one of the other people who's involved in planning Cadets Con, and they have all 3 issues of No Heroine digitally that Frank sent them for reviews and for, pull quotes and that kind of stuff. And it was the same. I told him not to send me number 3, and he sent it anyway. Huh? He wanted me to know what was coming so I could order up on it. And what I tried to tell him was, I don't need to know what's coming. I'm going to order up on it anyway. So that communication is really, really smart because the hype was strong with me long before we even knew when the book would get released. We're in the height of COVID and nobody knows when it's coming out. And I'm like, guys, you got to, and it's really smart.
Yeah.
I try.
You ordered yours directly too, I think, Kyle, right?
Yeah, I ordered mine straight from you and from Corner Box. Now that their stuff is working a little better.
We had a nightmare with shipping for that book too. Absolute nightmare. Mm-hmm. Anyway, it worked out.
I'm still waiting on some of my order, but I'm willing to wait. I'm comfortable.
I'm gaming the system and ordering from everywhere.
The Temple Smiths? Are you still waiting on the Temple Hustle?
Like I get Corner Box, I get from Diamond. So basically, I know that I'm going to sell out no matter how much I order. And so I just like going, I've got this other thing coming in. So I feel like I've done the super smart.
They'll get there. We are. I think that the only things that haven't shipped completely are all the Temple Smith variants. And those were like a week behind everything else, and then it was a mess. We had when our diamond order came in. So we import in LA, and then that gets shipped. To different warehouses. Like, so you go to Olive Branch, which is the main diamond warehouse, and you go to Iowa, and you come to us. And 2 pallets of our product ended up somehow being like a wrong stack of paper. They went somewhere third party, completely different. Where, like anybody who kind of knows how warehouses work, if something shows up and they don't expect it, they don't touch it. They'll be like, we're not taking any liability for it. We won't take delivery of it, and it just sits there. So it ended up, 2 pallets of product, which was entirely no heroin stuff, ended up sitting completely wrong warehouse, completely unrelated to our industry for several days before we figured it out. Then they had to go pick it back up, bring it back, give it to the right one. Turned into a huge mess. Huge mess.
I think that's the pallet that my orders are on. So.
Oh, definitely. Because we had to make a choice at some point of like, okay, this is how many units showed up. Who gets what? And I was like, well, I'll know Kyle personally, so screw him. I'll just.
I'll get 1, 2, 3 the same day.
Doesn't have his comps on the books.
Well,
I don't think
I'll get 1, 2, and 3 on the same day, and it'll be no heroin day in Toledo, and we'll throw a party. I'm good.
Up, we are working through it. It was a nightmare. It was like a really good. This book is doing super well. Like, oh, perfect. Now half the shipment is missing. Oy.
Right. That's the other thing I want to talk about is the book took off, and Frank, you're pointing people to shops that still have it. You're selling our books for us, which is a huge bonus. That way people weren't getting taken on eBay. What is that like to have to be like, look, okay, here's the secret. I know a guy who knows a guy. If you go behind the dumpster next to the Chick-fil-A, you can get the book.
Normal everyday French stuff.
I thought you said this was gonna stay G, man.
We are. We're trying to buy comic books.
Okay. I realized really quickly when I started doing comics that the more money you can make for people, the more they'll like you, which is really why Travis keeps publishing my stuff, not because it's good, but because it sells. And I figured if I did the same thing for retailers, they'd like me more. And it seems to be working out.
Yeah. I can attest to that. Does anybody in the comments have any questions for Frank or Travis? Throw them in the comments. We'll pop them up on screen, and we can, we'll keep rolling here. I've interviewed both of you several times now, and I always come with some weird out of left field questions. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
So for Travis, this is if you could publish. For Frank, this is if you could write. If you could write one classic story for one non-traditional comic book, what comic book would it be? So if you could, you get a one shot of a character and it's going to be a classic. Who are you writing, Frank?
It would have to be The Crow. It's an easy one.
Crow. Shout out to Jim O'Barr.
Yeah, that's my favorite book. It's my favorite book. I think it none of the follow-ups have been as good, so I'd like to take a crack at that. No offense to any of the people who've written it, but the first one was really magical for me as a reader. So I'd take a crack at The Crow.
Travis, if you could publish any non-traditional comic book character that's ever existed, and you've got a classic on your hands, who are you looking for?
Okay, so it's probably two, and one of which I am actively pursuing, and the other one of which I have not yet. But sort of like my mentor and my kind of hero in comics was Gary Reed, who was the editor-in-chief of Caliber Comics. He wrote Dead World for many years. It was with IDW and with Image and with Caliber at different times. I think that if I were to publish, he has a character called Saint Germain that he did a couple of miniseries with, and it's kind of based on the life of this real life person who people suspected was an immortal. And he was an alchemist who discovered the Philosopher's Stone. So it's kind of like this real historical figure. And in Gary's version, he is an immortal, and he kind of like is this taciturn problem solver through history. So I always thought that was a really awesome story, and I think it could be something that you could do a lot with. It's sort of, I mean, if you've seen the Old Guard or Red Rucko's comic that he did, similar to that, it's not really as violent. He's more of like a Sherlock Holmes. He's more like an immortal Sherlock. So that would be one. The other one is if I could get Guy Davis to come out of comic retirement and relaunch Baker Street, which was another early 90s. That was like punk rock. It was a retelling of Sherlock Holmes in like 1980s punk rock London, late 70s, early 80s punk rock. And it was one of my favorite indie comics from way back in the day. I don't know if you remember either of those, Jen. But both of them are early 90s, which is, I was 13, 14, 15 at that time, so I was very, those were kind of like the comics I was, really, really getting into. Along with, that was also around the time like New Carnage came out, things like that. So, an Image was new and all that kind of stuff. But those are probably the two that I would want to get a hold of and do, or make a continuing series out of
it. Baker Street, somebody's asking what publisher is that, and I'm trying to remember because I have them somewhere.
Baker Street. I think it's probably still in print. It's a trade. But Guy Davis is, he was the he did Marquee, which I think was Dark Horse for a long time. He did BPRD for a long time. He worked a lot on Hellboy stuff. He was a Detroit-based artist for a long time. Now he doesn't really do comics much anymore. Now he does like concept art. But he's amazing. Does really good stuff.
All of that old school Caliber stuff is so close to my heart. I was a big fan of Gary's as well. So,
you're sort of from the same area. That was a big deal for a long time.
Mm-hmm. So one more time here, guys. We're running low on time. Give us the social media links. Where can people find you? Where can people talk to you about your stuff? Where can people buy things? Frank, you want to go first?
Sure. Yeah. Everything is just /Frank Gogol @ Frank Gogol. I got in there early and got my name on everything. So @ Frank Gogol on Twitter and Instagram. You can buy stuff from Travis. I'm sure he'll appreciate that. SourcePoint.press. And that's all you ask for, right? Yeah.
Whatever you want to send people to, man. If you got a Patreon, a YouTube page,
I wish I had time for all that stuff. I wish I had time.
Hey, that's fair.
Just follow me on social medias.
Travis?
Yeah, all the usual places. We're SourcePoint Press everywhere. Oxide Media, Deepwater Games. That's sort of all me. I'm pretty easy to find under my name. I'm at @TMcIntire1 on Twitter and @Travis the Beard on Instagram. So I'm not hidden. Feel free to reach out. If you really want to buy stuff, what I would like the most is find a store in your area, put a mask on your face, and go there and buy some books. Please, our books or anybody else's books, I don't care. But let's keep the industry healthy and keep it rolling. Do that.
Yeah, that's awesome. And one of the things I wanted to do, and I'm sure Jen will echo this as well, I wanted to thank you, Travis, and you, Frank, for making it so easy to carry the books and so easy to sell them. We had Tom Hutchison on earlier from Big Dog Ink, and he's I mentioned you and he, and we have James from Scout Comics on tomorrow. You guys, really are, leading the way in the new way of getting books, which is having relationships directly with the companies and the publishers and being able to get them directly from them. That way you don't have to worry about what happens if, Diamond isn't open, or, we can have these relationships and cover our bases. And
it was it is something that it was this crazy thing. We've always been really careful. I mean, we never signed an exclusive with Diamond or anything like that. We always kept our own ability to distribute. It really ended up being a godsend. But with Jen, it's easy because she could sell water to a killer whale. So it's very
only if I love it.
She makes it simple. So,
it's true. I mean, when I was closing my brick and mortar, Jen's like, send me every Source Point book you have. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. No, send me every Source Point book you have. And it was like that scene where Ron Swanson's in the diner going, give me all the bacon and eggs you have.
I don't know if you heard me.
Yeah.
What I actually
said was,
I know what I'm about.
Right. I know what I'm about. That's what it was. Is just Jen's going, Kyle. Like all of it. And I'm going, Jen, that's like a lot. And she's going, all of it. Okay. Not going to argue with you. Sealed cases of stuff. Like, here, just take it. So, guys, we appreciate you being here. We're gonna Will, you had a couple of last minute questions. You want to ask your question?
Just real quick. I asked a question earlier in the thing. I said favorite Ninja Turtle.
That's easy for me. Okay, Travis, you go first. Since you're turtle shaped.
Leonardo.
Probably Leonardo. He's the least obnoxious, and he's the most responsible. So that's basically me.
Frank?
All right. First of all, Leonardo sucks. He's a whiny Hugo. Raphael all the way. No,
I knew you would say that, Frank.
Yeah.
Okay, so the other question I had was, if you could take any cartoon character and create a story using that character, who would it be and why?
From any
Yeah.
From anything?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Man, that's really tough. Right now, that would be a different answer depending on when you asked me. Right now, this second, I would probably say, this is going to be really weird, but I would probably say that if I could get my hands on the GoBots, it would make me so happy. I want to do like really subversive GoBots comics where like you intimate that they exist in the same world as the Transformers, but like Transformers are cool and big and people know them, and like Leader One's just sitting around being like, this is BS. And they turn into crappy cars and everything about them sucks. And they're just like super angsty robot cars. Like that would really tickle me. Another it's not really a cartoon character, but I really like the Hungry Hippos for some reason. But that always tickles me, and I always
That'd be the greatest comic book ever. Hungry Hippos comic.
People don't realize most people don't realize the hippos have names, and one of the names is Bottomless Potamus. That's one of the hippos' name is Bottomless Potamus. That is terrifying.
That's a villain, yeah.
Yeah. So like that would be two that I'd really like to be able to mess around with. I mean, the fact that like the bad guy in GoBots, his name is Psych Kill, and guess what he turns into? Right? Like, that's brilliant.
I can see a moment in that book where like Leader One is sitting at a convention somewhere, and people keep asking him to sign it. He's like, "Wait a minute, you're not Thundercracker."
You made that's actually a great idea. You could make it so that they're like the C-level celebrities at conventions. So like, GoBots are doing the tour, and like Optimus Prime rolls in. And that kind of stuff would be awesome. I like that. I really like Popeye. You know, though Popeye does exist as a comic. King Features, I think, there's a Joe's Comics still publishes it through King Features.
Oh yeah, I just started collecting the Golden Age Popeyes.
But Popeye is a really like fun, like absurdist character when you really think about like all the like the different aspects of what's going on there. I think it would be really fun to do, and has a lot of stupid gags. I like pulpy stuff, and I like subversive underground. Like I like the crappy versions of things, you know, like so like you have Transformers on one side and then you have like GoBots. I will automatically be drawn towards like how come these ones are so cheaper and they don't work quite as well? Like that's kind of neat, you know. Like, so I don't know. I like that kind of stuff.
All right, well, guys, we are right up against our time, so we could talk about GoBots all day, I'm sure.
Oh, definitely. I mean, there's more GoBots than even Leader One and Psycho. There's a whole bunch of GoBots.
Right. We could talk about GoBots all day, I'm sure, but we are right up against our time. Thank you. Yes. Get the license to Street Shark for Frank. We will be. Thank you guys for being here. You're watching Cadets Con. If you're watching online, which you have to be, because I keep saying that. But anyhow, the stream is going to cut out for a minute. We'll be back in just about 60 seconds with the second half of our day. And Enrica Jang, who does, or Enrica, yeah, that's right, who does Crossing just in about 2 minutes' time. So thank you once again to Frank and Travis. We will see everybody.
Take care, gentlemen.
See you, John.
2 minutes. Bye, guys.
Thanks, guys.